And just like Grand Blue, we have risen from the grave. Welcome back, everybody, to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2020 run. Again, I am joined with Orange, not Yellow. Say hello.
Hi. Yes, the color scheme changed. Orange is back. Welcome back. I really like that little Grand Blue thrown on in there. Perfect, solid stuff.
Hey, this is Vanguard. This is Vanguard themed. We're talking about Vanguard literally. And Toka started me on the pun, so I'm like, you know what? Embrace it.
I don't know we're doing Cardfight Vanguard today. Whoa, what a shocker.
But to kind of lead on what I tried to say before, you got the chance to see both game 3 and 4, and we talked about how those matches, you're fairly well versed in them. Any opinions about the matches we've seen?
Yes, so I think it was the round before. So round 4, I believe we saw the Bunny and the Harry combination, which is a very unique deck. It's very piece reliant, but it hits like a truck once it starts going. You go from the Harry, which gets you a stage, going into the Beast Tamer, getting the full front from the bunnies, and then you go Pigeon, Dragon, Pigeon, Dragon, because there's a lot of soul manipulation in the deck because of the double Vanguard, so you can just kind of like go and keep in mind this is like 2 crit perfect guard restriction, and yeah, you kind of lose. We didn't get a chance to see that full interaction, unfortunately. The player didn't get a chance to see the pigeon pop in time, but it's a very lethal against protect too, like
not to mention Star Pop's not restricted to being Harry on Vanguard, which means if you get him to that 40 mark, every time he hits that stage, he will be that guard restrict.
Oh yeah, it's a really fun tech they can just throw into Pale Moon as long as you can, get the Pigeon and Dragon and stage to go. It's just a really fun little engine. And then we also saw that Sanctuary Dragon. I've actually been playtesting good old Jewel Knights with the Sanctuary combo. I love that interaction because it gets a lot of Royal Paladin decks are like 3 attacking decks, right? Aside from like the support that we just recently got. So you have a lot of decks that are like, okay, I attack 3 times, I have a little bit of force marker generation, whatever. But now you throw in this Jewel Knight, beautiful Jewel Knight Ashley package where you swing with the Jewel Knight first, bring out a grade 2, counterblast, get a crit, do it again, swing with the Vanguard, another crit pressure, swing with your rears, restand, do it all over again. And it's such a beautiful combination. That's why you'll see a lot of Royal Paladin decks will have like little splashes of everything. So it's really, really fun stuff.
And I love that exact aspect. Like, Ashley is such a versatile card. She can be ran on her own, and the deck is really good. But the fact that she can be that Jewel Knight engine can be spliced into anything. Like Alt Mile with Ashley just works. You get a grade 2 after you do Ashley, and you still have your conditions.
That is
you can do Vanguard Ashley that we've seen. You can even go MLB Ashley. Hey, yeah. Look at all these force markers I just made on rearguard. Let me put a multiple units just keep coming back on this one rearguard.
Yup. You can. The fact that you can go into a grade 2 is just such a convenience for a lot of these decks. I personally, though, you brought up the Alt Mile engine. Alt Mile really thrives off of that because you go from the 3 to the 2 and you're recycling your grade 2s back to deck, which then Alt Mile calls back out since you have to search for them anyway, and you get the extra crit pressure. Oh, gosh, that's actually one of the decks I've been playtesting. Almost wanted to take it to BRO, and I just loved the combination. You get the multi-attack, the shield value, the numbers, the crits. It's just, beautiful.
And just imagine, once Clan Collection Volume 3 and 4 come out, we're getting more Jewel Knight, which means it's probably gonna flesh out the deck on its own, but who knows what else is gonna bring, because we haven't seen the full effects of Volume 3 and 4. Thankfully, they've shown us but sneak peeks, and from what I can remember, every Jewel Knight sneak peek from those sets has something along the lines we've already seen of, hey, this was called over, do something.
And that mechanic is so fun because the thing is, think of it this way. You're a force deck. You only have your 5 rearguard circles. There's only so much you can do with 5 rearguard circles, but these cards say, when you call over me, you get an extra skill on top of that. You get an extra draw, an extra power, extra crit, whatever it is. And now we're getting even more extension to that kit, the style. And I'm so excited to see where it brings. Also, I got into the whole Royal Paladin Jewel Knight engine because of Zero. We had the little Jewel Knights going on. So personally, I'm new to this, but the Solum that we may be getting, I think her name is It's like salami, or I don't know. Probably got it wrong, but it's just I've been calling it salami as a joke because I always get the actual name wrong. But long story short, it's a very beautiful looking unit, and she's just stunning. And I'm so excited to see. Maybe she'll have some crit pressure. I don't know. But it's gorgeous
I can
stuff.
already see the memes. Jewel Knight salami.
So a big stick of salami, like right in front of her.
Oh, but with that being said, we are past round 4. We're about to go into round 5 soon enough once we get some players chosen to showcase. But before we get that, is one of that things I like to talk about in the midpoint of the tournament, and that is player mentality. This is where things start to get real. In the early game, you kind of can get away with maybe one loss, and you can kind of feel good with no losses, XO. But that doesn't mean anything really in the early games. That just means it's going to get harder. You're going to see better decks. You're going to see people that have been consistently beating their opponents coming against you now. And mentality is the important part. Keeping your cool, understanding what your deck wants to do, understanding your game plan, not getting too nervous and all that. You got any experience, perspectives, anything you want to add to that?
Yes, so kind of being close to some of the people that have recently, got first or second place, I hear a lot about like the champion mindset, going in from round to round, taking out, like treating each game as its own game, not letting the previous game get to you for your upcoming game, learning to just like focus on your winning image and just focusing on, hey, my deck does this. This is what I want to do every single turn, and not letting any negativity and stuff kind of get to you. You just have to think like, I'm gonna win today. I'm gonna do this. I don't know how, but I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna hit those crits. I'm gonna do my drive checks. I'm gonna do what I gotta do to get that first place. And you explaining that whole concept of now it's gonna get harder. This is very true, because now we're getting to the point where it's kind of starting to filter out into like all these players that have been going 4-0 or 3-0 or 3-1 and whatnot. They've been beating the other decks, and now you have to face these opponents, and it's harder. It does get harder, especially if you're on a winning streak.
And something to add to that, it's also, I know this is going to sound weird for a card game, endurance. Speaking not only from actual physical regionals, but even we might not be moving around. It might not, but we have players, even us commentators, we're sitting here for hours on end. It takes endurance, and the longer it goes, the more tired you're going to get, the more mistakes you're going to make. So making sure you keep that energy up, keep your mind focused, coffee, food, whatever needs to get done to keep your head in the game.
Yeah, sorry.
The only thing I want to add is we might be a card game, but we're a sport.
We're Spike Brothers. I was gonna say, yeah, mentality takes a big toll. There comes a point where after 4 rounds of just doing the same thing over and over again, your like mental state starts being like, another round, and you gotta like be up in the game. You gotta like take it, be like, yes, this is what we're doing. But anyway, with that being said, we want to go ahead and see their decks.
Yes, I do. I want to see what we're gonna be watching. First deck up, we got. Oh!
It's your stuff. Go for it. Go for it.
All right, I had to put excited Philip back in back in my mind. We gotta actually be commentator Philip and actually review this very nifty Link Joker deck. I was kind of expecting to possibly see a Chaos Breaker pop up, because a lot of people, we have a lot of Force generation, we have a lot of Excel generation, and even Protect generation with some of the decks that are showing up in the top rankings. So having a deck that just says, hey, I like that Force marker, or hey, I like that Excel marker, be a shame if I had it, right? Right, let's do it. And this is basically what this deck does. Chaos Breaker is a classic card from the OG era. He came back in V. He does not have imaginary gift symbol, which means you can't make markers off of him by riding. But that's why his nifty ability to, when a card is unlocked, to not only retire that card, but also take up to 2 markers from either their board or hand and just make force markers for yourself. Like, it's a phenomenal ability. It's it is the anti-meta almost. It's the deck that just says, I'm gonna do the exact opposite of what everybody else wants to do and disrupt the game. Control in its finest. And cards like forgot the elemental table. Help. What is the grade 2? It is an element. Like almost every single Sarvator is basically an element of the periodic table.
The zinc?
I believe no.
Or not, or a Zirconia. I'm not a Link Joker player, so I know what it does. I don't know the names. I'm trying here.
And I am failing here as a Link Joker player, but no, it is Zirconium. You are be able to lock a card from the top of the deck. We're also seeing the inclusion of some old cards that just got reprinted with Platinum. And this deck, it's pretty straightforward. Lock your opponent, stop them from doing what they're wanting to do, and get benefits from their, from their plussing, honestly. And another key card I want to point out here before we move on to the next deck is Barullo. Barullo is an amazing grade 1. It is a deleter, but it just helps this entire deck because it just says, hey, I see those face down cards. Let's keep them face down for a couple more turns. All right, bud?
Hey, Philip. Do you notice something else in here?
What?
You see that bangle? That grade 1 right there? How do you feel about that?
I see it. It fits. Is that the right word? It fits. I've played that exact card in other lists, and I can agree with it in this one. Is finding the right card, searching, and on top of that, having soul charge. And overall, I like what this deck has to offer. Any thoughts on it?
Me? I like that it gets to take away everything I want to do in my deck. So, I guess that's okay. I played against it a couple times, and it did feel a little bit like I didn't feel too scared to do what I wanted to do. But I feel like if you kind of give it a little bit too much rear guards, you can kind of see yourself having trouble, or giving it the draws that it needs. But other than that, overall, it's a pretty good deck. And let's go ahead and see what this Link Joker matchup will be facing. I'm pretty excited.
Opponent. What are we taking? What is?
We were just talking about this.
This is very poetic. This is basically anime. We got Kai versus Saichi, don't we?
Yeah, it's really just force marker generation against taking force markers away.
But I love the fact that this is one of the decks that we kind of did not mention, a Think Saver Jewel Knight combo.
This is true. That's true. I think
You got any thoughts on this deck?
So the only Royal Paladin stuff that I haven't had a chance to test is the Think Saver, the Think Saver Seeker stuff. But I do know Jewel Knights enough, and pretty much everything else in here. I am seeing the loading engine, the loading angel for the engine for the draw, the Jewel Knight engine for the draw, the multi attack. I do see that they're trying to generate a turn before they go into their aggressive turn, with the Blaster Seekers going in. So I definitely can see this working out pretty well. I'm pretty excited to see this. Will be a very interesting matchup. Do you have anything to say?
Yeah, this is basically a very interesting variant of Sanctuary Guard, because Sanctuary Guard we talked about with the Jewel Knight engine. It's a restanding Vanguard with a potential attack on rear guards. This is basically a similar and same version, because Think Saver is another technically not restanding Vanguard, but rewriting Vanguard. You're gonna get multiple things off of him. And while you are going to get on the, let's say you ride Ashley first, and then you ride Think Saver on top, you're going to get double critical on the first swing. You're not going to get the same benefit like Saint Guard. On the second swing, you're going to rewrite a new Think Saver, not getting the double critical, but overall still getting a good amount of benefits. So this might be a similar yet different version to what we've seen before. And I'm very interested to see how it's going to play. With that being said, I want to see how it's going to play. So let's go straight, jump into the match, see how things turn out. All right. We got the Time Wizard with Link Joker on the left and Dynamis on the right with Royal Paladin. I want to say something we haven't mentioned in the deck log is I feel like this matchup is one set of Decline Collection early, because who knows? Maybe Royal Paladin would have gotten some unlock potential in the next set with all the reverse unit, but
This
not
is very
yet.
true. This is very true. We could see some of that, and that could be a really good counterplay against a deck like this that can lock.
Now we're seeing, of course, the staple. A lot of decks run them. Grade 3 Searcher, this time in the form of White Dwarf, finding the necessary Chaos Breaker, guaranteeing our grade 3 ride. Now, one thing to note about Chaos Breaker, one of its weaknesses, the fact that it does not have a marker, has always been going kind of first. Because once you get the Chaos Breaker, cool, you're a grade 3. You haven't really made a marker, and you're still a grade 2. You can't really do much.
Yeah, I can see that. You kind of have to stall for a turn or do something, maybe lock your opponent's board in any way you can before you can actually start going into your more aggressive turns by taking the markers. But on the bright side, you get to wait a turn. Now with heal guardians, waiting that extra turn isn't really a bad thing. They could heal guard you anyway, and then you're not really doing much.
I want to. Oh, this is a very interesting play on the Royal Paladin side. We've searched out the Ashley, I believe, and depending on if that's just a standby area before we add a hand, we might be ditching the same Ashley.
That is, I do see that. I also
Yeah, there we go.
want to note the
Huh.
herald there.
We are running the Jewel Knight engine, don't so which means we do have ways to put it back into the deck. But it's very interesting. It is one of those things like communication in the sense of showing your opponent what you're discarding. Oh my god, double heal on both sides. That was fun. But showing your opponent what you're discarding, you're basically almost telegraphing them, hey, I have these certain cards in my hand. So please don't hurt me.
Yep. That is what's happening here. We did see the heal guardian check there early, so we might be able to see some of that heal guardian action here coming through.
Now, this is the card we highlighted during the deck list, Zirconium. Cannabis 1, look at the top card of your deck, or your opponent looks at the card part of the deck. And now they get to choose, do I lock it in the front row or in the back row? Because it comes down to, well, if I lock it in the front row, I don't have an attacker. But if I lock it in the back row, I'm going to have an attacker, but my opponent's going to get in 10k in a draw.
I agree. So something that's interesting to know here, I think denying that draw is more powerful than not having the attack, because Chaos Breaker needs those draws. So just putting in the front, I think it's just the better play.
I love the fact that you're talking about draws because we have Craving Claw on the board in both columns, and this thing is just gonna fix everything for Chaos. Like both these attacks now are on hit pressure. If either of them gets hits, it's a free. I'm gonna look at top 7. I'm gonna get myself a Starvator. I'm gonna add a hand. I'm gonna plussing like crazy. And the best part about Craving Claw is it doesn't go away. Oh, it does not go away.
Just stays. Wow, that's a really good observation. The on hits definitely can push this deck pretty far. There is that search that you were just talking about, so there it is.
Now, reading Claving Claw, he only does work, unfortunately, if the attack he boosts hits Vanguard. And with
Oh,
looking at the numbers on the board, hitting a defensive trigger, I believe we are just on the money for hitting the Vanguard still. 5k card, but that's still a card out of hand in the early game.
this is true. And Royals does like to see the counterblast, so sometimes denying themselves the counterblast cannot be the best.
It's going to be an interesting turn for Royals. You have a front row that's already locked. You are still in the early game, so it's not too worrisome. It's going to turn into the question of you need to play smart. You really do need to start thinking ahead, figuring out your turns, understanding that most of this game might just go into the direction of, all right, I only have one front row rear guard open to me to actually use. So you got
That's
to
what
adapt and overcome.
that's what I guess the fun part of Chaos Breaker in general is that Chaos Breaker forces you to have to play a little bit differently. You can't just do your normal bam bam shabam, here's my grade 2s, I'm going to smack face. You actually have to think about how you want to guard, how you want to attack, how you want to do things because you have to keep in mind that your board kit is going to take a toll.
Very much agreed. So we've seen now generic Jewel Knight, right line, or not really right line, just going up, going to Lely. We know that whatever rides up to her, she will be getting 10k, which means there might be a really good first grade 3 turn. But for right now, the game plan is get that attack, get that drive check, maybe heal, maybe get some criticals, just build up hand prep, because this is the turn. Chaos Breaker at grade 3 is probably the most tame. Their first
So,
grade 3 turn, you're a grade 2, that's the most tame.
mm, I have a question for you. How long, just for the viewers out there, how long does your locked card stay locked?
Lock cards depends on when they are locked. If you lock your own cards through your own abilities, they will turn. However,
Mhm.
if your opponent locks your cards, they will unlock at the end of your turn, which means they're going to stay locked during your opponent's turn when they got locked, proceeding into your turn and all the way through your turn until the end of turn. Now, there are
Okay.
cards like we mentioned in the deck log along lines of that the leader who just say, "Hey, instead of unlocking at the end of this your next turn, unlock at the next turn," just prolonging that uh the amount of time the lock card stays locked.
Very nasty card. That's like the centipede looking thing. I know what you're talking about. It just stay
Oh yeah.
you just lock forever. It's on place, do it.
Now it is worth mentioning that the centipede is meant to lock or keep omega lock. That's the terminology.
Mhm.
Cards. However, it is technically worded to keep anything face down, which means even if there was an end of turn counter charger, it would not go off because of centipede.
Oh, wow. I actually didn't know that.
Now,
Well,
a card I do want to highlight is that exact grade 3 that just hit the board. Nordstrom Dragon. It is a very simple dragon. We saw it in the early days of V, and it has a simple ability of when this unit is placed on rear guard. If your Vanguard is a Cyber Dragon, which Chaos Breaker is, you choose one of your opponent's grade 2 or greater rear guards, bind it face down, and then retire it to countercharge one. Now, Chaos Breaker does suffer at using a lot of CB to, do its things. But this dragon helps to kind of mitigate that. It also removes pieces off of the board, and it also helps, you know, the counter charge. Because who doesn't like counter blast?
I like that it's a kind of bind face down skill. I know most
Yes,
some binds are face up, but this one's strictly like face down. So any
yes,
skills that were to be active on that card are just absolutely gone, correct?
exactly. So the beauty of that is the what I like to call the timeness of Vanguard, for the lack of a better word. How certain cards were meant for certain decks, but as time progressed, as new cards came in, they found newer uses. The Binding Face Down, this was all, and the whole Cyber Dragon, this was all for Schwarzschild. Schwarzschild's whole gimmick was binding face down and then flipping them face up in the bind zone and preventing your guarding with those units. And now the same card that was meant for Schwarzschild is getting utilized for Chaos Breaker. Is just finding those effects as kind of work and tweaking them and using them to the best of their abilities in the decks you're playing.
Very good stuff. We see that Heal Guardian is coming in here, as the Chaos Breaker did get an extra 10k since there's a locked card.
Yes, and the Q Guardian was used to prevent or not prevent, to drop down the critical.
Yes.
However, this was something I mentioned with Toku. Even though the critical is 0, the attack still hits, which means Craving Claw procs.
Wow, that's a nice way to make on hits still hit even if you're not taking damage. It's actually a very, very nice thing for any like on hit type decks.
Excuse me. Whew.
No, you're perfectly fine. And I like the fact that I haven't seen a Chaos Breaker player be able to actually get their hits to go off this many times. So it's very good stuff here. They're slowly getting like everything they need.
See, that is also the beauty of it. Kelsbaker managed to draw into multiple craving claws and made. We mentioned this before, like how Force clans, they don't really have multiple front rows like Excel, so they gotta utilize what they have as much as they can. 3 attacks if they don't have any standards or multi call. And Chaos Breaker is one of those decks that does restand or call extra cards, so it's only working with 3 attacks. Well, if you can make those columns, those 3 attacks, every single one of them have on hit pressure, well, that's the
Yeah.
way to go. You're putting your opponent in a bind where, all right, if I hit, I'm getting benefits. But if I don't hit, I'm eating cards out of your hand. This is going to make it easier for me to, close out the game.
Tech to me feels like a big mind game, like the entire way through. It's like how much do you want to annoy and make your opponent have to think today?
See, I think we're seeing exactly that because there's no reride.
Wow,
We're
they're
staying.
denying the marker. Now that's something I actually wasn't expecting to see. That's actually very clean. And
This
to the
could be
rear.
just a strategy because you got to understand. Oh, that critical was nice, but we're sitting on two lock cards in the back row, no markers for my opponent. Going into grade three would have just hurt more as Chaos Breaker would have done more. So staying was a very smart.
I think the Dynamis, I believe the point is that he's trying to pretty much suck out all the resources out of the Chaos Breaker player here, just so then they can go in and do what they want to do and not have to worry about like things stopping them. That is a
See,
full board.
exactly that. Like that is a very valid strategy, but at the same time, that strategy is going to work only so long. Players, just like with the Time Wizard, if they see, all right, you're stalling, I'm just going to put down a board and swing. I got a decent enough hand size. I'm going to get two more cards back anyway because of Twin Drive. If I can just swing at you, eat out your hand, overall, I'm going to benefit. And we see in another one of those grade three dragons, which means that strategy is not going to work. If we see a grade two rear hit the board, that's a free counter charge for Chaos Breaker.
Exactly, exactly. We see that Demus did ride up to the Think Saver.
So it's going to be a very interesting turn out. I believe Think Saber should be fully live in all of its abilities. It's got a very nifty on place ability. Counterblast one, you search your deck for a Blaster Blade Seeker, other rigor, shuffle your deck, and then until the end of turn, the call unit does get 10k for every force marker. In this case, you'll only gain 10k for only the one force mark.
See,
And the
this is
second
a
ability is,
Mhm.
sorry, go for it.
I was gonna say this is a big counterplay. They get so much value out of the force markers, and Chaos Breaker just takes it away.
Exactly. If Think Saver can do its full combo right now, it can at least have a strong turn, even though the force markers are probably going to go away. We're seeing if we can see a potential rewrite, that's another force marker. And because it is an on plates ability, that's another Blaster Blade Seeker out of deck, which means it will be gaining 20k because of two force markers on board. So there's potential to actually do some really good damage right now. It's just, let's see what we have in hand.
We do see the Blaster Blade Seeker coming in here, and they can choose to discard to retire over. So there goes, yep, there's the retire skill going off. And then you can also choose one of your Vanguards with a Seeker, and you can gain, I believe, a crit here, right?
Yep.
So
This is basically, actually, he's not gaining a critical. The Vanguard is
becomes true.
becoming base to critical.
Hmm.
It's basically a force two, which also incentivizes a seeker deck to more go force one because if you have Blaster Blade Seeker, your Vanguard is already a base two crit. So the only reason you would go force two is to make your Riggers two crit. But if you can bump them up with a lot of power, it doesn't really matter.
Do you think there would ever be a point to want to go Force 2 in this deck, or is this like mainly focused on being Force
Um,
1?
it really comes down to a matchup. So against this kind of a matchup, I completely agree with going force one. You need as much
That's a
power as you
crit.
can get. But you do got to remember, as we mentioned, Seeker's ability. If we can spam force two markers, even if they have to go to the back row, rear guard, or double stack, Seeker will be gaining, Blaster Blade Seeker will be gaining 10k for every force marker on the board. So he can get pretty decently big just off of force two as well.
Interesting. I did see that Danimus did swing at the rears here, so it's very, they're going for the slower game here.
I believe the Time Wizard is understanding the situation. While you would love to do what the deck wants to do, you're currently in a position where your opponent's is playing smart, not giving you resources. So you got to kind of play around it.
How would you play around in this situation? Just keep smacking face? As I mean,
Eventually,
Time Wizard's hand is big.
like Chaos Breaker is gaining 10k if there's a log card on the board. So that's a big beefy Vanguard. And excuse me, on top of that, the Time Wizard is only at 1 damage. Like, if the game plan for Dynamis is to deck him out, he's just gonna have to wait it out, play slow. But outside of that, we're not gonna be seeing probably if someone win through damage. This is gonna be a very meticulous grind game, and each opponent exactly knows what they need to do. It's one of those things like thinking 3 steps ahead, making sure not to do a misstep because one misstep could just mean, all right, whoops, I'm out.
Very interesting. I wasn't expecting the grind for this, but that's exactly if it were me, I'd just go all in.
I do like the play of Craving Claw, unlock that rear guard, take the force markers. Yes, we don't lock anything else, but at least we're getting some pluses out of it.
And now we're getting that force marker right there.
But this is exactly what I'm talking. You see that hand size on Link Joker's side. It's not going to go any down anymore, especially if the amount of attacks we're seeing from Royal Paladin is going to be persisting as much.
I do agree here. I'm very surprised that a couple times I've seen these types of matchups. I usually see the hand deplete, but we're not seeing that. The Time Wizards are staying strong.
Ooh. Best thing the players can do right now is just think about their next moves and try to keep, like, for Dynamis, this is really a game of grind. He's got to keep enough cards in hand to be able to guard all the attacks while at the same time maintaining just enough pressure to keep the Chaos Breaker deck, keep whittling it down, slowly going down and down, getting faster to deck out.
Oh, there's a 2 to pass right there. Let's see. Nothing. And oh, okay. Well, at least important Starvader units. Now this column did get bigger with the Force Marker addition, and it still has the on hit, right? So the
Yeah.
search is still on.
Those Craving Claws are not going away
Yeah,
anytime soon. The only time they're going to go ability.
there's the loading angel going to damage. So not very needed in this matchup, so probably in a good spot.
I do like one thing. We've seen through the deck list and as well here on the board. The Time Wizard is playing copies of Calling the Maker, and she in itself is a pretty good card, but opting not to use it as much as he does take cards from the top of the deck. I believe he's figured out the strategy that is going against him, and he's just trying to whittle down the opponent's hand, try to keep as many cards in deck, just play the grind game and hope it turns into his favor.
Yeah. Yep, that's pretty much what we're probably gonna be seeing here for a couple rounds. I do think the Time Wizard definitely has a little bit of an advantage here because they generate their hand a little bit faster in this situation.
I do want to bring up something that I would love to get your input on, and that is
Yep.
play styles. Like playing against chaos is, of course, you gotta change your play style up a little bit. You can't just go do your normal things because you're gonna get punished. So different play styles for different people. Nothing, not not every glove. Not what's the saying? How does the
Every
saying go?
every glove fits.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. I think
Like,
think that mhm.
what kind of play style do you have?
It kind of depends on the deck I'm playing because there's some decks where I just like to just be as aggro as possible, but then there's decks like Grand Blue where I play and I have to kind of think through my emotions a little bit. Like, can I tempo it out? I think I'm more of a tempo player. I've kind of noticed I like having a tempo and kind of figuring out like, is this the time I go in? Oh no, I can go a little defensive here. Is this the time I go in? No, I can kind of chill here for a second. I've noticed that I'm enjoying that tempo play style. I do get very upset when people try to not let me have my play style though. I'm one of those people who are like, I just want to do what I want to do. Leave me alone. Let me counterblast, do my thing. And then you have decks that are like, no, you can't do that, and it makes me sad. But I think that's more more my style. I think, and I do like Excel, but I'm actually not a fan as going into those rushy type of decks. That's why I play dolls because dolls you actually have to tempo out how to rush because if you rush too early and your opponent hits defenses, then you just pass turn while wasting your resources. But then if you know when to
Mm,
go in, you can kind of end the game. So that's one of my favorite Excel decks to play. What about you?
so, so what I'm hearing is you wouldn't be a fan of Aquaforce.
I have not touched Aquaforce, and I probably won't touch Aquaforce. I'm sorry, Toku.
But for
Uh,
me, for me, I am a jack of all trades, master of none. I like Link Joker. I like the tempo of it. I can play control, but I love Messiah. I love the toolboxiness, the combo-ness of being able to unlock, relock, just do basically the best way to describe it, dirtle on your turn. But I can respect almost every play style, and depending on what deck I'm playing, I adapt. I need to rush my opponent, I'm gonna rush because I know that's gonna be the best course of outcome. But if I need to play more meticulous, slower, change up the play styles, I'm gonna do that. A good example is, and this is gonna be more relevant once we go into week 3 with standard, is as a Bruce player, you do have a very unga bunga, this is what I want to do game plan. But whenever something like jail comes across you, you got to change up the game plan. And the same thing is happening right here. We have Chaos Breaker. You just can't go unga bunga, Think Saver, Blaster Blade Seeker. We're just going to go start swinging because Chaos Breaker is just going to punish you. You got to know when to swing, know when to not swing. And for Dynamis right now, the swing starts now. This is where we
yep.
go.
Yep, the tempo is here. And
And I
now we're
love the inclusion. I love the inclusion, and sorry for cutting you off,
oh,
of uh Lucas. Lucas is such an amazing card and is actually really hard to pull off for any other deck but Thing Saver. Because he has the ability that when your Vanguard is placed, you put in the soul, draw a card, call a card from your hand. Basically, be able to extend your multi attacks because Thing Saver comes in on the Vanguard mid battle. Ain't that beautiful?
actually very interesting. You can add more multi-attack there, right? Because that can be done at any point.
Exactly.
It's pretty neat.
Like
That's pretty neat.
the second thing saver is placed on Vanguard. Okay, pop soul, draw a card, call a card, let's go.
I like the
Another card
draw.
that yes, so another card I do want to mention, and you as a Jewel Knight, you express your love about, and I think you're gonna agree with me because when I built a Jewel Knight deck myself, this was one of the probably key pieces, and that's Herald. The grade one,
Harold.
yes, grade one. When your grade 2 unit is placed other than from hand during your turn, put this unit into your soul, and that unit gains 15k until the end of turn.
Oh, right, right. Oh, we were talking about that card. Well, I saw that we saw that card earlier. So yeah, that is actually a very nice extra like power and boost that you can do. That definitely helps with the Jewel Knights. I've actually never thought about running Herald. I'm not gonna lie. Never looked at the card, and I haven't seen the card enough to actually be able to use it. But I definitely see the interaction.
See, different players, different perspectives. You
Yeah,
learn so much.
I
How can you
know.
not like Vanguard?
I think about it is because I play so many double variants. I don't think I had room because with an alt mile variant, you don't have the room to put like Herald in because you have so many grade twos you got to stuff in there. So that's mainly why I
Not
don't think I
wrong.
thought about the card. But here it's perfect.
So right now we're seeing something very magical in the sense of a new thing saver just hit the Vanguard. We should be gaining a force marker, but on top of that, I want to point out 4 critical triggers were just returned to the deck. If that's not
Ooh.
a way to tell your opponent, "Hey, I'm coming for you," I don't know what is.
The interesting part about this is that this for people that have been playing Vanguard for years, this is like a very memorable moment here, taking 4 cards from your drop zone, putting them back to deck. So because this is a very Legion-esque type of ability here, right?
Oh, yeah. Granted, I'm probably the only person or one of the only people that can't really relate. I came into G. Legion was an afterthought. I'm so sorry.
Oh no, I'm on the same boat. I joined during V Premium, but zero lets the dream live on. Go zero.
Exactly. I love what's happening here. We got a Thing Saver to the board. We made a force marker. We got a Blaster Blade Secret to the board. He gained 10k because of Thing Saver. More than likely, we're now contemplating the Lucas I was mentioning. They went to Soul and called a new Jewel Knight over the other Jewel Knight 10k.
That is
So 10k
such
is all around.
That's really nice. I was wondering when the Jewel Knight engine will start coming into play, and I'm starting to see like where it's all coming together, and seeing this double engine is just amazing.
Last 2 things to note that just happened on the board. Herald did his thing, gave Blaster Blade Seeker an extra 15. On top of that, Blaster Blade Seeker's ability went off. we popped a unit, and now Think Saver is still critical.
Another
If
thing
everything like this could, I mean, 2 drive checks, double critical Vanguard. If we're not careful, this is easily 1 to 5.
that is very true. This could get very lethal very fast. I noticed as well. So there's a lot of soul blasting going on in this deck, and those units that are being teched in to replenish that soul is actually really good. Really good stuff to keep that engine fuel going every single turn.
We mentioned how the Dual Net engine in itself is just works, and it has a built-in soul charge because of Ashley always having a soul blast too. So Think Saver is also
But
another
yeah.
deck that soul blasts a lot. So having that Dual Net engine almost perfect. It's like a perfect fit. Just mesh. Oh, Heal Guardian. This
Yeah.
this is one of the weird. This always I always find games like this extremely weird because you're like, okay, we've been on our grade threes for a while. What's the damage? Oh, 2 and 1. Cool. We just
Is he
started.
the heal? Yeah. Yeah, they're still at 2 and 1. We've been going for a bit here, and now the healing coming through. We did see that Ashley also in the drive check, which would be very, very amazing to see later on down the road.
Oh, there's that aforementioned soul charge from Jewel Knight engine, as well as putting 2 cards back to deck. It's not like a soul charge I'm going to minus in deck. I'm putting 2 cards in and taking 1 card out, so I'm kind of plussing my deck back, which is going to be a good strategy against chaos, like we mentioned. If we're going for the long game, trying to deck out our opponent, putting more cards back to deck is not a bad idea.
Yep. You got the Legion skill, and then you have the Grade 2 skill, which puts 2 normal units back, so you can just keep cycling 2 normal units and 4 triggers and just keep doing that every single turn if you really want.
However, we have been put in a very, very awkward situation. 2 CB open. Chaos Breaker does have the ability to Counterblast 1, lock an opponent's rear guard, and give him a marker. Now, that sounds like, oh, we're giving our opponent a marker, but you got to remember if something gets unlocked, Chaos Breaker can just take those markers away. And we still have Craving Claw, Grade 1 in the back row to just help us out and exactly do that.
Yeah, that's what's happening, and then there's the Force being added, and now we're about to see the Force get taken away here very soon.
Well, first we need to see a rear guard. Yep, yeah, Blaster
Yep,
Blade
yep, there
Seeker.
it is.
This
Goodbye,
is
Blaster
this is
Blade.
this is gonna be a painful turn. This is the risk you run with going all out against the Chaos Breaker, leaving front row units and just having your front row completely locked. There's not much Think Saver can do. There's not much Dynamis can do right now. Like this is a turn where you just got to guard, and then next turn you only have your Vanguard. Now it is a rerouting Vanguard in the bright side, but it's not quite the same. It's just not.
Oh, did they get 2 Force markers?
Yes. So Chaos Breaker basically works off of something is unlocked. You Soul Blast 1, retire the unit that was unlocked, and then you blow up to 2 markers from your opponent's field or hand, I believe. So it can hit protects as well. And then you gain that many markers that you blew up.
Oh, I forgot
That is
about
why
that.
his ability to Counterblast 1, lock a unit, and give your opponent a marker is there because most decks will only generate 1 on the grade 3 ride. So you give them that 1 extra so you can take 2.
We
It's
see
like
that.
what
Oh, sorry. I was
Bangle?
gonna say
Bangle.
we see the bangle coming through here. I've been waiting for this tech to come on in. I really love this order. It's strangely a very good order, and you could throw it into any deck. You get to put a card that's a great tier lesson to soul like a top 3. Pick any card from the top 3, put into your hand, put the other 2 to the bottom. You can pick up your heal guardians, pick up your ride targets. You can fix your hand. It's just so many little things for pretty much any deck.
I don't remember in what deck I explicitly ran it because I was like, "Oh, I need this card," and most definitely. But the only reason I ran it was because of the soul charge.
I tried it out in dolls recently because, Angel Feather is a really tough matchup. So I've been throwing it into dolls just so I could look at top 3, grab like a Sentinel or grab a Perfect Guard of some kind, grab my Ride target if I need to. And while of that, I'm also putting a Great 2 or less into Soul so I can fuel some good cards into Soul while also getting shield back for it.
Exactly. And we're seeing the potential Bangle in its fullest, not only being able to kind of filter out your deck and pick a card out of the top 3, but that soul charge I was mentioning because Barullo just hit the board in the front row, and to kind of explain the full ability, when placed, Soul Blast 1, your opponent cannot turn his or her cards face up during his or her next turn end phase.
Gosh, it's this card. This card gives me nightmares sometimes.
That means those front row rear guards will be stayed locked even at the end of Dynamis' next turn.
Which also means that that will be 2 dead turns, right?
In a sense, yeah.
Wow.
This is, we mentioned this is a game of grind. Slowly whittle down your opponent to a point where they can't do anything anymore. One of the, I won't say weaknesses, one of the weird things about Law was always the fact that you're not getting your opponent chances to attack with their rear guards. But ultimately, what that means is they're only attacking with Vanguard, buffing their hand and not wasting really resources to call to the board. So his Locke was always this weird double-edged sword, but in the past, it always benefited Locke. Like cool, I'm getting resources in hand, but if I can't kill my opponent, that doesn't matter.
I wonder where that grade 1 in the back where it goes. Oh, are they denying? Oh, I was about to say, I wonder why they called out the grade 1, but now I see.
More power.
Yes, yes, exactly, exactly. Very
We're gonna
interesting
be
play there.
Yeah, because we're gonna be getting a Blaster Blade Seeker. I also love the fact that we're putting back 2 heals. But
Yup,
we're gonna
yup.
gonna get a Blaster Blade Seeker, and if we just discard a card from hand, we can give Sanctuary Sphinx Saver an extra critical. And Chaos is a 3 damage, which means 1 critical trigger on the drive check can spell game.
This is very true. We are seeing that crit going back along with one more card here. Just debating what the card is. Oh, another crit. So 2 heals, 2 crits going back to deck, increasing the chances of hitting those triggers one more time. There's the
I wanna
rewrite.
see I wanna see one more thing. I hope it happens. Sphinx Saver on place is gonna get a force marker, but it's also gonna call a Seeker out. And Seeker's ability is a discard. Granted, we did give the power to that Jewel Knight. I would have loved Seeker to be called over that Jewel Knight and then just, draw a card and then ditch a card.
Yup.
However, actually, let me just double check. For some reason in my mind, I'm thinking like Think Saver can only call it to open. No, call it a rearguard. So yeah, that could
Anywhere,
work.
yeah.
But we have
Oh, I see a sentinel there. And looks like it's time was its turn now. Let's see what they can do about this. Can they increase the lock here?
there is a potential play here. If there's the countercharge dragon, which I do believe I see in their hand, you can use a Craven Claw, put it to soul, unlock one of their front row rear guards, and lock the Jewel Knight in the back. Steal that force marker, and then you call the or granted, you don't even it's weird. It is weird. There's a couple of plays here. It really comes down to what's in your hand.
That makes sense. You unlock a lock, and then maybe if you have like another other stuff that could lock, you could relock again.
Something like that. So the problem with the Grade 3 Dragon is the fact that it can only countercharge if you bind a Grade 2 or greater unit on their board.
Ah,
There's currently only a Grade 1. So my thought was, well, what if we Craven Claw, unlock that, and relog the Grade 1? Now we have a Grade 2 we can target, we can lock
find
it.
it.
It's one of those, it's a roundabout play that I don't think is gonna yield as much merit here, just going straight into and just, poking.
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea though, because that said yet another rear guard that the Royals will not have access to. So I do see where you're coming from. I do think that that actually wouldn't be too bad, but that is a lot of cranium involved to get there.
Excuse me.
Oh, you're fine. We do
Like, we've talked
see.
about how players
Mhm.
versus Chaos Breaker just need to be a little bit smarter. They can't play their normal strategies because they're gonna get punished. Same thing can be said about Chaos Breaker. You can't just willy-nilly lock front row, lock back row, unlock steal. You gotta be a little bit smart, adapt to your opponent adapting to you. It sounds weird, but it makes sense.
I think that's what the fun about like this entire style is. While some people don't really like the lock engine and stuff like that, but having to think through what you need to do is still more. It's a little bit more interactive. Actually, seeing V Premium be on like this kind of level is actually it's fun. It's fun. Like you're actually seeing some thought being thrown at between both players, constantly thinking through what do I need to do next? How do I win? How do I grind this out? What do I need to do to get my rear guards back? What do I lock? Like you got to think about all these things while you're constantly attacking.
See, this is the fun part. This is the thing about Think Saver right now. 3 cards in hand, swinging with Vanguard. It's slowly coming to that point of there's not going to be enough cards in hand to actually start properly guarding. But at the same time, the Time Wizard really can't risk ripping 2 crits and ending the game right now.
Oh, looks like again we're doing the rewrite here. How much soul? Wow, that's a stack soul.
Yes. Yes.
I was about to say, how much soul can you have? But we're still going. And here
Not to
comes
mention
more heals coming back to deck. And
exactly
crits.
that. Like we saw 4 crits go back to deck. We saw 2 heals and 2 crits go back to deck, and now we're seeing a heal and a crit, a draw, and Think Saver go back to deck. This is the other way of deck thinning. This is the other way of deck thinning.
This is the good kind of deck thinning. You're adding things that you want to see in your drive checks.
Um, I'm not sure what quite just happened right there. I saw a counterblast and then I didn't see a counterblast. We might not have enough Blaster Blade Seekers in deck, which means, probably not do the effect, but timing your effects, why not? I'm going to leave that to the judges.
Yeah. Oh, these force markers keep generating, and KS is like, no, 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 no. Let me keep taking those. There's a crit. There's another crit. And that was a
Just take
perfect
that
guard.
attack, and that would have ended
Nope.
the game right there if the attack was taken.
Honestly, considering the attack before, right? The Time Wizard like blocked it. I think it was like a 2 to pass. So they got really lucky there. They blocked it. There was a big whiff, and the second one was the one that crits. That's the one that they perfect guarded.
Exactly. I believe the players are now discussing. I didn't see another Barillo enter the board. So wait, what?
Oh,
What
oh!
just
Did
happened?
they? Maybe they hit time. I'm not too sure, but we'll let that. We'll leave it to.
Interesting. I have no idea what just happened. Hopefully, we'll get some word, but I guess other than that, we'll come back to us and kind of rediscuss that nifty little grind game.
Yep.
So, what did you think of it overall? Like, I know you biggest fan of. Not a lot of people are, but
Honestly,
you
after
gotta
listening to
respect
you,
it.
yeah, yeah. After listening to you, I do have this understanding from a Link Joker's brain why you like Link Joker. Like I kind of get it now because like as a person, I've never really been around like a Link Joker person that's just like, yeah, I love Link Joker. I heard someone like Deleters. Okay. Like I never really cared about like the deleter stuff, but actually seeing you discuss and explain like all these little interactions, things you can do, kind of like where you got to use your brain where, I do see the appreciation for Link Joker here. So it was definitely an interesting match to see. It's very grindy. It kind of gave me little flashbacks of good old Overdress with the prison mechanic. That's kind of what it was reminding me of, that style of grinding it out, knowing what to do when, and just kind of like knowing when to attack, what to imprison, what to not imprison, kind of how to guard, and you as the opponent have to think like, okay, they're gonna imprison my units. What do I do? What do I want in the jail? What I don't want in the jail? And seeing that brand gate coming through in the Link Joker is really good proof of how awesome it is to see the nations and clans kind of come together here. But overall, it's really fun. I really, really feel bad for the Royal Paladin player. That looks like a really hard game to play.
You like we talked about. There's currently no real unlock engine. Chaosbreaker was introduced with V Clan Collection, and it was the first deck to actually lock your opponent's rear guards. Like we saw Messiah, and it still did Messiah things in V, where it locked its own units, but it didn't touch your opponent. When we got announced Chaosbreaker, that kind of changed. Like you can't do Chaosbreaker without locking your opponent. That's not Chaosbreaker. So
Mhm.
the whole lock your board playstyle came back, but not unlike in G era and the original era, We do not have cards that say, hey, unlock or turn face up or, tech options to combat this matchup. So it's a little bit, it needs to be then combated. Okay, cool. If I don't have a card that can save me in this situation, I gotta save me with the way I play. I gotta change it up. I gotta think a little bit better. I gotta understand the matchup. I gotta go, all right, I can't really call this here because it's gonna stay. And if it stays, it might be in danger of getting.
Yeah.
So overall, we touched upon this about play styles. And there's two predominant play styles that I believe. There's definitely more. But there's that what I like to call the solitary play style and the control play. If you know what I mean. Like you got decks that just like to do what they want to do on their turn, and they're not concerned about too much about their opponent. They're gonna do what they want to do, and they're gonna do it well. And you got the control decks that actually have to, all right, you're doing that, I'm gonna do this. We're gonna kind of work around it. And usually it is Link Joker. Mega Colony is also in that realm. Nubaton. Yep. Those are the decks that really gotta, all right, what are you doing? That? Okay, now I'm gonna do this.
This is very true. I do see that kind of coming through more and more, and I'm hoping maybe we'll see in the future kind of more of this type of play style. We're kind of getting there with that new Amon that's coming in, where like it forces the opponent to have to Soul Blast a certain way, and as we know, Soul is actually a very large resource, and in some decks it can even cause an instant loss in case your opponent rides up. A good example is actually Aquaforce, where they can ride up to grade 4 and they can hit right back down. They're in a very bad situation, and having to lose that soul is very important. Jet's another example. So seeing decks kind of like that, where they start manipulating not just your board, but also the resources that you're using, kind of like also like the prison stuff that we've seen in Overdress, also having that manipulation of your soul and your counterblast being used. So I'm pretty excited. I like it. I'm not really good at this whole like playing against what my opponent plays, unless it's Beatrice, and even then that's like in premium. So I'm a little more new to that playstyle. I like it, but it's still something kind of adjusting to, which is Grand Blue just in general, kind of knowing when to go in at what time, but a little bit less manipulation towards the opponent's board.
Exactly. That is the beauty about every single format. They all differ in that. Like premium is a good example of you can't just do solitaire on your turn. Like you got to understand G guards are a part of the game. A lot of the other cards can do stuff on the Guardian Circle. You mentioned Beatrice, like Cannoneer is a very dangerous card in Grand Blue's hands. And you just can't go willy-nilly, I'm going to do, hey, Cannoneer is going to say, no, you can't.
Yeah. And even in that situation, you still have to be cautious with using Cannoneer, because usually that's a 2 counterblast play. Sometimes you, as the person even doing the skill, you have to think, is it worth for me to waste 2 counterblasts on this? And then opponent says, okay, pass turn, and your counterblasts are currently all face down. And then it's like, okay, what do I do? Do I just have like a shutdown turn? Like, yeah, I stopped their turn, but now my turn is stopped. And we're starting to kind of slowly see more of that type of play style coming into V Premium too, where like the counterblasts are starting to matter more, the soul blasts are starting to matter more, and like that's what we see, like that back and forth of like denying counterblasts or attacking rear guards or trying to stop these little interactions to kind of slow down the game. And that's exactly what we saw here with the Chaos versus the Royals engine, where you kind of see that they're slowing down the game at changing the pace up and seeing that kind of control style happening.
Exactly. With that being said, that was round 5.
Yes.
Which means standings got updated, which means people have started to move again. And I want to see if we recognize any names, or if anybody starting from the bottom tiers is starting to kind of climb up. So let's look at the standings real quick and see what we see.
All right.
And I see a good amount of familiar names. From the top, Tankman Mode Interrupt. I love that name. I can't say nothing about that, but a familiar name from the premium standpoint, Hakase has made it all the way to second place, and I want to see him play again. Like it was a very treat to see him in premium. But moving on, we got Musrex, followed by Kaze, and then we got WCC's Tyler Yu, Glateria, sorry about that, coming at 6 with Kevin Show and Karen Patel at 8. And now we're starting to see, like before we saw some 3-0s in the top because apparently some games have not finished, but now these are all 5-0. And I want to see from 9 to 16 what kind of names are over there. Orange, take it away.
Yep, we got in 9th place, we got Ichi. 10th place, we got Derek Dow going strong. And we got 11th place, Kara. 12th place, Nerd Haven. Kanan Kokudo. Sorry for the butcher. Trying. And then 13th place got Toby TCG. 14th, Franz. 15th, Demios. And we got 16th, Andy.
Oof. See, we're still in the point of the stage of the tournament where, like, we got some names that are 4-1. We got some names that are 5-0. Like, that's good scores. But I want to give this little tidbit of information, just looking at the standings real quick. The X1 players go all the way down to 45th place. So all these names that are X1 can change at any moment again. A couple of notable names that are 4-1 that didn't make it to top 16 is WCC's Noman. He is still 4-1. Different Fight is still 4-1, standing there strong. A couple of the WCC players. The Time Wizard, the Link Joker player we just watched, he is 4-1, which means he came out as the victor of that game. More likely got into times, I'm going to start assuming.
Yep.
And then another name that's very familiar, Royal Love 17. He just missed the spot at 16.
Oh, wow. So close, so close. I wonder what Royal Lover's playing. Very curious, but I guess we'll find out eventually if we see them at the top.
Exactly. It's still anybody's game. The people that have EXO are currently leading the pack. They got the best chances to kind of stay on top. But hey, got what, 3 more rounds easily?
Yep.
Or not easily. 3 losses can happen. Anything can happen. You got any experiences from regionals of your own where score has kind of surprised you, went good or went bad or whatever?
Yeah, I've had a couple. I've only been to one official regionals. It was where it was like kind of where I was located, and funnily enough, it was like my first time entering any regionals. I was playing the game for about 3 months, and I was playing my cute little Cocytus deck with my little cute little flanger in there. So I just went in the deck. It went in not knowing what in the world Cardfight Vanguard is, and I just kept putting down all these crits on my flanger, and I was going 4-0, and then I lost to a really good Narukami player, then lost to a really good Hyuga player, and then I just went down like so fast.
My God. But like any tournament, we talked about it, endurance. Gotta stay hydrated, keep that energy up, eating some food. That's why we're going to take a very short break, kind of give the players a little time to resituate, get their new opponents, find the new players, and us commentators kind of to give our voices kind of a break before I start going. And welcome back to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021. After that short break, we're getting close to starting round 6. Players are getting situated. We're going to be getting decks for you here in a bit. But before we go anywhere near that, tweet at us. Use the hashtag Bro2021. Tell us a little bit about your favorite matchups, what clans you play, what you want to see top, what you want to see just enter top 8. And overall, like Orange, we've been going at this for a while now. Any already standing out moments that you want to point out? Like something you're going to remember, something you learned?
Yeah, I definitely, okay, so first off, definitely round 1, that Highlander Bermuda. I really underestimated the capabilities of that deck. So being able to see that was definitely a standpoint. I'm not gonna lie, last match was very educational. As someone who, like I said, doesn't touch Link Joker that much, you really taught me a lot.
Thank you. I pride myself in being a decent Link Joker aficionado. You'll be hearing me go on even more of a spoilers.
I was gonna bring up, speaking of hashtag Bro2021, I did see some people have been tweeting a little bit. So we have the Felicia waiting room saying we're going 4-0 with Melody. Hashtag Bro2021. And then we also had Vanguard Insider. He's been tweeting, I think, almost every 30 to 40 minutes, going, "We still know how to win, boys. We're going 1-2."
Yeah, man.
This is our comeback story.
He brings the energy every single time.
Classic Eric. But yeah, that's what I see so far, and we got some little like pictures and stuff people have been sending in. So please send in more of your fun and all this entertainment. We do love to see it, so feel free to send it over.
Yep, yeah. And remember to use hashtag BRO2021 bro. With that being said, I do want to kind of bring up something that is a very interesting, and that is the pros and maybe not so many cons about an online format like that. There's no denying that this is probably one of the best options we have outside of actually having physical regionals that we can't. And it's been working, and I've been loving it every step of the way. And for some people, it's been that extra little nice step because you get to play and you don't have to go anywhere, because some people have always struggled with traveling. Just a quick thought on that topic.
So I think the remote stuff is just really good. There's a lot of pros, there's some cons here and there, but a lot of people bring up the number one thing is the fact that you can talk and meet all these amazing people that you wouldn't normally be able to meet. Like you can meet WCC members, you can meet people from all around the country, you can meet like content creators, you can meet even like, you know, people that aren't part of the team or content creators, just normal people that you might just have like something in common with that you just can't find at your locals or something like that. And just having, personally, I've had that experience so many times where I meet like so many people that I'm like, oh wow, that's super cool, like we get to play together, all this stuff. I think it's a blast. I think just having that capability where you don't have to fly like 8, 10, 6, 12 hours to actually be able to play these people, and just being here right at home at your desk in your comfort zone. You got the kitchen right there if you need some noms, and just go on in. So I personally like it. Yeah.
Chick-fil-A.
Who would grab Chick-fil-A? Do such a thing? It couldn't be me.
But yeah, like it is just an amazing, it's an amazing experience, and just being able to do it is also just amazing.
What about you?
Thank everybody. Me? What about me?
Yeah, what are your pros?
Like I love, like you said, being able to play against some people. Like one of the things about physical regionals has always been they're at locations. So North America had their own, and we would play against people in America. Europe would have their own throughout multiple countries. Asia, and different groups. And we've always defined Vanguard formats and decks that are meta through their regions just because of the amount of play styles that are different. Decks that are top in America were always a little bit different in the type of decks they were built and played the way they were played to people in Asia and Oceania. Correct me if I'm wrong, North America has a decently aggro playstyle where overseas they got more of a slow tempo, build a hand, do more type of game plan.
Oh yeah.
And you never got to get exposed to that other than seeing them on videos. Never got to actually play against that. Now we actually get to do that. We get to mix and match. People can, if they want to stay up late or wake up in the morning, depending on time zone, can go and play in Europe if they live. People in Europe can play for Asia Oceania and get that extra experience, get that exposure through different play styles, different people, different mentalities, combos, all this. And it's just building and building and building.
Yeah. And with
Speaking
all
of,
that, yeah.
yeah, building, let's see how this player built a their deck. Toku would be proud.
Help me.
Like I said, small spoilers. I will be going on so many rants. Excited, Philip. Back in the back row again. We got another Link Joker for you guys, and this time it's the other side of the coin. We're not gonna lock you. We're gonna lock ourselves, Messiah, in its beautiful, in its glory.
Holding back there.
I'll be back. So, Orange, you've told me before that you've had the pleasure of facing a Messiah deck on a good regular basis. So, can you tell me something about certain cards here?
Oh yeah, just just a starter. No, just kidding. That grade 4 over there. Get that thing out of my face. That grade 4. That grade 4 is a monster. But it's a very, very, very strong monster. That thing gets very high on numbers. You can unlock it early, do all these aggro plays.
It is a grade 4, however. It is a 30k, and getting it on the board is almost impossible through normal reasons because you don't have a grade 4 Vanguard in the Clan Collection, especially, not in Link Joker. And this thing cannot be written on Vanguard, which means you is to lock it from other sources, which help with Alter Ego Messiah or Monix Messiah can lock it from deck. And we have other cards such as a very nifty promo I want to highlight in the name of, Lagranjard. Sorry if I butcher that. I'm just going to call him Heartsword. Heartsword is a promo that actually came out in the most recent V-Clan collection. And it's a promo that has a very two simple abilities. When this unit is placed on Vanguard, put a card from your hand on your rearguard that's locked in. And the second ability is act rearguard, cannibalize one, and unlock one of your locks. If you unlock the card, soul charge one. The spotlight is on his first ability. They can lock a card from hand, which means you can lock that grade 4 immediately to the board. And by the time you end your first turn, you have now a grade 4 30k on the board staring at your opponent. It is beautiful.
One thing I will note here, one of my least favorite cards in this entire deck, and that is the Burst Monk. He's very bursty and does a lot of like high rolly things. You reveal the top card and you get to restand your Vanguard if it's a grade 3. Very, very good high roll engine.
Now, you gotta understand, back in the day for Messiah, this was decently hard. You didn't want to run too many 3s, so it was gonna be pretty hard to hit it. But guess what got introduced recently to V Premium that fixes this problem? Something called Heal Guardians. Mm-hmm. Grade 3s. All I need to say. Now, I can keep going about this deck until tomorrow, but it's not just this deck. It's another deck facing it. And I want to see who we are fighting.
Excited to see as well. Ah, Fury by Neo Knights 22. Now, this is actually a deck that I've been hard experimenting with in the last couple weeks. This
Is it
deck is fun.
is it a Percival deck or is it an Aggravate deck?
It is definitely an aggravating deck. Like I mean, you can ride Percival if you want, but you're not getting as much value as you are getting from that fury of multi-attacking, deck thinning, multi-attacking again, going into all your brutal. This deck just doesn't stop. Every single turn, you're whipping out about 4 or 5 attacks. You're sucking it all in, and then on top of that, since you got the Aggravail in here and the Percival, you're getting force markers, you're getting Excel markers, and then you're calling from whatever. So however many you call to the board for that turn, you look at top of whatever. So if you call 5, you look at top 5, and you call as many of those units back onto the board when Fury attacks. So you're also deck thinning. You see those triggers? You put those triggers back in, you get those normal units out, and you swing again, hit some fronts, and you can close out games very quickly with this deck.
Actually, I was a bit leading on. I actually did build an Aggravating deck, and I loved it. Every
Oh.
little out of it. And I gotta agree with everything you just said. But there is my unluck that always brought aggravating to me, and that is the fact that, I called 7 units this turn. Beautiful. I get to look at 7 cards from the top of the deck. What do I see on the top 7 if not all yellow?
Oh no.
And I'm not talking about Toku.
You don't run do not run the fronts.
But those unfortunate circumstances aside, when the deck does go off, being able to just fill up an entire new board again is such a beauty. And we're running Wonder Ezel to kind of extend that. We're running Sagarmore, which has always been a good card. This deck is very simple, straightforward, what it wants to do, and it can do it very, very well. Not to mention, if we ever do manage to get that Soul Blast 15, what? No, 12. Soul Blast 12. Oh, then it's just icing on the cake, ain't it?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, 100% agreed. You can't guard with anything, you just kind of lose.
With that being said, Orange, are you ready to see if we're going to get to 12 or if a nifty little gray 4 boy is going to ruin our...
I am ready to see golds. It's Mac.
Let's go to the game. Players are ready. Decks should be prepped and warmed up by now. All the way to here to round 6. Let it begin.
Da-da-da.
We got
I'm pretty excited.
Yes, we got Trisec representing Lengjar and Neo Knight 22 representing Gold Paladin. This also is going to dictate who's going first, because while we did mention getting that grade 4 out really early, it doesn't actually start swinging until your grade 2 ride comes in as locked. Speaking of which.
There's the
getting
card.
Some PTSD there, getting some PTSD there, Orange.
Me? No, I'm perfectly fine.
Well, look on the bright side. Grade 4 was not locked. Instead, we chose to lock from our hand the grade 1 Venmanen, whatever the name is. It's basically when that unit gets unlocked, even during your end turn, you get to draw an extra card. It's just a very nifty plus engine that just works with the deck overall.
I want to note something. So Neo wrote it into a grade 1 that we actually don't see too often play. It's the Chloris. When it attacks, you could Soul Blast perform the actions below for the matter you called. It has a guard restrict. Well, it doesn't. Sorry, it doesn't have a guard restrict. It has an intercept on it. So against mirror matches, it actually works really well. And you can use this. Yeah, I was surprised to see this.
On top of that, it is a 13k attacker booster, which is like knowing Aggravating. Yes, you get to repopulate your board after sucking everything to soul, but unless you hit a front trigger or anything, those are honestly just pokes. And defensive triggers are going to be very key here.
100%. It's one of the best ways to shut down an Excel player.
A card I did notice not being ran, or maybe I just missed. Yeah, a card I didn't notice not being ran outside of Aggravating. The name escapes me, but it's a grade 3 dragon that says Soul Blast 1, look at the top card, call it a rear guard, and give your Vanguard 5K.
Personally, at least for me, I'm actually not a big fan of that card. I think there's other grade threes that kind of fit that slot a little bit better. At least in Fury, but I'm surprised they're not running Josephus, which is the one that Soul Blast you can counter charge and Soul Blast into draw again.
We got Din Drain for that.
True, Josephus, the on place on top of him skill gets you some like extra rear guards to the board with S card, so that's why. But I'm not gonna judge. I actually love seeing like these other techs in here too, so I'm really excited. And then there's the heal
Speaking
guardian
of
off
S
the S
card,
card. Yep.
exactly. Oh, that's the beauty about the heal guardians. Like you hate to see it get caught through any type of those abilities, Pale Moon, Go Paladin, this and that.
Mhm.
But hey, it's still a 10K. It's still a 10K attacker. In the
Yep.
early game, it can poke.
Exactly. And before it would just be a regular heal trigger, which is a 5K, and that's not doing much for you on the board aside from being a little booster.
Okay, I had to double check the Heal Guardian's text about the extra damage. Granted, Neonite already had a damage, so it wouldn't have procced, but the ability is when placed from hand to rear guard, which means stuff like this would not have procced the extra damage.
Yes. It is a little restricted, which is good, which is good. You want that restriction there.
Yeah,
All
there's a
right.
bit too many decks that can kind of go a little bit crazy with it.
Mhm.
Really zoom in on that damage.
Yep.
Who's this ugly fellow over there? Oh, that's right.
What? You got your ponytail. What do you mean? Shoot, both of you guys got
uh,
ponytails.
Well, we might be experiencing some technical difficulties, so we'll be here for a second until we get back to the game. But kind of look at how, like, I love the fact that we barely seen both decks get the grade 1 and grade 2 turns, but a lot of stuff has already happened to kind of
Yep.
dictate the game and how it's going to go. Not seeing that grade 4 early is a good step inside of Gold Paladin's turn.
This is not me crying, I promise. These are just orange tears, orange juice tears of joy. We're fine here. We're fine. Yeah, it was really exciting. We were already starting to see some interesting traction going on there. So I have very happy for the golds player. They don't have to deal with normal PTSD of a certain grade 4 just kind of coming in, smacking you in the face for like 30K on like turn 2, turn 1.
Now, I do want to say we saw both grade 3 searchers on both sides go off. We saw an Alter Ego Messiah hit hand. I believe we saw an Aggravating hit hand, which means we're not going to see an instance where players are having the G assist for the main grade 3. Should be a very smooth match. Now, I'm going to knock on wood because we don't know about grade 2 for Link Joker. There's more than enough grade 2s in the deck. I would hate for them to miss a grade 2 ride up. There's so many good targets. Contrary to belief, riding the Blast Monk is not the end of the world because you can always Soul Blast and put him to drop and have him ready. But
Really?
yes, Alter Ego Messiah's beautiful ability is act once per turn, Soul Blast 1, put a total of 2 cards with different card names from your drop zone on your rear guard as locked.
Wow. Grand Blue
So you can
Tech?
get, I know, right? You can basically get anything from your ride line or what you have ridden out of your soul and onto the board and kind of prep. Now,
Wow.
however, I will say the ideal ride target, depending on the amount of CB and cards in hand, is probably Gastroru. It's a grade 2 that literally just says at the end of his bell, you can counter plus 1, lock a card from your hand, and draw a card. Another way to get the grade 4 on the board.
Oh, wow, it's funny you bring that up. Did Oh, for a second I thought they G
Oh,
assisted. And I think
they
did,
are. I
oh
knocked on wood
no.
for this.
You knocked on
Damn
wood
it.
and wow. Way to go,
It's
Philip. Way to go.
commentator's jinx. It's commentator's jinx.
I was wondering what was going on. But yeah,
Luckily,
that
on the
is
bright side,
unfortunate.
we have gotten the grade 1 to draw us an extra card as it got unlocked. And we do have the quick shield. So
I was
it's
just about
not
to say
gonna
that.
hurt. Yeah, exactly. It's not gonna hurt as much.
Look at that quick shield coming through, doing the world justice. I
Now,
love
this
the
was
quick
the
shield.
thing I was, yes, this was the thing I was mentioning before. There's not there you always want that ideal right target, but with Messiah, the right target does not hurt as much. Riding Matter Transmission, she is an amazing rear guard herself, gains 5k and locks herself, but we can easily get her out of drop zone by just using Alter Ego's ability.
Very solid skill, honestly, if you think about it. The fact that you can utilize your drop zone engine that nicely, it's one of the biggest perks of Grand Blue, but be seeing in other decks like this deck is actually awesome. Maybe it gives you just another thing to think about while you're playing your game.
Soul Blast is important. Healing damage is important. You can't just
Yep.
willy nilly Air Blast and heal whatever you want. Like
Yep.
as a Grand Blue, you as a Grand Blue player probably know damage zone is like, all right, what's over there? This is getting CB. That way, if I heal, it is going over there.
Yup, yup. You that damage, you see those one-ohs in your damage, you cry a little bit, but then you're like, oh, it's okay. I'll see a heal eventually. And then you just get it back over the drop zone and just smile happily. It's like we're gonna be about to see the Fury action.
That is the beauty about Aggravating. It is not grade 3 restricted.
It is
However,
not.
however, this is one of those times where Aggravating going first could not be the best option because your opponent is at grade 2, and you just saw Gia says there might be a Heal Guardian that can
Yep,
just end your entire turn.
exactly. Oh, that's why. Look at that call, Philip. That's why they're going into Percival first, getting the draw. Using Percival's skill to go ahead and discard a card, getting another Excel reading out. So they're setting up for the Fury. They're waiting a turn, getting their Excel
You mean
markers generated.
the Fury that was just discarded the drop zone?
You're not wrong. Maybe
You
there's
see
another
that
one in
one?
hand.
That one right there, we
Yeah,
zoomed
that
in.
one.
Shoop.
That one zoomed in. Exactly. I mean, maybe they have another one in hand. You know, they're discarding because they don't need it.
That could always happen. Like I've had games where I'm just filled with all my grade 3s. While I
Yep.
love to see them, they're honestly deck cards in the early game. So sometimes you got to make sacrifices.
And I mean, Gold Paladins runs a ton of grade threes anyway, so usually, dropping your grade threes isn't really a problem here.
Exactly. Now, as you can
And
see,
our faces are
technical
back.
difficulties again.
Uh,
It's gonna be one of those games where there's got to be patient. Connection issues. That is one of the cons of
yep.
a bro that we were talking about. There's so many good benefits, but it is still online. Connection issues are gonna be happening. Not everybody has the best internet setup, and it's just one of those things that it is. And it's all right. It's not like at the end of the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these things happen. It's okay. You can't live in a perfect world, so it is perfectly fine. And I'm sure we'll get back to the game. But in the meantime, we can think about what the Percival turn could look like.
I like this is one I wanted to bring up. The second I saw Percival, it started clicking. You know how neurons start firing in your head and everything starts connecting. It's like,
Like the meme,
but
like the meme.
exactly. But riding Percival first is honestly not a bad idea
Not at
because
all.
you're gonna get I'm pretty sure Percival still calls. Things haven't changed. Still calls Aglaville, correct?
Yep, 100%. A
And
Vanguard skill.
I've seen the deck list, and we're running an Edmund, and
Ah,
Edmund's
that's cool.
basically a similar Percival. And if we can
Aglovale.
see Aglaville, thank you. If
Mhm.
we can see Edmund on the board and Aglaville on the board, we're doing a good turn. We're getting a good amount of attacks still because we were an Excel clan. But now these two are gonna put stuff to our soul. So when we ride Agravain, we're closer to that 12k.
Yup, exactly. Another thing. So one of the weaknesses of being Gold Paladin's player is your shield is kind of less because you got all these grade threes and whatnot. But Edmund, who has you brought up, it gets 10k shield when you put it on guard circle, so long as you are in
I
grade 3.
love that
So
effect. I
I
just
love it.
loved it.
So you could bounce it back, guard with it, or not guard with it, but you can choose to do that. You have this option. You get pretty much 15k shield back if you call the Agraville, call the Edmund. And then you're also fueling that beautiful, beautiful Fury Soul, so that way you could rage out Soul Blast 12 and just go ham in. Just go in.
Now,
Just take it
I
all.
gotta say, I haven't gotten the Soul Blast 12 off many times, but when I do, it is epic.
It was
Like
really good.
I've had my friends who, when I pull it off, go, all right, 10 cards in hand. Shuffle, 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 shuffle. 2 cards in hand. What is that? That's my guard potential.
That's pretty funny. The thing about it, so the only thing that's kind of like you have to really time Fury properly. So you have to have your 12 soul before you start attacking. You have to do it in your main phase because there's no other way you're gonna get that soul to go to do its thing. Like you have to do it like pretty much because on main phase it says to soul blast 12 do your thing, right? So you can't do
Exactly.
you have to be very cautious how you want to fuel it, which is why most Fury players, from my understanding, actually don't even focus so much on that 12 soul condition, but they focus on the fact that you generate so much soul that then all those soul blasting units that normally are very costly are not costly in a deck like this. You can just be like, oh, I get a soul blast 5. Okay, I could soul blast 5. I got like 10 soul in here. You could, but you really got to think
Exactly.
about it.
Those units in this deck particularly are Dendrain. We got Sagamore and
Yep.
the one of copy we had to ride, unfortunately, of Chloris.
Yep, exactly. And you don't think about that soul at all. You don't have to think about it, you don't have to look at it. You just do it and you get your skills for free pretty much.
Exactly. Overall, I do like the way this deck is built, but I am missing. Okay, granted, we just talked about this deck is not focusing on probably not focusing on getting to that 12 mark. But the way I built my deck was, I put in the Lucius clone in Gold Paladin when you ride your Vanguard. Hey, the soul, draw a card, call a card, because
Yes,
it
yes.
does 2 of the aggravating things: soul and call.
Yes, that card is nice. I actually used to run that card. I switched out for the Joseph engine mainly, but I do think that that card's good. The only thing is you have to like place to kind of get the whole engine rolling, so you have to hope that it doesn't get sniped or doesn't get touched or they get to it on time. But overall, it's such a beautiful skill. You get that soul charge, get that draw, call a unit to the board, fuel your Fury engine, just go ham, smack them a little bit. Good stuff.
Now, I am getting word from production that unfortunately we might be switching to a game that's in progress. It might be the same game, it might be a different game. If it is a different game, I am a bit sad because I did want to see Messiah fully in action, but it is just the way it is. Like we talked about, not being able, connection issues are going to happen. And we
Right.
are
Ooh.
turning into well, this is going to be a very familiar. We have this should be a full bluish flame deck, correct? Against Night
Yeah.
Rose.
Yeah, this looks like a Promise Core against good old Night Rose. And they got a big hand. Is that their hand?
Probably.
Did they farm ghost ships or something? That hand's huge. You
Well,
don't
we see
usually
the
see her hand
damage
that
count.
big.
We see the damage count be 4
Ooh,
versus 2 or 3. I'm not
that's
4 versus 3.
that's 4 versus 3. Yes.
The amount of, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 27 cards in drop zone for Grand Blue. And
Wow.
about, I want to say 11, if not more cards in hand. So that's,
3,
I think Grand
7.
Blue is
Holy
about to
crap.
deck out.
Oh,
I think Grand
yes.
Blue is about to deck
I'm just wondering
out.
what happened here. How did this farm happen? Two perfect guards, and I'm assuming that's two perfect guards with the red car. How did we get here? But it
That
looks like
is
it's
a
gonna be
good
very
question.
intense.
I'm more interested in Bluish Flames is side of things because I see a lot of dice. I see a lot of numbers.
I do.
This
I'm on the same boat. Woo. You know something I forgot to bring up? The bird. That gold paladin's bird that gets 5k for everything that gets
Yes,
placed.
yes. My God,
Oh,
I love it.
oh, I love
Just
seeing that
imagine
bird.
placing a heal guardian, giving it 10k, and then giving it another 5.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Yeah, we're gonna see here. We're about to see some very hefty attacks. So Promise Core, if I'm not mistaken, does gain a crit. So we've been noticing a lot of Vanguards that just gain crits, or have a base that changes to 2 crits. Yep, there it is. Oh, this one does have this unit's original crit becomes 2. So as long as you have the Aggro Veil.
Force 2, is that you?
Yeah,
You're
Force
in the
2.
wrong
Hello.
nation, buddy.
Right? That's another Gold Paladins unit that just gains a crit off of said condition. And then we have all these rear guards coming in as well, doing all their stuff. So it's gonna be a pretty aggressive turn here.
Now, unfortunately, I do have an update on the game we were previously watching. Due to the fact there was a double disconnection, it was ruled a game loss for Trisec. The Link Joker unfortunately did not get to show its full potential there. That is unfortunately, like were talking about, one of the downsides of internet connections, but it is what happens. We need to move on, and we're moving on to apparently really, really big greatness.
Yeah, I wonder how many cards are left in our Grand Blue player's deck here because,
I believe I counted
ooh,
6.
wow, I hope they have enough bones to kind of help secure something like this because that's gonna get very scary very fast. As a Grand Blue player, the worst thing you want to happen to you is deck out.
Agreed. We're not seeing the same problem about Deca on Gold Paladin side, Bluish Flame, but we are seeing a lot of stuff. And like shown on screen, Josephus is one of the more newer cards that came out that just helps the whole deck
Love this
go
card.
off.
I love this
It's one of
card.
those simple but good effects.
It's just so good. It's a good ride target. It's a good on call from somewhere target. It counter charges. It draws you a card. You get a free unit to the board. Like, what more can you ask for from a gold paladin player? Like, what more do you need in your life? You get all of it.
My God. Not to mention, like we were talking about Grand Blue's hands. I'm looking over at Gold Paladin. And that it doesn't look like a big hand, but you gotta understand there's a stud Vanguard right now.
Yes, exactly. It's gonna get bigger.
Not to mention 3 Excel circles. That means probably a Percival that we see on the board and probably 2 rides. This game has been going on for some bit.
Yes, yes. Do wonder who would take this one. What do you think? What do you think the outcome might be here?
It really comes down to what kind of turn this is going to turn out. From what I understand, we might be still in the main phase, which means there might be still 2 cards that need to be placed on those Excels to kind of put some pressure on.
Mhm.
We have pretty good, decent numbers on the board. I believe the Bluish Flame Vanguard is a double critical. I don't really recall anything outside of that. Like, I don't. It's one of those newer cards that kind of flew under my radar, so it's really hard to kind of remember what everything it does. Luckily, that's why we have Google and Prominence Core. Let's see here.
Kind of with you.
Counterblast one, retire a rear guard. Look at 4 cards on top of the deck. Choose 2 unit cards from among them. Call them to rear guard. Put the rest on the bottom of your deck in any order. And if Percival is in your soul, you choose a card. You choose up to 4 cards instead of 2 cards. So it's a multi-attack extender.
Oh, that's pretty good stuff.
Not to
Pretty good.
mention, it also has a secondary ability when your rear guard is placed until the end of that turn. That unit and this unit, meaning the Vanguard, gain 3K. And if Aglavale was a thing, and if that unit is Aglavale, and if your opponent's Vanguard is 3, this unit gets critical plus, or critical becomes 2, not gains, becomes 2. That is a very important distinction. So while Grand Blue's hand size is really, really good, and 2 protect markers is always nice, 2 protect markers is 4 cards out of hand, honestly.
Yes.
And we're currently staring at the barrel of if we can, let's say we populate those 2 Excel markers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attacks, followed by a possible double critical Vanguard that might potentially call 4 more attackers.
This is
Um,
this is true. This is true. It could become very lethal very fast. There is room though. Our Great Blue player is at 3 damage here, so they have a little bit of wiggle room. They could take some and then
but
start hard guarding.
you gotta also understand that wiggle room is also deck out room. The more
Yes.
cards you take in damage, the less cards in there is in deck.
This is very true, but in this situation, if they do have the bones and their drop, they could easily refund it a little bit. And even in quotations, is kind of like a form of a stack. You know what your bottom cards are, you just don't know what your top cards are, right? So you can kind of stack
Exactly.
it, call the Skull Dragons to kind of end it here. It really just depends on what is going on in the hand more so. Because I think the Grand Blue player could actually survive here pretty easily, but it just depends on what kind of shield they're holding.
If we do get multiple Skull Dragon attacks, it is going to be one of those things of Well, 4 damage, more than likely one of the Skull Dragons is getting taken.
Yep,
You're gonna eat that damage. But do you have
exactly.
enough shield? Do you have enough perfect guards in hand for the rest of them?
Yes, yes. And honestly, playing against Grand Blue, you have to be very mindful of where you are at your damage. If you put yourself between 4 and 5, you're risking them 4 Skull Dragoning you, and you having to guard 4 dragons on top of a Vanguard is almost near impossible. So keeping yourself at 3 damage is usually some of the best approaches to deal with the deck. If you keep yourself at 3, guard, 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 go ham, go ham, go ham. You might have a chance to survive the lethality of the dragons.
To kind of give you an insight to this deck, it is a very straightforward Night Rose deck. We have Rose, 3 Skull Dragon, and 2 Beatrice. A card that V Premium Night Rose is almost running as a staple. Sea Navigator is in this 4 of. And another interesting couple of cards that I do want to point out, and you can elaborate more because you have definitely more experience in Grand than me. We got 4 Columbard, 4 Greed Shade. We got 4 Bone, of course, 2 Ghost Ship, and then we're running interesting options of Damien the Ghosty at a 2 of, Sea Strong Banshee at a 3 of, and 1 Jesse the Ghosty.
Yes, that is correct. The reason for some of this, or these decisions, one, they're probably not fully set on the heal guardians yet. They want that extra protection because the downside to Night Rose is because you're constantly board wiping yourself, you do put yourself at a risk at not having any rear guards, which means you don't have interceptors, all this other stuff. So you kind of need that raw guard sometimes, which Rick the Ghosty does for Phil, being the heal trigger 20k vanilla variant. We do also see the Damians. The Damians can go ahead and search out the Jesse quicker. It's just a nice little mechanic. I am surprised to see it at 2. It's one of those cards that's a from hand effect, so unless you reach it out, you can't really use it too often. The Sea Banshee, a very also good addition, as you can mill, and then you can retire and draw if you hit any triggers, which is just good. Navigator, of course, just pluses this engine so fast, so aggressively. You also see a Jesse here. This is a perfect counter charge on a deck like this because you're constantly retiring your rigors anyway. Why not get a counter charge off of it? And the double ghost ship, which is probably what we saw the turn before that we didn't see, where they went double ghost ship. And we're back.
To kind of give a little bit more insight, apparently time was called on that match as well. And
Oh.
with the damage at what it was, we can kind of see Grand Blue squeaked out, being at lower damage more than likely. I do love the fact that we basically finished their game for them.
I got so excited
That is
explaining.
that was one of the beauties of Vanguard I do want to bring up is you don't know what's coming because it is a luck-based game, it is random, you don't know triggers and all that. But just looking at the board state, you can kind of guess where the turn will go. You can, and
Oh yeah.
that is, in my opinion, what makes the difference between a casual player and a competitive. A casual player just sits there, enjoys the game, of course, and sees what an opponent can do. A competitive player knows what the opponent is capable of, sees their board, understands the combos that are going to be happening, and preps accordingly.
Exactly. Exactly. Because you got to think usually a couple turns ahead. You're already, when you flip your starter, you're already thinking, okay, what is this opponent going to do? Like right from the beginning, what kind of vanguards are we going to be seeing? What kind of engine are we going to be fueling here? And just being able to think that far ahead, even just guarding early, knowing to guard early or to take damage is already just putting so much analytical perspective into it.
Exactly. Overall, like I said, we finished that game. It could have honestly gone
Yep.
both ways. It really does come down to what Grand Blue had in their hand. The two
Yeah.
PGs are nice, but if you're going to plan to use both of them, that's 4 cards out of hand
Yeah.
against a multi-attack deck. More likely, what could have happened is use a PG and discard a PG to guard Prominence Core. That way, you're saving some value. And like you
Yep.
said, there's 3 damage. You can kind of take that.
Yep.
Overall, very I like these matchups. I can't say this more. I love the interaction between these matchups.
Oh yeah, I was gonna also bring up something that is so having perfect guards against an Excel clan is so hard sometimes because sometimes there are these little pokes, these little 5Ks. Are you really gonna perfect guard? Like the 5Ks or like the 14K attacks that are coming at you.
See, there's been a nice little update
Yep.
of events. We don't have to speculate what might have happened. We can
We
actually
could see
go
it.
back to the game because apparently time was not called. There should be about 9 minutes more left on So we actually get to see if our predictions and conceptions and, overall knowledge of Vanguard is showing true.
I'm so excited. I love Grand Blue. Actually, I love both
So
these matchups.
so we're opting not to call multiple cards to the Excel circles. I do want to mention, uh, while if we can get a Percival called, that is going to be 4 cards to call after the Vanguard swing. And you always feel bad about calling units on top of units. It's kind of wasteful. That's
Yep.
why we got Aglaville over there. Aglaville is probably going to swing, suck one of our front row rearguards to our soul, and bounce himself back to hand, opening up 4 rearguard slots so we get maximum resource management.
Yes, yes, that is very true. Being able to not have to call over your Excel markers is the beauty of the power of Agrovale in general.
Now, of course,
That
with
is
the
a
pattern
crit.
effects we're seeing right now, we probably don't have a Percival.
Yeah. Yes, I was actually thinking the same. I was like, that's not the pattern we were expecting. Looks like we're swinging in.
We are not using the ability?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold up.
Uh-huh.
Did I
Interesting.
misread the effect? Oh, it's an act ability. I am an idiot. That is on my fault, ladies and gentlemen. Act ability to populate the board before the fact.
This is the
Oh,
the reading is hard. When the reading is
I
hard
have
comes in.
coined that phrase. Yes, yes, it is. Reading is hard.
It's okay.
Granted, I am kind of glad that it is. Can you imagine a Gold Paladin deck that has access to front cell circles, not only be attack and then selectively call 4 more cards?
What kind of deck could possibly do that? Looks at Fury.
Yeah, but he's a little bit different. He says, "Hey, board wipe and then call."
But you still call, and then you put the triggers back to deck. So you're essentially deck thinning.
You're not wrong. Overall, this is still going to be a decently strong turn. There's a good amount of numbers on. I don't think we've seen, or maybe we have seen the perfect cards get used. But look at that. 4 cards to guard that.
Yup, yup. My buddy Greechade going to the drop. It's okay, Greechade. You'll come back eventually. Maybe not this game. All
All
right.
right. I
We
believe either
did
5 or still 6 cards in. There we go. 1, 4,
4.
5, 4.
I think I was 4. So but the thing is, we
Mm.
did see the Negro Bone guard. So there's definitely at least one bone that will be coming back. And I'm assuming since they do run 4, there's probably a second one in there somewhere. There's the first one. So we'll probably be seeing
Exactly.
this the Skull Dragons coming in here. They do have to kind of just finish it off here. Just hope that the Gold Paladin player doesn't hit any heals and just kind of end it. Oh, that's a wow.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
How do
Interesting.
you feel
That's
about that play?
depending on what's going on in their drop zone, I guess they're trying to go for the other bone. Oh, were those all bones? I think those were all bones.
That explains a lot.
Almost
That
all.
explains a lot.
They were out
That
of bones.
explains
They
a lot.
probably boned the turn before too. That does explain a lot. They went for the bone
Mm,
there.
yes, good wording
Oh,
there. Anyway,
sorry. It's called Necrobone. I just so
exactly.
used to because
Anyway,
it's in your drop zone.
still 4 cards in deck is going to be very interesting to see how it happens because Columbar is definitely going to get us a Skull Dragon. I don't see a Skull Dragon hit the board right now, I'm going to be confused.
Oh, no, no, we're definitely seeing a Skull Dragon, and we're gonna see the Necrobone being used, and we're gonna see another Skull Dragon. We're about to see the 4 Night Rose Skull Dragon play come in here.
Um, would you actually, instead of calling Skull Dragon, would you call Beatrice Soul Blast one and call Skull Dragon over Beatrice to get 1 more card in Soul?
You can do
Drop.
that, yes. You can do that just for the extra 2k. That is actually a very, very good idea, especially since knowing if this is your final moments here that you're about to deck out, you might as well go for the Beatrice play here. The other thing is that, oh, I know why. So depending on how much soul they have, they may need to use the Beatrice to call the Skull Dragons again. So if they only have 1 soul, they need to save that for the Night Rose attack.
I can see that. There's
The
no
one
denying it right here. Gold Paladin is staring at the barrel. I'm not gonna say gun. They're staring at the barrel of a cannon.
I also want
This
to bring
is
something up.
hmm?
There's no Cutlass in this deck. which is very interesting because Cutlass is a really good countercharger on top of being a rear guard for Night Rose. Night Rose on its own is 22, which is actually pretty guardable, but if you put a Cutlass behind it, now it's 28. And it just makes it that much harder to deal with the Vanguard pressure versus the Skull Dragons.
Opting to take the first Skull Dragon, no defensive, so this is going to be like there's no denying it. Last time we counted, there was around 27. That probably went up now to about 30, if not more. Means that those Skull Dragons are hitting 70 numbers, if not more.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
unfortunately, there's not enough shield in the game realistically to successfully guard all the onslaught. We need to see some PG start hitting the boards very, very soon.
Yeah, I think they're thinking through kind of how they want to guard this because I think the key here is you guard one to pass or two to pass. Honestly, I would probably go to a one to pass here. They should be. We already kind of know that that deck has mainly bones in it. So
You're not wrong. Plus, that
was a
just
hard
went to
guard.
one card in hand. We just
Whew.
went to one card in hand. I don't think
Well,
this is looking very,
they're gonna have
very
to heal
bleak.
out of this twice.
3 times.
3 times? That's
3 attacks.
whew.
Yeah, I've seen it happen before, so I'm not gonna count it.
Oh, that's the end there.
Oh, 2 Night Rose on the Drachi. That's poetic.
Wow. The other rest are bones. So that ends that game. That the Skull Dragons were too much.
Yes, yes, it does. Again, I want to apologize to the people listening for misinterpreting Prominent Score's ability. Hashtag reading is hard. Actually, don't use that hashtag. Use hashtag BRO 2021 and tell me over there.
Just like hashtag BRO 2021, Philip can't read.
That is normal. Anyway, that game kind of went in a interesting direction. We predicted a little bit of how it would go. You were completely right. Like Bone just keep going back, Bones back.
Yeah.
Keep going, Bones back.
Honestly, there just was not enough pressure to shred that hand. The best way to take down a Grand Blue player is to shred their hand so far to where they can't discard for their bones, or they can only discard one card, which means they'll only be calling one dragon. The less there is on the board, the more likely you are to successfully beat a Grand Blue player because they can only do so much. They're constantly retiring their rear guards, so they have to keep replenishing that board somehow. And yes, while you can call from drop zone, you still have to call from hand in some situations, and that's what you have to do. You have to pressure so hard. If you don't pressure them fast enough, they will come back really strong. And that's why we saw that fat hand. So it was a really awesome match. Right. Both were doing some awesome stuff there. So it's nice to see like the Gold Paladins coming through with all the attacks, and then we had the Night Rose doing their thing.
And I love the implication or the inclusion Skeleton Sea Navigator inside of Night Rose. That card is such a beaut. Like, it does exactly what the deck wants to do.
That thing's a monster. That card's a monster. Mill 5.
Anyway, with that being said, I'm gonna be they're gonna be putting me in the corner for misreading an effect. So we're gonna go take a very short break while I get punished a little bit, and Toka's gonna take my spot. With that being said, we'll see you in a bit for round 7.
Yeah. Nice. Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad! Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Bob Sartre is with the new Arms card! Start Deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
My name's Ron Manankil. Lots of people know me as Shiro Neko. I am the BSFO AO champion, and I topped with Blade Master. Yeah. Actually, I was already planning ahead of the Blade Master loop when Soen was announced. I already started visionizing the deck. The problem was securing some premium parts, which was mainly the Tempest Sphere and Zazan, And in the end, I didn't even get to use them because I wasn't able to secure a set of each because our shop here only had 2 boxes of premium collection, so we weren't able to really gather parts. And so preparing for the event, I was just watching videos on like WCC and different fights channel on the meta and thinking of how I can counter that without using the vanilla engine and doing the turbo engine. And in the end, I also thought of the mirror match because thinking of the meta, you're obviously gonna encounter your own meta deck. And so to take the meta into account, you have to really think of the mirror match too. So yeah, that's how I prepared for BSFO. I actually participated in BCS starting 2017. I wasn't really a competitive player back then because I was really busy with other things like school competitions and other fights. But yeah, those were the only ones that I joined because BSFO, Springfest rather, was not really in my place. It was in the main city in Manila, so I wasn't really able to participate with that. But BCS, I participated yearly starting from 2017. Well, I think I met a lot of interesting people for sure. I met Kendo from Team Rising Dragons, and I met Derek Dow from WCC when he came here for BCS, and I also met like I made many friends through BCS because there are some players that don't join weekly tournaments, but when a huge event comes, you suddenly see all these people pop up. I would also want to give a shout out, by the way, to the BCS 2019 champion. He's also a Cebuano. He's one of the only people I know from Cebu that also won a Bushiroad event. I want to give him love. His name is Vince Del Rosario. I think he deserves more love than me because he wasn't able to actually go to Japan due to personal reasons. So I want to give him the spotlight too. I think for BSFO I was kind of like I was scared at first to join because as you said, it's through a webcam and like cheaters may pop up once or twice, but actually unexpectedly the judges were actually really well organized. They were monitoring the entire situation, and it was a pretty fun event actually. It was nice to participate through my own home, and I didn't have to go down or risk like getting COVID, especially now, to just join an event, which is really nice. It was really convenient. I posted in my Instagram story the progress through of like how the event went, and I was also watching the stream so I could like study the other decks that were on stream. It was pretty fun to like see everyone react to the Instagram story because not a lot of people knew about the event here. So it's pretty nice to see like people react and stuff. Well, my advice for BRO, if you're a seasoned player, I suggest you study the meta since it's a pretty wild west meta right now, and literally anything could happen. And for new players, I would say don't be scared. Just do your best, and it's a free tournament. You win, you lose, you don't lose anything, so it's all right. Just calm down, and I'm rooting for all of you. Follow me on If you guys want to follow me on Instagram, it's Hello Ishiro. Just hit me up if you guys want to chat, hang out, or even play remote fight. So thank you and good luck to everyone. I hope to see you all, and I hope to see everyone in top 8 also. Well, not everyone, but yeah. I hope everyone does well.
So hi, my name is Johan. I'm from France, and I participated in BSFO 2021, in which I got first place in V Premium in NA with Bermuda Triangle Prism, and then I also got third place Europe with Gastil in Premium, and second place of stand-up format for EU with Bastion. I took all 3 formats with. I was pretty happy about it. Yeah, so it was quite difficult because there was a lockdown in my country, actually. So I trained with my girlfriend. We played every day and each format. And yeah, we tried many decks. We had a good idea of what the format looked like. So yeah, we kept practicing every day. I wasn't really expecting to top. I mean, I really play tested a lot, and I also participated to the shop league, the remote shop league. But it was just because I found the game funny, but I never expected to top or play to top. So I started Vanguard in 2019, and so my first event was the DSS France 2019, and well, that was a great experience. So wanted to do another event, so I went to Cardiff the same day, the same year, and then I participated in many BCS this season. It was the last BCS season. Really great experience. So I hope it will come back very soon. Initially, I started the game with my girlfriend. So we traveled together, mainly together. I mean, and, sometimes when there were some other French people who traveled with us, but well, in Paris we had a small group who.
Hey guys, I'm back.
Welcome
What
back.
a round 5, what a round 6, and I am so ready to get started with round 7. I'm gonna just quickly say, I'm so disappointed I didn't get to commentate for Thingsaver Dragon. It's my favorite deck in B right now, and I would have had so much to say. But first, I want to read some hashtag BRO 2021 tweets from Chad Thundershock 2%. You guys may know him as Peter PBE, one of our fellow commentators. Hashtag BRO 2021. Philip can't read. So what happened? One of the other ones I do want to point out is quotation mark. If you did not ride this turn. End quotes. Hashtag BRO 2021. And Orange, I'm actually going to have you explain one of the tweets here. It is very, very in line with something you said earlier this stream.
Am I gonna explain it? Okay, I'll explain it.
What's this unit you have here for me?
Oh, let me find it. Oh, here it is. So there's this new Royal Paladin unit that has come to Clan Collection to Volume 3 and 4, confirmed live on Bushiroad 2021 hashtag. Streamed by me. It is the Jewel Knight Salami. We got a bunch of salami. She's holding salami. She's got mustaches for some reason. A very funny tweet. I love it.
And the last tweet I want to mention is from @Garmore7. I'd also like to avoid Chaos Breaker. That's the first thought I think every day I wake up since 2013.
I love it.
Thank you everyone for those hashtag Bureau 2021 tweets. I'm very excited to see some other tweets you guys have for us swinging by.
Bring him in.
But yeah, what a game! What a round 5! What a round 6! Unfortunately, round 6, one of our players unfortunately did DC twice, and on the other side, we managed to join in late, but we did see what is expected of Night Rose, what is expected of Prominence Core. Now, I do know that you and Philip had the opportunity to go over it quite a lot, but give me a rundown. Give me one last rundown on us.
Wait, this is the Prominence Core with the Grand Blue?
This was the Providence Core versus the Grand Blue deck.
Yes, so we had kind of back and forth going on, it seemed. We didn't get just to see the first beginning of it, but kind of what happened was Night Rose got a very large hand, and when Prominence Core was kind of at its peak of just attacking, our Night Rose player was able to pretty much guard and go into a Night Rose 4 Skull Dragon attacks. So and keep in mind, if you're around 4 to 5 damage as the opponent, you are in the danger zone because that's very little wiggle room to deal with a Skull Dragon attacking you for 70, 80, 65-ish K. So that being said, our Gold Paladin's opponent was at 4. They're able to take 1 dragon, they hard guard another one, but there's still 2 more in a Vanguard coming. There's only so much you can do in that situation. So unfortunately, it did end with that the Night Rose player came on top. But it was okay. It was still a very well-fought match. Very fun to see, and nice also to see Night Rose at its peak WinCon action as well. So good stuff.
Now, so let's just overview what we've seen from rounds 1 to 6 today. We've seen Bermuda, we've seen Golds, we've seen Neos, we've seen Spikes, we've seen Shadows, we've seen Pale Moons, we've seen Royal Paladin and Link Joker twice, all representing different decks. And lastly, we also got a chance to see Grand Blue just this last round. From the clans we have yet to actually see on stream, what are you hoping for?
I personally really I'm actually surprised we haven't seen Uranus yet. Uranus is also a very, very fun deck to kind of see doing its thing. Melody is a deck that we brought up earlier in the show that we haven't seen yet. Regalia, Regalia is another very beat down deck, very asking your opponent, do you have a PG type of deck that would be just really awesome to just kind of see. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that is meta that we haven't really seen at its peak yet. I can't really think of anything. What about you? Is there anything you'd like to see or hope to see or want to see?
Now, I do know that in one of the other regions, I think it was EU or AO, can't really remember, I did see Murakumo. Now, Murakumo has gone kind of missing, so to say, since its reign of terror on Hyuga, and now I'm not sure if Hyuga was premium or not, but I do remember Hyuga being a very big thing in even V premium as well. Nowadays, what Murakumo usually looks like is Yasue, so I am curious whether or not we're going to see a Yasue variant, or if we're going to see a Shiryuki variant. And earlier today, Philip also mentioned maybe the resters are coming back, because we do know that players in general will typically play less grade 0s in the deck with the introduction of grade 3 Heal Guardians. Another clan I would like to see is Tachikaze, going a lot more into the Dragon Empire decks. There's a lot of Dragon Empire clans that we haven't seen. Kagero, Dot X, Dot E, one of the big V premium names that pop up to mind when you think of Dragon Empire. Maybe we haven't seen them because Heal Guardians might have just been the card required to just neuter that deck's game plan. But Kagero isn't just limited to Dot E and Dot X. There's a lot of different variations on the deck as well. And let's not forget, we were very excited for Narukami. Vanguard is an incredibly strong deck, able to do a lot of their things without counterblast. So you can guard heavily in the early game to just be able to like take higher attacks in the later stages of the game, but still be able to dish out punishment. What's your thoughts on like we're just not seeing a lot of red? We've got you being orange, we've got me being yellow. Where's the red?
I don't know. I'm not. We do need that red. I'm actually very surprised that we haven't seen that much red. Honestly, it is. We are in NA, which actually I would actually expect to see a little bit of that Kagero spice because I feel like NA just loves those aggro push decks. But I think I definitely will agree with you. Part of it has to do with the fact that we're not seeing those heal guardians do shut down some of these decks pretty easily, mainly Kagero. But Vanquisher and Yasui don't really care too much about them. They can kind of just reride, do their thing, pass turn, gain more Excel markers. Well, Vanquisher has like a little bit of a restriction, but you know what I mean. Like you get your Excel markers, pass turn, then you go again, more aggressive. Yasui is actually a very, very fun deck. I feel like now we got that new grade 2. We got 2 new grade 2s, but they actually do work in Yasui. So because you can kind of retire a little bit. By retire, I mean putting to the bottom of the deck and kind of using your skills to activate. So yeah, I'm surprised. Also, Tachikaze being a pretty decently strong deck. I don't know like where it is on the radar, but honestly, from my perspective, it looks like a kind of deck that I could definitely see being successful. The fact that we haven't seen any of those matchups has been pretty surprising, but you never know. Maybe we'll see some more. And another one I forgot to bring up is actually Angel Feather. We haven't seen Angel Feather. One of the big boogeymen.
Yeah, I do know that one of our favorite content creators, Different Fight himself, is bringing Angel Feathers, repping that Gabrielle, repping that Rescue. So depending on how he's standing right now, we might see him either today or tomorrow. But I do think that the first deck is up for review for round 7. So let's take a look at what we are expecting. And
I'm actually surprised.
Sometimes you could just will some decks to just appear, and just as we were talking about it, we've got Fried Steaks bussin', bringing out the Murakumo, bringing out the red that we were waiting for. Just like we said, this is the Yasue with the splash of Shirayuki. Just a good card to throw in almost every Murakumo deck. Do you have any initial thoughts on this one, Orange?
Oh yes, I actually know this deck a little too well. This is one of those decks where you just kind of beat. You negate your opponent's damage, like meaning their power on their Vanguard. You lower it, especially with having the double Shirayuki here, so you can stack on it, and then you can just go on in. This deck attacks a lot, re-rides. The only thing that you got to be very cautious of, which is why I'm surprised we are seeing a 4-3 with a Yasue's, is you have to re-ride. You have to hit your Yasue's fast enough that way you can re-ride to gain those Excel markers, gain that advantage, go into all your onslaught, and then pass turn, then do it again next turn, because there is one that kind of favors over the other one, being a Vanguard. So you kind of want to make sure you have the right one on your Vanguard every single turn. But other than that, this is a very, very fun deck. We have like the Cloner, which just takes a card's name and pretty much becomes it, like the grade 2. And we have the other grade 2, the promo grade 2, that gets extra power if you have the same card name on the field. We got obviously Shirayuki being an engine here. We got the Yasui Searchers. We got the grade 3 Searchers. We got the Shirayuki when I do not hit, I do stuff engine going on. We've got a lot of amazing stuff in here. So it's a very fun and unique deck to play for an Excel clan.
For those who are uninitiated on the Murakumo Yasue game plan, let me lay the line for ya. So, on our first grade 3 turn, we look to ride into the 4 copies of Yasue. We have Yasue and Yasue Tenma. We want to ride into Yasue. We want to use its skill to get copies of One-Eyed Muto onto our board. One-Eyed Muto is just a really good card, checks for another copy of itself, be able to boost at 12k, but also refund itself on board to go to Soul. Soul is important, remember that, to draw a card back. On our second turn, still on our first turn, we definitely want copies of Yasue Tenma as well, so that we get our mid-battle phase re-ride. But just like Orange said, we definitely want a second copy of Yasue to re-ride into our next turn on grade 3. On our next turn on grade 3, we look to call a bunch of Shirayukis. We want to minus 10k to our opponent's Vanguard, and we want to call everything to the front. We want our grade 1 Yasue Searchers in the back row, which are able to then clone Yasue Tenmas that come out on the Yasue Tenma re-ride. Generally, you can look at around 7, 8, 9, upwards of 10 even attack. Let's not forget that this deck does aim to play front triggers, as we do see here, which means these front triggers are spread very widely. Once you get to the later stages of the game and you have a lot of front row, that's like plus 60k to the plus 60k effectively, plus 70k effectively.
Yep. Very lethal deck.
Now, to play Vanguard, we need 2 players. I want to see what Fried Steaks is playing against.
I'm excited. Oh. This. So this is Prism, and you notice that we have the CC girl in here. I've talked a bit about this card a lot throughout because that is probably the biggest change, aside from the Highlander stuff, that you will be seeing in a lot of Prism decks. They up her name is Spiana, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But that card lets you recycle your Heal Guardians, because it is a Vanguard Rearguard. It takes one of your Vanguard Rearguard cards that is on your Vanguard Rearguard, and then you can take a card from your drop and play back to deck. Essentially, what you want to do is you want to bring back Heal Guardians to deck, making this a stronger deck now, in my opinion, just because 1, you're not going to deck out, but 2, you're just increasing a chance of healing, which is just probably the biggest change that I've seen a lot of Prism players do now, is add this little tech here that just says, hello, I'm putting triggers back to deck.
Not only just the fact that we can put Heal Guardians back to deck, but mainly that counter charge. We saw time and time again, like specifically like thinking back on round 1, or was it round 2, where we had the Prism game where with the Highlander tech, round 1, and we had to play Do You Have It? Getting that counter charge in the main phase was so important to the deck, being able to then get that counter charge. Like you can even throw this in the front row, get the counter charge, bounce it back to hand for next turn. Once you, like we said before, Prism, once you get going, it just goes into this positive feedback loop. Plus to hand, call from bind, put cards to bind, call cards from hand, get your counter charge on attack, plus back to hand. So this is very similar to my list, and this is what I would imagine when I think of pure Prisms.
100% agreed.
Now, let's see if the players are ready for us, and it does look like they are. So, round 7, Murakumo versus Prisms. Can we have Murakumo shred the hands of the fish and bring the fried steaks into a fried salmon steak? I'm hoping for so. And it does look like Murakumo is starting, and we do ride into the Shiryuki Grade 1 card. Passing it back to Toby TCG, playing Bermuda Triangle. What is our ride? It looks to be Sedna.
Yep. And start here with just searching out those Heal Guardians here, or maybe Vert, because Vert is also a thing you want to see as soon as possible.
Particularly in this matchup, I think Heal Guardian is what we want to find. Knowing that we are going second into Yasue and all their multi-attacks, getting that 10k defensive means a lot.
Oh, yes, 100%. You also, the grade 2 game here is pretty real. You actually want to just be a little cautious, get that Heal Guardian, kind of survive the lethal turn, and then potentially try and start pushing.
And then one of the bigger grade 2 cards in the Murakumo deck is the promo, I believe it was called Ario. Being able to use a gain 10k for another copy of Zelf. And there's the Lizelot call Lizelot on the grade 1. Just putting on the pressure from the get-go. Pedal to the metal. We don't get the defensive trigger, unfortunately.
This is also good for intercepting too. If they need to, they can go and intercept here, saving them the shield from hand.
Exactly. We do get the defensive trigger there, so this does become a 1-2 pass. And Fried Steaks is opting for the 1-2 pass. And we do get the crit trigger as well.
Oh, that early. There is the heal. We did see a heal.
Important that we do heal off the one-eyed Yudo. Being able to get it to drop means that we are able to start playing with it.
Yup. Being at 3 damage this early, though. A little scary, but at least you get to Carablast here, search for a copy, get the same card. Now you instantly have this like 19k beater on your board, ready to attack.
Yeah. I'm thinking on Fried Steaks and everything, we got to clear those Lizelots because I don't want that +2 board. I don't want the Aqua to come down the next turn and get another Lizelot activation. So although as like an Axel clan and specifically Murakumo, we do look to aggress our opponent. in that way. Like one of the many multi-attacks is lethal. We don't want to give our opponent the tempo as well.
What's nice here is that is an 8K. So if a unit's attack doesn't hit, it does say you can put this unit to soul to get a Shiryuki back.
Fortunately, we don't have a Shiryuki and drop at the moment, so it looks like this will be going to Vanguard, since there's no real reason to swing it at the rear to miss if there's nothing to really grab.
Yep.
But it's going to be 8 to Vanguard, and I'm expecting these 2 attacks to go at the rears here. Oh, we do get a heal trigger. That's very great to see. Unfortunately, not giving it to...
Yep.
Oh, actually swinging at the Vanguard there. So this 29k Ario is also going to the Vanguard there. Straight to do damage from Toby. So Fried Steak's aggression paying off, being able to equalize the scoreboard here, but also being able to get that Heal Guardian in hand for the defensive turn here as well. It's just great.
I agree. Now,
wow.
I think... Oh. Wow, now that's a good top card. That's a good top card.
If you told me this was Prism, I wouldn't believe you. I just thought that this is any Bermuda Triangle deck. 3 copies of Lieselot across the front row here. 10k, 10k, 10k.
Getting really good top decks too here, going from Lieselot to Lieselot into a Prism units to grab your bind and getting them for 2 hands here, setting up for your grade 3 pressure turn.
Oh, this is what a great setup turn. Now, like, we also have those like 10k bodies that we can use for intercept. We can use to attack. We can attack the rear guards, because like we do know that Fried Steaks does have the Heal Guardian in hand, and that only gives the defensive buff to the Vanguard. So exactly. These rear guards are attack fodder here. Ooh, calling down the Ellie for that on hit pressure as well.
Oh, swing to rear.
Yeah, swinging to the rear, it looks like. Going 10 to 9. Actually deciding to guard.
Wow.
It's another 10 to 9. Attacking the Rainy Madame, not letting Fried Steaks get that ability to pick up the Shiryuki from the drop zone.
Something that's interesting to pinpoint here is, you can guard your Heal Guardian to the rear guard, but still put the 10k on your Vanguard.
That is true.
That was something that could have been an interaction that would have been actually really interesting to see, because he could have saved the rear guard, but also apply the 10k there.
Bring up a great point, and I wonder if being able to protect the Rainy Madame would be what was needed. But, we do have 2 Arios on the rear, meaning these are both 19k and 24 on the Axel Circle. Does Toby have the Heal Guardian in hand to survive this onslaught?
Also see here the Yasui skill is being used, so they're going to go ahead and call even more of the same card, essentially.
3 Arios doing that cloning technique that we all love from Yasui. Now, I'm curious as to why we didn't call a second card off of the Yasui skill. Like, we could definitely call the grade 1 an extra copy of the Takehime there.
Yep. And her skill does proc very nicely when you re-ride.
Yeah. Well, 1 drive, 2 drive, we don't find it. And yes, just like we did say, Toby does have the Heal Guardian, effectively going up to 20k, nullifying all those Arios sitting at a 19k. Here we see the disparity between Force and Axel. Yes, you have many attacks, but that 1k extra base power on those Force units being able to mean a lot of hand difference in this kind of game situation.
Now, something to keep in mind, I think in this situation, the Yasui, that there is not a second one in drop now, is there?
No, I don't see.
That's why they didn't re-ride.
Drop.
Yes.
And it looks like we didn't have a Tenma in hand either, because we could ditch a Tenma in hand to have it in drop for the re-ride.
Yep.
But it looks like that'll be it from Fried Steaks there. Now we're going to pass it over to Toby to hit him with the Prism punching onslaught. That was weak. I'm sorry.
The shiny prisms coming in. Getting the
go
force
ahead.
one.
Yep. Gonna move that Lieselot up. Or do we have the
Or
Aqua
bounce
to
it.
just... Do we have the Aqua?
Yep. I haven't seen one yet, at least based off of drive checks.
Yeah, off of drive checks, haven't seen one yet. Now we do have...
Oh.
Ooh. Oh, can't call that to hand, unfortunately.
But you can use it.
But we can use it. We definitely can use it to put anything we want into our bind zone there.
Wish I could call that. Nice little 14k attacker.
Yeah, it's very cute. Now, never really thought about this, but I guess what's really cute about the Nectaria as well is you can bind a copy of Vert, call a Vert out to the binds from the bind zone, and the next turn you can bounce that Vert back to your hand so you can re-ride on the turn afterwards.
Yep.
It's a bit long-winded to set up, but I guess if you do need those force marker generations, definitely an option.
There's also something that I've been experimenting with. You call out the Nectaria, call out, like a grade 2 or something. Well, you start with Aqua, and then you call out those two after bouncing Aqua. And next turn, you call the Aqua, bounce the Nectaria, use Nectaria's skill to bind yet a second time, does connecting your deck even further. This is a play I've been doing a lot with my personal testing, is having to be able to bind, call it out, bind again, and then you can just keep recycling that over and over again as long as they don't touch the Nectaria.
I've never really thought about that, and Nectaria being a 14k base as well, once again, makes it just that little bit harder to hit, as we did see when Toby was able to slam down that Heal Guardian, becoming a 20k base, and despite Ario, like 19k is a respective number for a rearguard to hit. 20k was just that 1k too big. Maybe it would have been different if Fry 6 was able to get one of the front triggers from his deck onto the board, but fortunately not.
Ooh, that's a Heal Guardian being called out. Are they going to Spina here? Oh, look at that coming through with the Spina, targeting the Heal Guardian, putting it back to deck, shuffling it, counter charging. Does it? Can it counter charge? I'm not too sure. But regardless,
do counter charge as well.
They do. I wasn't sure if they had the face down, but they do have one. And then thus now we have another heal back in deck to potentially heal it back out with a triple drive. And Vert really pluses off of hitting triggers. Vert hitting triggers is one of the best ways to close out games.
And this is the bread and butter game plan between Spiana and the new Grade 3 Heal Guardians. Grade 3 Heal Guardians, just being that 10k body, is able to attack into rear guards, even into Grade 2 Vanguards as well, and being able to bounce it back into hand just to have it as a 15k shield as well. In being a 15k shield, being a 10k attacker, the Heal Guardian in the Prism deck is just working double duty.
Yep. Very good utility.
There goes the first Ario. Then we've got a 28 20k, probably going to the Vanguard here.
Yeah.
Then I'll lose a lot swing. 28.
They are boosting. Mm-hmm.
Actually choosing to boost to hit that magic number of 28. So that magic number of 28 is very strong. Normally, 28 being 15k above your Vanguard means that you need 20k to guard, but in this current format, with all these 15k shields running around, 20k is hard to find unless you have two grade 1s.
This is something I've been talking about for some time now, probably, and it's not really like a full-on downside, but the fact that most clans have now lost access to a 20k shield. So these situations where you go into magic numbers actually can be differential, because then you have to drop potentially 2 cards when you could have just dropped the 1, saving like pieces that you may have needed. And it's kind of like what you're sacrificing in order to get that early on, or be able to survive early to then late game have just a 15k in your hand.
Exactly. And off of this Rosa, we find another Vert so that we can re-ride into next turn. And once we get that second Vert, if we have another copy of Spiana, that's another counter charge. Because we're able to Soul Blast our original copy, send it back to deck, and we can just keep playing until the cows come home.
Yes.
I
think just getting access there to that card, being able to re-ride, because you get to just search for it, is just so good, because as the force numbers go up, it gets harder and harder to guard these attacks.
Yeah. Eventually, there just becomes a breaking point where whatever your deck you're playing against, if you're unable to break through Prism's defensive like game prowess, just the fact that they're able to get 5 cards into hand each turn, and if they're able to keep cycling their Verts, being able to re-ride them, call down the Spianas, bounce them back to hand, re-ride the Verts, Oh, there's the crit. Yeah, going to go ahead and give all the power to the clear as well as the crit there. And
Another bird.
There's a third copy of Bear. Rose is swinging here at 20k to Vanguard. Oh,
Yep.
Unfortunately, I just noticed that Fried Steaks took another Nudo as damage. One of like the main pieces to get the soul. One of the main pieces to get like really good numbers as well. Like speaking in what ifs, like going straight to 5 damage there. Now that does mean that Fried Steaks has a lot of counterblast to play with. Trying to count how many cards are in Toby's hand, but if Fried Steaks manages to draw the stones here, gets the Shiryukis, gets the cloning, gets the double Shiryuki, minusing 10k to the Vert, with the Takahima on board, with the Yasue cloning skill, one front trigger, that might equate to enough. It looks like we don't even get the re-ride.
Yeah, I was actually about to say, can they re-ride here? I've seen that. I see one in damage. I haven't seen too many of the Yasues here, so is there even a chance to go into a re-ride?
So presenting the same board as last turn, 3 Arios with the Yasuye. Now, are we seeing Soul Blast? Because if my eyes are like not deceiving me, if we're just counterblasting to like copy for 1, that might be the Tenma we're already on.
Oh,
but
perfect guard.
That is the PG, choosing on where to put the power there. That does buy us one more turn, hopefully. Second drive check. No front trigger, so our offensive power isn't exactly the greatest this turn.
And no re-ride either.
Once again, no re-ride. Unfortunate to see. That is that is the Yasue Tenma game plan. Get that extra Vanguard attack. Just dig 1 card deeper. Maybe find that heal that you need to go from 5 to 4. Gives you that 1 extra buff for damage, but unable to find that. It's rough.
I agree. I do think not seeing your pretty much the engine there kind of just it kind of slows down the deck a little bit, and you can't have that against a prison player. You have to keep beating down with everything you have, shred that hand as quickly as possible.
And there's that rewrite, getting that other force marker to the rear. Being able to then have that force marker both of those force markers be used twice. Oh, calling down the Aqua to bounce the clear back to hand. Dishing the clear to have it in drop zone to bind a copy through the Vert skill, but also to have a Prism in drop zone for that clear and bind that we see there. Not to mention, open up the front row, which means that we're now able to push up the Spiana, then bounce it back with the Vert if we need it to happen.
Exactly. There's the bind for the triple drive.
Over on Fried Steaks, what is our out here? We're already out 2 heal triggers. A 6 would be very much welcome because we've got, I think, 6 cards in our grip, 1 PG. So 1 PG and 4 cards to guard with, going into 5 attacks.
This is going to be a hard out. Unless they have the ability to guard some of these with the force numbers. Aqua's swing for 25. We still have the other rear, whatever it may be, and then we still have a vert swing and 2 swings on top of that after that. So it's gonna be hard to get out of this situation.
Yeah, and let's not forget that we weren't able to resolve the Rainy Madame. We weren't able to resolve the One-Eyed Nudo. So our soul's not healthy, and one of our major defensive game plans in the Shiryuki engine is soul.
Yes.
So normally in a Murakumo hand, if you have a couple of Shiryukis in hand, you feel kind of safe being able to minus 10k to the opponent's front row, which makes everything just that much easier to guard. But in Fried Steaks situation, without any soul, those Shiryukis in hand are effectively bricks.
Exactly. This gonna be interesting to see kind of how where this goes.
Oh, so there's that big Aqua Sedna column we were talking about. And unfortunately, it looks like Fried Steaks has opted to go to 6, giving the win to Bermuda Triangle. Toby TCG piloting Prisms, like splendidly, I might add. Calling down that Heal Guardian, calling down Spiana to get that Heal Guardian back into deck as well. But like definitely not to discredit Fried Steak's deck as well. Like being able to pilot Murakumo that far into the rounds as well. Because like remember, we saw Fried Steaks like holding that top 16 spot for a while, which means to say like the prior rounds must have gone very smoothly for that deck's game plan.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I think the biggest thing is just like I explained. So the part of the biggest thing about Yasui is just that you need to see that engine. You need to see it like as soon as possible. You have to be doing it every single turn. But the minute you start not seeing that engine is kind of where the deck starts falling apart. And there's really nothing the player can do in that situation aside from hoping to draw into it or hoping to deck it in fast enough to where they can see it. So sadly, it's just kind of how it is. Well, but it was still a really awesome and Yasui is really fun, very fun Excel deck. You kind of have like this rush of like, here I come.
Yeah, Yasui, if you ever wanted a definition of Kagebunten no Jutsu, that's what you're looking for. You're looking at those clones, you're looking at like basically this is like the ninja clan. Like Nubatama was also like another one of the ninja clans, but for things like cloning, for things like all these like cool unique effects, that's Murakumo. And we got a good glimpse of it, especially like in one of like the deck's biggest rearguard attackers in Ario. But yeah, let's take a look at the Prism list as well.
Yeah. The Prism list was actually pretty well done. That were definitely worked out and in their favor. They did exactly what the deck wanted to do. Honestly, we probably saw that deck in its peak performance there. Aside from like, the drive checks stuff, which we did see a couple crits here, but honestly the deck did exactly what it wanted. It Lieselotted, it Aqua'd, it Spina'd, it got the Prism units, it searched, it got the verts back to hand to then reride. There was nothing that we didn't see that deck do at pretty much its full potential. The only thing we didn't really see much is the Nectaria doing Nectaria things, but outside Nectaria, the deck played out to pretty much like how the deck's supposed to be played out. That's how you would normally see a Prism deck do. Like that was the perfect performance of what Prism does, what it is, and why it is considered to be a meta deck, why it's so strong. And just it was good.
Yeah, just running like all the cogs are in place, everything's running smoothly, well-oiled machine. That is probably the best way that I can really explain Prism right now. Every piece has its part, and every piece does its part. But how are we looking for standings? Still waiting on that. So we managed to see a red clan. We talked about it just before the round. We managed to see a red clan. Haven't seen a green clan yet. Oh, we did see Neonectars.
Mm-hmm.
What have we not seen yet that I'm excited to see?
Like I said, we haven't seen Angel Feather. There's a shot at that.
Yeah.
And a lot of people talk about. Yeah, it's a very talked about deck. So, like,
going into this format, the big three, Bermuda's playing Prism, playing Melody. Bermuda's playing Prism. Bermuda's playing Lieselot and Aqua.
Yeah.
We have Shadow Paladin in Luar being able to be that Force 1 Turbo Generator deck. But we also have Angel Feathers with its multiple rescue checks on a turn, being able to try and just blow your opponent out from 0 to 6, from 2 to 6, 1 to 6, with the Hamiel unrestricted, swings for oppressively large amounts of power as well. So I think as we get closer and closer, and as like the competition starts to dwindle down, we'll be seeing more of these like big three decks. Probably day 2 as well. So very excited to see such things myself, just because I do want to see some Angel Feather. Now, personal bias for me, I want to see some Aquaforce. I managed to see Thing Saver. Now, I didn't get to commentate it, but I managed to see it. And big props to Danimus, played that very well. But my other pet clan is definitely Aquaforce, and I do want to see Savez and Lambros and all the hot seamen doing their Aquaforce things, multi-attacks in their naval sailor suits.
Yep.
I'm so ready for that. But let's take a look at who's leading the scoreboard as we go into round 8.
Let's go.
Starting us off, our only XO is Kagze. Then, familiar name, we just watched Toby TCG pilot the Prism deck. Going second. At third, we have Kevin Cho. 4, Ichi. 5, Nerdhaven Conan Kudo. 6, Demios. 7, WCC Tyler Yu. And look who it is, number 8. Everybody's favorite Dimension Police. One trick, different fight. Playing Gabriel, though. Oranjo, how'd you take a look at 9 to 16?
Yes, I'd be happy to see. I honestly forgot their actual name, so...
Hakase.
Hakase, the perfect, thank you. So we have 9th place Hakase. We have 10th place Lewis is here. They are here, they're on the scoreboard. Very impressed. We got 11th place WCC, Big Cam. And then we have Royal Lover in 12th. We got Adrian Barber in 13th. We got Tankman Mode Interrupt, because they just like to Tankman Interrupt, in 14th. And we got 15th God's Mando. And we have 16th Galteria. Pretty good stuff.
Yeah. So as you can see, like as we start dwindling down the competition, we're starting to see some X2s in the standings. We're starting to see some X1s, and we only see one X0 left as well. Now, we do know that Toby is playing Bermuda. We do know that Different Fight is piloting Gabrielle today. Just like we said, I'm expecting Gabrielle. I'm hoping to see Gabrielle as well. But besides that, let's run it back a bit, and let's talk about a topic that we did all the way at the beginning of the show. And we're doing a lot of like predictions on reverse units in Clan Collection 3 and 4. We managed to see a Chaos Breaker matchup against Thingsaver, and we saw that Thingsaver, though being slow at generating force markers, because Thingsaver is slow at generating force markers, that in turn makes Chaos Breaker slow at generating force markers as well. What kind of reverse mechanics are you expecting to see?
Honestly, so I'm a little bit new to the whole reverse stuff, as I wasn't really around during the era of reverse, but as I mentioned, it'll be interesting to see kind of like just the I lock a rear guard and I get a skill. And I really hope to see that kind of mechanic kind of come back. Obviously, like a Silverthorn Blue Kier stuff, Silverthorn is kind of in a weird spot right now. We don't really have a way to countercharge that's like very good. And it'd be interesting to see that maybe there'll be some Silverthorns units coming out to kind of help fuel that engine a little bit. And maybe there'll be some kind of skill where you can, lock a rear guard, call some units out, get extra power, do whatever, maybe get a counter charge in there, because I think a counter charge will instantly make this deck go like really high up on the ceiling, because that's where it's currently getting pushed back. There's just too much counter blast between all the units and not enough CC to kind of just keep the engine pushing. So obviously that I definitely want to see Cocytus. I wanted to see not really too much reverse, but I want to see my Salami unit come to life. So maybe I'll see my Salami unit.
Yeah, bring Jewel Knight Salami to Royal Paladin, being able to swing with like some really big meat sticks, like emphasis on the meat sticks. Now you got like Royal Paladin with like all those like force markers, hitting like 33k. Now if you want a meat sticks, that's a meat stick. But more importantly for me, yeah. In my opinion, I'm excited for Maelstrom Reverse. Like even now, Maelstrom's actually kind of a very like niche rogue Aquaforce deck. There's a lot of like really good Maelstrom pieces like strewn along multiple sets here. Being able to give your Vanguard an extra drive and a restand means that this card 2 gets kind of negated by that +1 drive, since you are doing 3/3. At the same time, if you're able to get multiples of those and do 4 and 4, being able to guarantee your on hits, we did see a lot of those Maelstrom staples being reprinted. So Maelstrom Reverse, like maybe lock one of your units and get an extra attack or something, and then you combine that with all those drives. Aquaforce is going back to it's kind of like branching into his identity of being a draw Aquaforce instead of Aquaforce.
Personally, I really like Battlestorm. It's one of the few Aquaforce decks that actually like how it rolls, just because that cheesy you can only guard with one card per attack is just really nice to see. It's actually really funny. So I'm really excited. Maybe they'll bring that aspect in too.
Yeah, and let's not forget, 1-card guards are weaker now that 20k guards are gone. So maybe Maelstrom Glory swings back. But we will be back after a short break as well to enjoy the glory of round 8. And we're back.
Hello.
How was your break, everyone? Before we get into round 8 now, speaking of 8, I want to talk about other regions' top 8. So, going into the EU top 8, I see 3 Bermuda Triangle. Looks like a heavy representation of 2 Prism and 1 Melody player. We have 2 Link Jokers, 1 Shadow Paladin playing Luard, 1 Angel Feather playing Gabrielle, and 1 Narukami playing Vanquisher. Just like we talked about, those 3 big names as well as Bermuda being, but we kind of neglected to mention Link Joker.
Link Joker is honestly a pretty, like, I mentioned this before, and I've talked about this kind of even with like my fellow like locals and stuff like that. Link Joker is actually a pretty strong deck. It has a lot of multi-attack, aggression, draw power, like being able to utilize the toolbox of your drop zone. There's so many little things that the deck can do on top of having that random rush of, do I hit my grade 3 in the top and then I call it out, getting a restand coming. And it's just, there's a lot of little things that actually make that deck go aggressive. And it's a force 2 deck. You can easily go force 2 and just, 2 damage, 2 damage, 2 damage. So I think it's a good and very viable competitive deck.
And I wonder if just finally having that grade 1 promo released to the clan was that little bump needed for Messiahs to actually get that consistency piece in being able to call the Volcode so easily, so early. But let's take a look into the AO side of things, and I see 4 Bermuda Triangle, 4 playing Prism. I see 2 Shadow Paladin, looks like a Luard, 1 Grand Blue in Night Rose, and 1 Murakumo, also playing Yasuye. So that's very exciting to even like consider.
I think seeing, we are seeing a little bit of diversity outside of the Bermuda Triangle stuff, which is actually nice to see. I like that we're not just seeing, I personally, when I was thinking about like what could top, I was concerned that it might be like 70%, Prism, and then there's just a little bits of everything else. But luckily enough, we're seeing kind of a little bit of diversity. We're seeing the Night Roses, the Link Jokers, the Vanquishers, just all this little just extra stuff just to kind of help kind of complete it, which I personally love to see. Even Murakumo being up there is awesome to me. I think the deck is also multi-attacking very good. We haven't seen golds yet, surprisingly enough.
Yeah, I haven't seen golds in top, and like golds like that Spectral Duke. Like in the Japan side of things, we see a lot of Spectral Duke.
Yep.
And we did see Crizome pilot Spectral Duke like fairly like incredibly well round 1 as well, but since then haven't seen a lot of Spectrals. Seeing more of like the Fury Agravane, seeing a lot more of the Prominence Core, because we are seeing Gold Paladin. It's just that Duke has kind of fallen off. And do you think that Duke has fallen off, or are people bored of it?
It might be the fact that, there's like this new stuff coming in and Prominence Core and Fury coming in action. People just want to try out like all these other things. They kind of the same way people just kind of tone down on Gurgit a little bit, because there's all this other stuff that they could try out and play. I think because of that, maybe we just haven't seen that much Spectral Duke, because Spectral Duke is still a very, very strong deck, but maybe people just want to try out their Bluish Flames. They want to whip out that Fury, just go into like a different strategy outside of just being Spectral Duke.
Definitely agree. Now, as we start dwindling down in the day, these are the top tier, highest caliber players. They've grinded the games. They've definitely done the testing. They've done the theory crafting. What are you expecting?
We are going to probably see Prism coming through at some point. Obviously, Prism, we just saw it being demonstrated, still a strong deck, still being able to take down or grind out, do whatever they need to do. We saw the Highlander list, doing its thing. I do expect to see like Prism still up there, and the players trying to either going against it or going towards it. The people that are fighting it or are playing it, we're gonna be seeing a lot of that clash between like who can outgrind who. So we'll probably be seeing that, and it's from a competitive mindset. It's something you have to take in. How do I defeat a Bermuda Triangle Prism player? What do I need to do? And these are the things that opponents are going to be thinking about. Like our top 16 is going to be thinking about this. We do have different fight in our top 16, playing in. So something he has to think like, what am I going to do to try and take down a Prism player? Because I'm pretty sure whatever our top 8 is, we have probably I'm assuming at least 2 of them are Prism players. What are your thoughts?
And that's like a really good thing you mentioned too. And something I want to talk about was the implications of Angel Feathers into Bermuda Triangles, mainly Prism. We saw in the WGP of Japan, Uzume piloting Angel Feathers Rescue against Rio playing Melody. In Melody, they also have their own way of dealing with Hamio, being able to field those many Finas to get those big intercepts. And because these are like big intercepts on the board, you don't really have to worry about your hand. And then like on the opposite side of things, instead of having big intercepts on the board, as Prism, you have a lot of cards in hand. Gabrielle versus Prism is something I've extensively tested with many of my friends, me being the Gabrielle player. I had issues actually closing games out. I would actively damage deny them. I would let them get the counterblast they needed to do, like Vert 1, because it's a lot easier to kill from 1-6 than it is from 0-6. And like with the introduction of Heal Guardians as well, there's really no point in damage denying. And it was just incredibly hard to get them from 1-6 because I could swing with I could get all the crit triggers I needed onto my Hamio. And even then, with the amount of cards that Prism was just able to farm up, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, pick it up, drop it down, okay, and I had to pass. I could swing my Vanguard into the rear guard, but if I was to attack the Vanguard with anything else, that would give them the one counterblast they needed to be able to aggress me on the crackback.
Yep, that is very true. I personally think this matchup is pretty neck and neck because the thing about it, as an Angel Feather player, now I'm not an Angel Feather player, but I have been playing Prism into Gavriel quite a lot recently. And one thing to note is that you can kind of go aggro like early on and try to push every single turn, so that way your Prism player cannot come back from that. There's another approach that you can do. So your Prism player in the early, they do not have a big hand yet. So that Hamio turn is still in that kind of lethal zone. So if you kind of push a little bit, get him to 2-3 damage, and then you go in, maybe bind your units to kind of get your damage back up. You can kind of push, and if you hit your crits, you can actually close the game out before they have a chance to get that fat 10 card hand.
And I think that is definitely something that I've been testing with, is instead of waiting for a big grade 3 turn, on my grade 2 turn, I'll call down the Jafkiel, get that rescue check. I'll call down the Salafio, get that rescue check. I'll call down the Zofio, get that rescue check.
Yep.
Just if I'm able to get those crits earlier in the game when my opponent isn't ready for them, I'm able to hit them to 3, 4. When I drop down the Hamio, they're not ready for it. And basically, I'm looking to just... that is my lethal moment. That is when I go for game, and that is when I need to go for game.
Yep. That is very true. And plus, it's a lot easier to kill with Hamio if you only need to drive check or, rescue check 2-3 crits here, spread them across the board. You don't even need to think about I have to rescue check at least 5 times here so I can actually make everything lethal. You're already going to be swinging for, your Hamio's already going to be 2 crit. You could put the rest on Vanguard, put some more on your other rear guard, and now you have 3 very, very lethal attacks coming in, and Hamio will be super high. The Vanguard gets an extra 10k to the front row, and what does your opponent do? They have to guard the Hamio. They don't have a choice, as a guard restrict on it, right? You have to guard Vanguard because they can hit another crit on top of that, and then you have a rear guard swinging for between 30, 32, 33-ish k that you also need to guard. And in that situation, what do? You can heal out of it potentially, but how many crits can you take to the face before you have to just say GG?
Speaking of GG, I'm ready to watch a good game as well. I want to see Deck 1 of Round 8 of BRO V Premium 2021. Oh, familiar name here, Suo, coming second in last week's Premium Tournament, making the ways up to the top tables. Once again, we do see Angel Feathers. Kind of your standard Angel Feather list, but there is a really cool card here in this grade 2. I'm gonna have to check it out here. Is that a grade 2? It's a grade 1.
Yes.
2 copies of this grade 1. Do you know this card? Talk to me about it.
I do. This is the 5 damage angel card. It says if you are at 5 damage, she gets 20k and boost. If I'm not mistaken, that's the interaction it has. So pretty much behind Hamio, it gives Hamio an extra 20k on top of Hamio being Hamio, or you can even put it behind Vanguard, whatever is your choice.
That's genius. That is genius, and I think this might have been the secret spice that Angel Feathers needed to actually beat out Prisms.
Oh yeah,
that extra 20k means so much in this big column, because most times you're actually putting the Nakir behind the Hamio for a 13k boost. But what is 13k compared to a 29k boost? I wonder if this inclusion from Suo is what is needed to bring Angel Feathers to the top tables.
Do want to note here, so that grade 1, I think it's called Jaffiel, she does enable an extra damage, which means you can hit that 5 damage a lot sooner. You could be at 4, push yourself to 5, and now that grade 2 goes live.
Yeah, I think this grade 2 inclusion is incredibly smart, and I'm excited to see it in action. Now, what is it going to be in action against? I want to see what kind of 3D action gamer Suo is up against. Bring me deck 2.
Go, deck 2. Oh.
And we're seeing a mirror match between Angel Feathers. I want to see who flips the most yellow cards on their rescue checks. We have the different fight piloting Gabrielle Angel Feathers in today's mirror match.
This is exciting. This is very exciting. We do see a little bit of a difference in choices. We noticed that in different fights lists, we do have the grade 1 that's able to go into soul and swap your damage a little bit, just kind of getting your shield up and all that kind of stuff. I personally, this is a very solid, pure, I'm going to do what I need to do to rescue check. I'm going to beat your face in. I'm going to hit some crits. And yeah, good luck, opponent. I hope you'll be able to survive all these crits.
And I think one of the main things to mention about Angel Feathers and Gabrielle as a whole is they are bottlenecked by soul.
Yes.
A lot of their stuff does cost soul, and unironically enough, Hamiel does go back to soul, luckily. But Bellyful is like a really cute card, just to say that you can tutor something from your damage zone, but more importantly, +1 to soul. That's the main reason why a lot of decks are playing this one copy of it, because you're able to get into your Gabrielle rewrites quite easily. Sariel is able to choose any card from your deck and put it into damage zone, which then you can just pick up at will through the uses of Yafkiel. Superior call it at will through the uses of Hamiel. Pick it up at will through the use of Gabrielle, Zophiel. There's a lot of way to actually tutor from deck to damage to hand that Clan Collection has brought up, and just like you said, the existence of the grade 1 Yophiel, being able to damage charge yourself up to 3 to get that Hamiel condition, to 4 to deny the early heals, to 5 to ask your opponent, heal on 6 or you lose. Just all in all, like, great additions to the deck, and a lot of times people didn't expect how good these cards would be, and a lot of people did say, Clan Collection didn't really do too much for Angel Feathers. But then we see like the deck also move away from the 16 crits and also play the Heal Guardians just because you need the Heal Guardians now.
Yep, exactly. I completely agree.
That being said, I want to see, like I said, I want to see in this mirror match between Angel Feather and Angel Feather, I want to see who's the better rescue checker.
I'm excited. Let's go ahead and see this match, the final match for today.
Over on the left, we have Suo playing Angel Feather. And on the right, we have Different Fight playing Angel Feather. This will be the rescue mirror match. Starting us off will be Different Fight. Riding into the Yophiel, the ideal ride, being able to then tutor anything you want from your damage zone if you were to take a damage this turn.
But there's something I want to note. Giving Counterblast to this specific unit is actually very risky because that enables a play for the grade 2 ride-up to be even extra brutal, as she does have a Rotapon skill, so you can Rotapon, do your damage checks, and then ride, the grade 2 Jafkiel, do what you need to do, and kind of just start your board up nice and fresh. But if you deny the Counterblast, you can actually save yourself the struggle of them just pushing you on turn 2.
Yeah, and I do want to point out that Suo, going second, did ride into the Zophiel, which has a really strong rearguard effect, but also a really strong Vanguard attack, being able to, on hit, draw a card back.
Yep.
Now, I do hear mentions that there is a round 9 today, so this won't be the last game to end us off. There will be one more exciting game to play.
Okay. So we did give the damage here. Let's see what Different Fight rides into.
Very happy to see that Heal Guardian in the damage zone there, actually. Being able to ensure that if we manage to heal out of 0, we'd be able to call it down for that charge. If we wanted to, we could ride over the Yophiel to pick it up as well. There's just a lot of applications here. And there's the Jafkiel, being able to add the card that we want to hand there. Being able to counterblast 1, pick up a card from your damage zone, and hit ourselves. We get the Salafiel into damage zone. Do we want to pick it up using the Yafiel skill? It does look like that is what is being signaled here.
Yep, this is why that counterblast denial sometimes can kind of save this, because now Different Fight can filter his hand here, get what he needs, set up a board, and rescue check, and just pretty much do anything he needs to do.
Yeah, for sure. Now, like I said, there are 2 trains of thought here. Either we can also deny ourselves, like we've gotten our +1 for the turn. We don't have to drive check anymore. Or we send it. We call down that Salafiel that was picked up. We call down a Zophiel if we have it in hand. We get those rescue checks. We get those early crits. We end the game early. That's really good.
Very possible. Oh. That is a pass.
Yes, I love to see it. Love to see it. Now Suo does not have the ability to quotation mark plus by riding into the Yafkiel as well. Instead, going into Salafiel, do we do the damage check? Because if we do the damage check here in the rescue, we don't gain. We actually push ourselves to 1 damage, but we do get the selective being 1 card tutor off of the Yafiel.
Yep. And it looks like picking up the Gavriel. Now we have Different Fight going into his Gavriel, getting a protect 1.
Like I said, even though you're up against Angel Feather, picking up that protect 1 is still really good, because you know that your opponent is like most likely on that 12 crit. You don't want to randomly say no guard to the Vanguard swing and still lose to accidental double crit.
This is very true. You want to make sure you're able to guard the 2 attacks that you can guard, and then either take or hard guard the Hamiel attack.
When it looks like we're going in.
Yep.
Oh, and we do find the first crit off of the Hamiel, giving all the power to the Hamiel, of course.
The beginning of crit pressure.
We also called down the Sariel. We can go ahead and use the Sariel skill here. Going to Counterblast and Soul Blast to choose any card that we want from our deck and put it into damage zone. Now, we're only at 2 Counterblasts, so most likely than not, we're looking for the Yafiel to, just like that, pick up the Yafiel to push us to 3. The only danger now is, hopefully we don't rescue check any heal triggers and push us out of Hamiel skill usage.
This is very true. That is one way to stop the pressure of Hamiel. It's just hitting that heal, putting yourself back down to 2.
Then let's go ahead and heal off the Sariel here. Now there's a few. I wonder if we have all the rescue checks needed, because we do know we do have the Sariel in hand, which is probably what's going to be called down right now. Oh, actually going to the Yafkiel. Yafkiel's going to pick up the Yafiel here. Go ahead and get that rescue check. No yellow card. But we do have the Yafiel in hand now. Normally at times Yafiel is the card that you use right before you actually use Gabriel, because Yafiel does end up turning a card face down, which means you don't have the 3 face up for Hamiel. So you go into Yafiel, you bind a card in, you bind her, you put a card from your damage into your damage zone. Then at the end of the turn, you put her from bind to your drop, and you go ahead and pick up a card from your damage zone. So most likely than not, I'm eyeing that crit Sentinel, because we can pick up that Hamiel whenever, but get the crit Sentinel is something we do need on the crackback.
Exactly. Need that extra shield, and just being able to do what you need to do with your damage. I am wondering to see how we're gonna play this out.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Different Fight chooses to actually go all in here and try and get the 0 to 6. But like we said, Heal Guardians existing. This might be just the foil to Hamiel. We do find double Hamiel in the damage zone there.
Luckily enough.
Yeah.
I was going to say, luckily enough, with Angel Feather, you can get it back to hand relatively easily. So it's a good spot to see your Hamiel.
Yeah, and there we go. We got the Gabriel skill being resolved. We're going to go ahead and put the Monk card into hand and bottom deck the Hamiel.
Yep.
2 damage checks. 1, 2. No
Alright.
yellow cards as well, so we've only ever found 1 crit. Going into attacks here, we can choose to swing with the Hamiel first, or we can try and find more crits. Like, swing with the Vanguard. If we do get a double crit, give all the effects to the Hamiel there, because we don't want our opponent to get those extra damage checks to make it easier to guard the Hamiel, yeah?
Oh, I 100% agree. Any defenses help to guard the Hamiel. So, but if you're putting it all, then you can just easily just put it all on the Hamiel, and then thus making it a lot harder to guard.
Unfortunately, on a dry streak with the rescue checks and the drive checks, not able to find those yellow cards we all know and love to give our Hamiel that extra star. Not to mention, we also got that defensive on Suo's end of things, but luckily, between the 3k buff that Yafgil gets and the fact that Sario is able to boost, this is 21 and still a 5k to guard from Suo's end of things.
I do wonder if in this situation there is a reason to use Hamiel's skill. What do you think? Is it worth saying the 3 counterblasts in for the extra crit and Sentinel restrict?
I think being able to that's a really good question here. Us being at 2 compared to Suo's 1 means that because the Yafgil is going to resolve at the end of turn. Yafgil is going to end. We're going to get pushed to 2. This Hamiel, if it does resolve, pushes Suo to 5, which then makes it that much harder for us to heal out of Hamiel. Yeah.
Yep, that's why I'm concerned too. Pushing to 5. Oh, they're guarding it.
Oh, and there's the heal guardian. Just opting to minus the 2 crit, leaving Hamiel at 1 crit, doing that 1 extra damage. And Hamiel going to the soul. We're going to go ahead and resolve the Yafgil there, going to drop and probably picking up another copy of the Hamiel that we did see.
Yep,
there we
there
go.
It is. Now we get to see with the other side, with Suo bringing in the Gavriel. See how many yellow cards we'll see here.
Yeah, so riding into the Gabriel there, also going for Protect 1, I believe. Oh, choosing now. Yep, there's the Protect 1.
Yep.
I want to see that grade 2 come into action here. I want to see that extra 20k make the big difference between whether or not these attacks are guardable or not. Like, that 20k, that 29k booster, I'm looking at that right now. I'm hopping onto some online stores and I'm going to put that in my cart real quick.
I love that card. I had a weird 5 damage angel deck that I built, so it's a very fun little gimmicky card.
Speaking of going straight to 5, we have double Yafgil pushing us to 5, and let's not forget how easy it is for Angel Feathers to take any card they want from the damage zone. You want to call down that Hamiel from hand there, counterblasting 1, and boom, there comes that big booster.
There it is!
Our first rescue check for the turn. Is it yellow? It is not a yellow.
That 20k booster is on the board now.
We only need 2 crits for Hamiel to be lethal here.
Yup. We still have Gavriel's skill to resolve and any other potential damage checkers if there are any in hand. So blasting for Gavriel's skill here?
Oh, looks like we're already going to the Gavriel's skill here. We're going to pick up the Heal Guardian. I think that makes more sense picking up the Heal Guardian rather than the Monkar, because the Monkar is useless in this matchup, right?
Yes.
30k shield is great, but Sentinel Restrict is a thing.
Yeah.
1 check, 2. These are the driest rescue checks I have seen.
It is. Yep, we're expecting a little bit more yellow, but we're seeing a lot more normal.
Yep. Now hopefully Suo has more ways of finding those yellow cards here. And even in the mirror match here, like, do you damage deny because it's so easy for any player to just flip a card face up. Because we do know that Different Fight still has the Salafiel he picked up that turn 2 in hand. So that is a Soul Blast for a counter charge and a rescue check. Then off of that 1 counter blast, you're able to do everything you need to do.
This is very true. This is going to be very interesting to see Not seeing those yellows soon enough. Not putting it that lethal pressure here.
Right, still no yellows. This is one of the more interesting angel feather mirrors I have had the privilege of seeing.
It's a little bit more tame than what you sometimes see how these matchups go. Sometimes you just see the complete onslaught happen, but here we're actually seeing both players being able to play out pretty much their cards. We even get to see our 5 damage angel coming in.
How many drive checks? How many damage checks is this? I see 1 from Hamiel, 2 from Gabriel, 1 from Salafiel, 1 from Yafkiel. Here is another one, ditching the copy of Gabriel to pick up from our damage zone. Probably actually picking up a Nakir here. And there's our first yellow card over on Suo's sides of things. We only need to find 1 more for Hamiel to be lethal.
Yep, exactly. Luckily enough, we still have the drive checks coming in. And considering we haven't seen that many yellows, there is a shot here.
All right, swinging with the Gabriel at Vanguard. Now, it's these attacks you're looking to guard.
Yes, this is where you want... Or not.
Oh, we do find that second yellow card. Obviously choosing to put everything onto the Hamiel there. Obviously, obviously swinging into the rear guard, not letting Different Fight get any amount of damage triggers there. And here comes the big attack. If my math is correct, 22, 32, 42, plus the 15, 57, plus the 29, 86 to the Vanguard. Ooh. No Sentinels.
That is a very high column. That little 5 damager is definitely putting in some work, adding an extra pretty much 2 triggers of power on it.
And that is 4 damage. This is game, especially with that Yaffiel being able to bump us all the way to 5. This is 6 damage heal or GG.
Looks
Luckily,
like
hopefully, yeah, just calculating the cards in hand right now.
Thinking, but might have enough to block it. It's pretty much a skull dragon, but with, a ton of crits on it, so it's a very hard block.
With a ton of crits, and like Skull Dragon being that one card that says PG or GG.
Yep.
Hamiel is being that one card that is being no PG, GG anyways. There's 30k shield.
Yep. Oh, more?
There's 60k
Maybe that's
shield.
why. This is why we haven't been seeing the yellows.
Is this enough to guard? That should be just enough.
Yep.
Now, over on Suo's sides of things, do you attack? Do you attack and give that 3rd damage?
It's a hard call. Suo's going to be going down to 3 damage here. So if they were to attack, they would put it in healing circumstances. So it's kind of a hard call. But it looks like they chose not to attack here.
Yeah. Choosing to pass, not letting Different Fight get that extra face-up damage, but more importantly, getting that 3rd damage for the Hamiel skill. It also looks like Different Fight chose to guard with 2 copies of Salafiel as well. So Salafiel being a card that just says Soul Blast 1, do a damage check. Now we don't have that quotation mark free countercharge that we need. Hopefully we have it looks like we're pushing up the Sariel. What else do we have in hand? Because we do know that Suo has the Hamiel on the crackback as well.
Yep, exactly. And I think Different Fight also has a Hamiel in their hand as well, so...
So Hamiel in here, but nothing to really...
Yeah, not much pressure.
That 3 face-up, no Yaffiels, yep. Suo being able to get that double Yaffiel so strong. Going straight to 5, completely tearing at Different Fight's hand. And it looks like we're going straight into attacks here, not being able to resolve the Gabriel skill either. Meanwhile, on Suo's side of things, 2 counterblasts to play with on the swing back.
Yep. Swing on rear, yep.
Swing at Vanguard here. We do have the protect marker because we don't want to lose to that double crit trigger if it happens. Is that what's going to happen here? Or do we have the Munkar for the no pass?
I think a perfect guard is one of the best approaches here. You could potentially just take the damage here and try again for the Hamio approach, but it's still very spooky territory. 2 crits could end the game.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get that trigger count.
Yep.
Just those 3 over on different fights end of things. Well, no, way more than 3, at least 4, because I do remember seeing like 60k shield come from 15, yep. 15, 15, 15.
It was 2 heals and 2 crits. I think it was a 3rd crit actually, so yes.
And there's it was actually a no guard. So if double crit did happen, that might have been game. I'm very curious as to why we no guarded there. Doing a Yaffiel check here. 2 out. Deciding on where to put that crit, obviously. Do we want to give Suo that 2 extra damage to toolbox with, to play with? And it looks like we do opt to go all into Vanguard, pushing Suo to 5.
Wow, so now the 5 damage angel just stays active. No too much work here. And another ride, get another protect marker here.
More importantly, getting a soul.
Oh yes, 100%. This deck does go through soul very fast.
All right, we've got all 5 of our damage to play with. I do know that we have a Yaffiel, but now that Yaffiel is kind of turned off, since can't really counterblast 1, bind itself, and put a damage to yourself 6.
Yep.
So I do know that we do have that Hamiel in hand. It's kind of mulling on what to call off here. My eyes are gravitating towards the Salafiel I see in the damage zone, being just another way to get another rescue check going there. But at the same time, wonder if different fight being at 2 also makes it really funny that Suo is then able to accidentally heal. If Suo happens to triple rescue check heal, he effectively turns off the Hamiel. But like we said, we do have the Yaffiel in hand to get us back to that 3 face up.
Yes, exactly. And honestly, I don't know how many heals we've seen so far, but I think in this situation it's more how many rescue checks can we get, make everything just as lethal as possible here, and try to close out the game here. Because if Suo gives the damage to different fight now has another shot to do pretty much the same thing back.
You, as different fight, are very happy to see that crit happen before the Hamiel touches the board there.
Yes.
That being said, though, that booster is huge.
Yes.
Choosing
solid.
To give 39.
Only 39.
Only 39.
Just a grade 2, swinging for 39 as a booster right now.
I'm going to go ahead and use the Hamiel to call out the Salafiel. Hamiel's going to do a rescue check. There's 1. Salafiel is going to go ahead and do her rescue check. Soul Blast into Hamiel. And there's a yellow card there.
Crit.
Still need 1 more for Hamiel to be lethal. Do we have another rescue check in hand? Another copy of Zophiel, maybe? We still have Gabriel live as well, being able to get us those 2 more damage checks.
It's getting very intense.
Yeah, going through all the rescue checks that are like once per turn effectively. Making sure that we don't double down on rescue checks. I spy with my little eye a Zophiel in the damage zone, being able to get us 1 more rescue check as well.
Yup. 1 more shot.
Ooh, adding the crit to hand, getting that 15k shield to hand in that very slight scenario that we're unable to close out the game on our turn here.
Oh, that is a yellow.
And there's that yellow star.
Now Hamiel is lethal.
Hamiel is lethal, so a different fight is looking at that 6 damage heal. But let's not forget that we have a crit on our Vanguard as well. We do have that PG for the Vanguard swing. And here comes the Zofio doing one more check. Oh, grabbing that crit for the next turn as well. I love the foresight there.
Yep.
Taking no risks.
Yes, this is gonna be. Ooh. It's a lot of pressure. Every column, whether it's big or small, can end the game. Pretty much end the game here. When you think 19. You check. Oh, it's at the rear.
Oh yeah, hitting at the rear and instantly going straight into Hamiel. Instantly going straight into Hamiel, saying game, GG, yes. Shake my hand.
I think he didn't want to heal, so that's why he chose to go that way for the 20k to still stay.
That's so smart. I love this. That's so smart. Any chance of healing gone.
Yep, exactly. So even if he hits the heals, that 39k booster is still coming through here. All right, here we go. 4 damage.
4 damage. 1.
1.
No trigger. Right. Second damage. 2.
Okay, 2.
No trigger. Third damage. No damage. Do we have the 4th damage heal?
Let's find out.
I'm taking the Vanguard as the 6th damage. Something you only see. It's something you only see in the anime.
That was insane. That was an amazing match played by both players. Very well played. Using all the competitive skills to their knowledge. Wow.
Oh my goodness. Like, I want to point out, like, Suo's hand at the end of that. Like, Suo was prepared for the next Hamiel as well. 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15. We were holding all those triggers because we know, like, on that very slight off chance that Chris was able to survive on that 6 damage heal, we need to be ready for the opponent's Hamiel.
Yep, that foresight was too good. Had he swung with Vanguard, there is a chance that Hamiel wouldn't have been anywhere near as lethal as it was. Because at that point, I think that Hamiel was like, swinging for 96 potentially? Because that was a 39k booster on top of the triggers, on top of Hamiel, on top of the crits. Like that number was almost breaking 100. Because last turn, it was already breaking 86. So this turn, it got even bigger. So, crazy stuff.
Incredible game from both players. Chris with different fight with the knowledge of the Angel Feather deck, playing into a mirror. This is skill testing.
Yep.
Besides the skill of being able to rip yellows off your rescue check, being able to know what your opponent wants to do against what your deck wants to do. We saw the damage denial. We saw that despite Suo going second and knowing that Chris also had a way of getting that free +1 to hand in Yafkiel, because maybe our own +1 to hand was more important in that getting that on-hit draw. Finding that Gabriel early, finding the Hamiel, getting all those Yofiels into hand, just both turns on Suo's end of things, being able to go onto that 29k booster. So good.
So clean. It was very well played. They both really, really did their best. It was very intense. I usually wouldn't enjoy a mirror match like that because, it's an Angel Feather mirror match. It's just whoever hits their triggers first, right? But we were really able to see the true competitor's mindset coming through between both players here. Plus, as you mentioned, a mirror match is really hard to play around. You're essentially doing the same thing. You have this very similar win con. It's kind of like, how do you stop your opponent's win con, but also making your win con go through?
Exactly. And we saw it from Suo's end of things. The moment that Different Fight flipped his damage face down, every attack that Suo was looking for was for lethal.
Yep.
He was looking to kill on each attack. And if he wasn't able to kill, I'm not going to let my opponent play the game then. I'm going to wait for my turn on the next one to try again. And that's like we said, that's the foresight of being able to hold those big crit triggers. Because we saw how it actually ended up. We only needed the 2 crit triggers to actually go for lethal. So on Suo's end of things, maybe just holding those triggers close to your chest in that early game, mulliganing soft, keeping at least 1 trigger. We did see that Heal Guardian come out big as well. that Heal Guardian being able to bump down that Hamiel from 3 crit to 1 crit might have made a large difference as well, because we did see that Suo opted to have to take the Vanguard attack to be able to have that 29k booster live as well. So just all in all, very high skill gameplay that we were able to witness today.
Yes. Something to note, again, like, I wonder if Different Fight didn't activate the Hamiel skill on that very first attack, if it would have made a difference there, considering Different Fight that would have had the open counterblast to then actually have a turn the next turn. That's why I was like wondering, is it worth swinging in that situation? You know you're not going for lethal. Like, yes, you might give some damage here, but is it worth swinging in that situation when all you're really doing is potentially getting 3 damage? And then we saw the Heal Guardian come through anyway, so only resulting in 1 damage.
I think, yeah, you summed it up quite a bit, knowing that even playing towards, there's 2 ways to think about it. One is playing towards your opponent's out and playing towards your out.
Mm-hmm.
Your opponent doesn't lose if they have the Heal Guardian in hand, and the Heal Guardian is just 4 of in a deck.
Yep.
Whereas you have 12 crits in a deck. So you do have more crits in the deck. I do think it was respectable to play on the off chance, like, because it is a lot more likely for someone to not have a copy of 4 cards in their deck than it is for you to be able to see all your crit triggers, right?
Yep, very true.
So I do respect Chris's like ideology of going, I'm calling your bluff. You don't have the Heal Guardian.
Mm-hmm.
Take 3.
Yep.
And unfortunately, it just didn't work out for them. And like, that's not to say it was the wrong play. Like, it could have been the right play in that moment.
Oh yeah.
You just don't
100%.
know what's in the hand at the moment.
Yep. All right. So with that being said, let's see what our current standings are looking like with the 8th round. Okay. Do you wanna go, Toku?
Yeah, let me go ahead. Starting us off strong, Kogze rounding off the top of the leaderboard here with a clean XO record. Toby TCG at 2nd. 3rd place, Tyler Yu from WCC. 4th, a new name managing to slide into the top 16 here in Hui Dang. 5, we have WCC Big Cam. 6, Royal Lover, not playing Royal from what I've heard. 7, an Asian Barber. And 8, Kevin Cho. I'll leave it to you, Orange, for 9 to 16.
All right. We have 9th place Ichi, and we have 10th place Gosmando. We have 11th place with Kenan Kudo, 12th place with Demios, 13th place with Franz, 14th place with I forgot the name.
Hakase.
Hakase. I gotta remember that. Hakase. And then we have 15th place. Lewis is still here. We still have Lewis in the top 16. And then 16th place, we have Andy.
So we're finally entering the final round of day 1 of the V Premium Tournament for Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021. These are the names that you'll expect to see going into tomorrow. Like, the top 8 is what you're looking to. So this last round, this is the make it or break it for a lot of these players. Like, even if you don't see them in the top 16, a lot of these X1s, a lot of these X2s, based on their resistances, they could all of a sudden skyrocket up to top 8, depending on how like the top 8s perform. It's safe to say that Kogze probably has it in the bag that we will be seeing Kogze tomorrow. But everything else, that's all fair game, and we're excited to see it.
Yes, extremely excited. I can't wait to see just what the standings are going to end with us for today. It's been an insanely awesome and great day. We've been seeing some amazing matches. People have really been putting their hardest and all in, trying to get all their crits and triggers and units on the board to smack face or not to smack face. We see some amazing competitive decisions being made. It's truly been an amazing experience.
And with that, we are almost about ready to start round 9, but we're going to have to go to a short break, get the final round ready for all of you lovely viewers to enjoy. We'll see you soon.
So, hi, my name is Johan. I'm from France, and I participated in BSFO 2021, in which I I got first place in V Premium in NA with Vanguard Triangle Prism, and then I also got third place Europe with Gastil in Premium, and second place of stand-up format for EU with Bastion. I took all three formats with. I was pretty happy about it. Yeah, so well, it was quite difficult because there was a lockdown in my country, so I trained with my girlfriend. We played every day and each format. And yeah, we tried many decks. We had a good idea of what the format looked like. So yeah, we kept practicing every day. I wasn't really expecting to top. I mean, I really play tested a lot. And I also participated to the shop league, the remote shop league. It was just because I found the game funny, but I never expected to top or play to top. So I started Vanguard in 2019. And so my first event was BSF France 2019. And well, that was a great experience. So wanted to do another event. So I went to Cardiff the same day, the same year. And then I participated in many BCS this season. It was the last BCS season. Really great experience. So I hope it will come back very soon. Initially, I started the game with my girlfriend. So we traveled together, mainly together. I mean, and, sometimes when there were some other French people who traveled with us, but well, in Paris we had a small group who travel a lot. Very interesting and very weird at the same time, because I like the fact that I can play with anyone in the world, like with Australian people, and it was a really good experience because I'm not used to play with these people. Like I think Singapore people and even NA people. That was the first time I played with them. It was great in that regard, and at the same time, you don't see your opponent. You only see the hand, so well, you can't read on his face. Well, after a game is played, you can't go with your friends and talk about the game. Hopefully, I had a group of friends with whom I chatted during the event to recreate the atmosphere of a real event, but it's never the same. So I registered, I think, 5 tournaments. So I know some people registered for like the 9 tournaments. I don't know how they did. Yeah, I decided to only participate in 5 because I think I needed to sleep just to be able to play correctly. Maybe I played like 12 hours a day. I didn't sacrifice sleep time for the tournament. And so for people who want to participate, so maybe it's a bit late, but they should prepare before, like a month before, if they want to have a chance to talk. If they just want to have a fun moment, I think that's a great experience to chat with people as well, because after a game you can just chat with people and have a different view of the game. Thanks for listening, and good luck for the tournament. Ciao.
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Buff Sartra is with the new arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
My name's Ron Manangkil. Lots of people know me as Shiro Neko. I am the BSFO AO champion, and I topped with Blade Master. Yeah. Actually, I was already planning ahead of the Blade Master loop when Soen was announced. I already started visionizing the deck. the problem was securing some premium parts, which was mainly the Temposphere and Zazan. And in the end, I didn't even get to use them because I wasn't able to secure a set of each because our shop here only had 2 boxes of premium collection, so we weren't able to really gather parts. And so preparing for the event, I was just watching videos on like WCC and different fights channel on the meta and thinking of how I can counter that without using the vanilla engine and doing the turbo engine. And in the end, I also thought of the mirror match because thinking of the meta, you're obviously gonna encounter your own meta deck. And so to take the meta into account, you have to really think of the mirror match too. So yeah, that's how I prepared for BSFO. I actually participated in BCS starting 2017. I wasn't really a competitive player back then because I was really busy with other things like school competitions and other fights. But yeah, those were the only ones that I joined because BSFO, Springfest rather, was not really in my place. It was in the main city in Manila, so I wasn't really able to participate with that. But BCS, I participated yearly starting from 2017. Well, I think I met a lot of interesting people for sure. I met Kendo from Team Rising Dragons, and I met Derek Dow from WCC when he came here for BCS, and I also met like I made many friends through BCS because there are some players that don't join weekly tournaments, but when a huge event comes, you suddenly see all these people pop up. I would also want to give a shout out, by the way, to the BCS 2019 champion. He's also a Cebuano. He's one of the only people I know from Cebu that also won a Bushiroad event. I want to give him love. His name is Del Rosario. I think he deserves more love than me because he wasn't able to actually go to Japan due to personal reasons. So I want to give him the spotlight too. I think for BSFO I was kind of like I was scared at first to join because as you said it's through a webcam and like cheaters may pop up once or twice, but actually unexpectedly the judges were actually really well organized. They were monitoring the entire situation, and it was a pretty fun event actually. It was nice to participate through my own home, and I didn't have to go down or risk like getting COVID, especially now, to just join an event, which is really nice. It was really convenient. I posted in my Instagram story the progress through of like how the event went, and I was also watching the stream, so I could like study the other decks that were on stream. It was pretty fun to like see everyone react to the Instagram story because not a lot of people knew about the event here. So it's pretty nice to see like people react and stuff. Well, my advice for BRO, if you're a seasoned player, I suggest you study the meta since it's a pretty wild west meta right now, and literally anything could happen. And for new players, I would say don't be scared, just do your best. And you know, it's a free tournament. You win, you lose, you don't lose anything. So it's alright. Just calm down, and I'm rooting for all of you. Follow me on if you guys want to follow me on Instagram. It's Hello Ishiro. Just hit me up if you guys want to chat, hang out, or even play remote fight. So thank you and good luck to everyone. I hope to see you all, and I hope to see everyone in top 8 also. Well, not everyone, but yeah. I hope everyone does well.
I'll promise I'll read the cards. I'll read the cards.
Properly.
No.
Read the cards properly. Welcome back, everyone. We are about to get ready into round 9 of Bushiroad Rumble 2021, but we just went through, in the last 7 hours, 8 fantastic rounds of V Premium Vanguard. Let's quickly wrap up everything that happened today. Round 1. Gabriel Teo playing the Bermuda Triangle Highlander Prism Hybrid against Chrysome playing Gold Paladin Spectral Duke. Give me your very quickly, initial thoughts on that deck, on the game.
Pearl Sisters, go Burr. Spectral Duke, Force Clan or Excel Clan, you decide.
Very good ways. Exactly. Pearl Sister Go Burr is probably the best way I would put it. Those 2 cards had stonks value that one game. Let's take a look at game 2. Neo Nectars, piloted by Nick N, versus Chuni Clan's Meganate playing Spike Brothers. My eyes. Crit triggers on Neo Nectar sides. Go Burr! And I know you wanted to commentate that game too.
Yeah, a Double Emperor just said, hey, I can do it on grade 2. I would love to do it on grade 3 though, but I can do it on grade 2.
No, my card says grade 3, but I'm popping out of grade 2 to start hitting you with these 5k
Exactly.
swings. +5. Game 3, we saw Kalen playing Shadow Paladin, the Revenger Raging Form Dragon, versus Hikawa Skies playing Bermuda Triangle, a more streamlined Prism deck rather than what we saw in round 1. Your thoughts?
I mean, you got play sets versus, wait, I thought it was Mordred, not, was it Raging Form? Oh yeah, it was Raging Form. It was Mordred.
Yeah, the deck list was Raging Form, but we saw a lot of Mordred. We saw the Blaster Dark, we saw the Phantom Blaster Dragon, but more importantly, over on the Bermuda Triangle side of things, we saw Prism working like that well-oiled machine that we talk about. Then the round right after, we had Sleepy playing that so fantastic hybrid of Harry getting that stage down, also going straight into Taliabs to start getting your bunny plays going. Playing against Dragon Alchemist, playing Sanctuary Guard Dragon.
With Jewel Knight support. Both decks, hybrid decks.
Both decks, very nice hybrid decks. We saw Dragon Alchemist swing back from behind, being able to take all that counterblast they were able to accrue from just no guarding, all of a sudden slamming cards, getting +2 board. You don't have ways to retire me. I'm putting my face on the playmat and I'm hitting yours.
Restanding Vanguard. Hey.
Then over on Sleepy sides of things, though we didn't get to see the full extent, we did see glimpses that Harry able to turn that Axel Circle to a stage, going straight into Labs, looking to do that pop dragon, pop pigeon, pop dragon kind of play to try and just blow your opponent out of the game. We saw glimpses. Unfortunately, wasn't able to see the actual plan in action, but we did see its ideology.
Exactly, and the ideology itself is scary. So it was one of those things if it's gonna happen, oh it is.
And right after we had the Time Wizard playing Link Joker Chaos Breaker Dragon versus my new best friend Danimus playing Thing Saver Dragon. Unfortunately, it was a game that did go to time, but I do definitely want you guys to check out that VOD. If you ever had doubts about Thing Saver Dragon, Danimus piloted that deck so well against the Chaos Breaker matchup. A matchup that is actually doomed from the get-go. You're already slow at building up your force markers, and thus, in that sense, you have a hard time generating those force markers into a deck like Chaos Breaker.
I just saw grind, man. I just saw it grinding. Someone was gonna go bald sooner or later.
And if I'm allowed to have my unbiased opinion here, I think if it wasn't for time rules, if the game was allowed to play all the way up until 6 damage, I think Danimus had in the bag. Thing Saver's grind game is really, really strong. They have a lot of recursion through the Seek Mate ability, and once you pop all those Zirconiums, I think that's it for Chaos Breaker. You look like you have a different opinion.
The game state was a weird one just because Chaos had the game flow had rear guards locked, kept stealing markers. Both players were down to last cards. Remember, announced Chaos Breaker just successfully guarded a turn and managed to keep, 2 or 1 card in hand. On the other side, finishing their turn, Think Saber had 4 cards in hand, and there was a board full of about 3, if not 4, force markers with a Chaos Breaker. I don't know what else. It's like a good enough punch would have done it, so it could have gone either way.
Could have gone either way. Like, not to mention, Danimus was able to put all 4 heal triggers back into the deck. So, flipping a heal trigger on one of the
crits, but
as well as 8 crits. Then, from Trisec, we also had Link Joker again playing Messiahs against Neo Knight, playing Gold Paladins, and I do believe this was the Aggravate deck. Unfortunately, Trisec did have to get that game lost due to that double DC. But let's talk about what ifs. What if we were able to see that full game come out? What if we were able to see that full Code drop down and just start slamming our opponent in the face with that 40k base 2 crit 2 times a turn?
All I can say is Gear Chronicle would be jealous.
That's a really good way to put it. And like, what if we were able to get that 12 or so for Aggravate? I don't care how much hand you have. I'm slapping you hard.
I've said this once. I said this before. Aggravate's ability has made my friend playing it. Okay, here's like 3/4 of my hand. I can only guard with like 3 cards.
Yeah, and like Aggravate, like between the Grade 3 Edmund, between the Aglavel, there's just so many ways of getting your rear guards into Soul. And then Aggravate skill itself.
Soul Blast from Dendrain with Sagamore and I don't know what else. It's a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, exactly. Then, our next matchup that we hopped into right after was Dr. Knight 92 playing Gold Paladin, playing the Bluish Flames Prominence Core and Percival deck against Mino Nose, Grand Blue, Night Rose, Beatrice deck.
Yeah. All effects were accounted for correctly. No mysteries. Like, just good game.
I'm glad to hear that, Philip. We also saw from Night Rose's side, Bone Dragon, Night Rose, Bone Dragon, and that is the winning image of the deck as it is in V Premium. And right after that, in round 7, we had Toby TCG playing Bermuda Triangle, what I would like to call like Pure Prism. You have all your Prism names, you have your Sednas to find your Grade 3s, you have your 3 copies of the Spiana to make sure you always have the counter charge going. Playing against Fried Steaks, piloting Yasue and Murakumo.
Man, he ran out of chakra. I didn't see enough Shadow Clone Jutsus.
I think you put it quickly. Like, we had the cloning between the Arios going on, but not enough from Yasue. Not being able to get those one-eyed Muto, to get the soul, to get the filters out, not being able to get the Tenmas for that double Vanguard attack. Just fell short on the chakra. Unfortunately, he was out of chakra and he also was out of options. Let's not forget about the last round we just witnessed. Probably one of the most legendary mirrors that we have been blessed to in today's hashtag BRO 2021. If you're not tweeting about the last game, what are you even going to tweet about? We have Suo from Canada piloting Angel Feathers with his own special unique tech in that 29k booster. We didn't see it come up once. We saw it come up twice versus everybody's favorite Vanguard personality, Different Fight, also playing Angel Feathers. Basically, we saw pure raw skill. These were like players who had like strictly places their deck to like utmost potential. They've like researched the matchup. It looks like they've even researched the mirror. What a treat we were dealt.
Like, we saw Suo exactly calculate. Okay, you use up your CB. You're at 2 damage. I got more enough cards. I can get there. Hamiel. Okay, cool. She's swinging for lethal. You survived. Let me guard. Next turn. Hamiel. She's swinging for lethal again. I'm not going to even attempt to swing with my Vanguard and heal out of it. No. Here's just... We're going to try to end it now.
And finally, in round 9, we haven't started yet, but I'm so excited to see what is going to come up. We do have the first deck ready. So, bring it on in! A familiar name in Toby TCG having the honor of being part of the last game for today. Once again, we already know this deck like the back of our hand. If you don't know it, that's not our fault. We're great teachers. We have the Prism engine. We have the Spiana for our counter charge. We've got the on-hit LE pressure for the extra 10k shield. We've got the Lieselot. We've got the Aqua. We're looking to +2 board. And we're looking to hit hard, hit fast, slowly but smoothly. We're going to get our game plan going.
Don't forget, we also have that Nectaria to help us if we really need it in a pinch.
Yeah, exactly. Going through, like, basically just got our standard game plan there. You can't damage deny this deck. We've got the Aqua and the Lethal. These are counterblast, the strategies to get the board that you need, to get the hand that you need. We've got the Heal Guardian to get that one counterblast that we can bounce it back with the Bear. And then if we find a Spiana, go ahead and call that girl down, get that counter charge you need to keep going. This deck just keeps going.
It is very streamlined. It is very fine-tuned. You got everything you need from the early game to the late game to just in case I'm going to counter charge a little bit, put some heals back while I'm at it. Get that Nectaria there for fixes if need be. I am a well-oiled machine. I do one thing and I do good.
They do it great. Now,
I will be very interested to see, however, because like you said, we got the opportunity to see this deck in action one more time. Last time against Murakumo, but this time the opponent is going to be a little bit different. And, you know, it'll showcase the players not only potential of adjusting to the matchup, but also being able to just go with the flow, figure out the new strategy, game plan. What is my opponent capable? What do I need to win out this game?
That's very correct. And I'm very curious to see what our opponent for Toby will be playing. And I'm very excited to see it as well. I do hear rumors that I'll be a very happy boy going into this last matchup.
You don't need to know.
Oh, I don't need to know? All right.
Just keep a cool head. Like, the opponent we're going to see here in literally a second. We're going to switch it to now.
All right, I'm going to close my eyes. You tell me when to open.
Cool.
Okay, my eyes are closed. Should I open?
Yeah, you can go ahead. Just keep cool.
Aqua Force! Kaze is playing Aqua Force, and he's playing the Maelstrom deck we were just talking about. This is probably my best gift as a caster, being able to cast one of my favorite decks, one of my favorite clans, though not my favorite deck. I'd rather see Tavis, but like we said before, that Glory Maelstrom, making your opponent only call one card from hand for each attack, and if you're able to break that 15k threshold, they can't guard anything. Oh, this deck might be the up-and-coming rogue of the Aqua Force, and this might be the up-and-coming rogue of, like, the Vanguard period. And Kaze is also from Vietnam. Oh my god, a fellow brethren representing the Duma gang. Can I get a Duma gang in chat? I am popping off, and you guys in chat should be popping off too.
So keeping the cool went out the window. Cool. But I do agree with you. This is one of those decks that can kind of surprise, just because people think, okay, we have Heal Guardians. I don't have to worry about Grade 2 Game Rush. But we mentioned this before with stuff like Coral Assault and other cards, where granted I see a Coral Assault here, but still, you got to have a Heal Guardian to stop that early Game Rush. And if you don't, it's still going to hurt. Not to mention, riding Maelstrom the first time, we've seen more than enough good support cards, and I've seen them even over here where they say, hey, your restand ability, let's make it worthwhile. On top of that, if they can manage to get to the other Maelstrom, the, in my opinion, a little bit more dangerous from, you need to really examine your hand and go, am I even able to guard this? If they hit numbers, am I even going to be able to guard this?
Yeah,
Not to mention, you know, whenever Maelstrom pops off and it says one card from hand, granted, copy of it. If there's a Riptide Dragon on the board, better have a PG. That's all I gotta say. You better have PG.
And so, yeah, what I do want to, like, talk about with this deck is these small like grade 2 rear guards, these grade 1 rear guards, they all play into the Maelstrom engine so well. Like, first card to showcase here is Nordstrom Dragon. Skill, counterblast 1 and discard a Maelstrom to give one of our Maelstroms 10k and a drive. Like I said before, that discard 1 equals +1 back because we're swinging twice. We're getting that extra drive twice. Not a hard once per turn. So if you have multiple Nordstrom Dragons, if you have multiple Maelstroms in hand, you're doing quad, you're able to amass a lot of hand. Let's not forget about this column here featuring this other grade 2, Jewel Staff of Emerald Elpida, and also the grade 1 behind it usually will be Analyze Shooter. You get this column going with that counterblast, you're able to just activate Analyze a Shooter effect to just search 2 Maelstroms from deck. That's 1 Maelstrom that you can ditch, and that's the glory that you can ride into next turn. Talk about well-oiled machine. This is a Ferrari. This looks to do one thing and do it fast. We're going to hit hard. Give me all the counterblasts I want because you're dead next turn.
Toku. Hey. Listen. Breathe. People at home probably would love to hear more, but I'm pretty sure you included would love to see it in action. Ain't that right?
Yeah, let's see this go. I want to see Kaze bring it 9-0. I'm all in for Kaze, all the bias. You guys already know it. Let's play Vanguard.
My God. All right. Well, the games begin.
Kaze out here with all the Aquaforce drip. We've got the Leon mat, we've got the Lambros sleeves, and on the left we have Toby TCG playing Bermuda Triangle.
Now he's facing one obstacle almost immediately off the bat. 1, he is an Excel deck versus a Force, and 2, he's going second. There's going to be a 10k on the Vanguard at his grade 2 turn. He's going to have to figure out how to combat that if he really wants to do the grade 2 game merge.
Yeah, exactly. Just like you mentioned. But Maelstrom's big turn isn't the grade 1. It isn't the grade 2. We're waiting for that grade 3. Once we get our name Maelstrom on the Vanguard circle, we're live. So over on Toby TCG's side of things, we ride into clear and we do find the Rosa. We're also going to go ahead and draw. Normally what I like to do is I like to draw first because digging 8 versus digging 7 for that critical piece, right?
You're not wrong. And we're already seeing that little hint of, yeah, I know I went first. Here's a Lizelot nonetheless.
And there's the PG. And like, if you didn't want to bounce that Lizelot with your Aqua, that's a PG that you can just bounce back to your hand as well.
I think Aqua can only bounce normal units. Don't quote me on that.
You are absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. Can only bounce normal units. So that PG is staying on board. But at least we'll be able to use Lizelot again.
You know who can bounce it? A little card Vert.
Vert, yeah. Vert's going to be able to do that. That PG on board. This is not going to stay on board long. By the time we hit grade 3, boom, back to hand.
You put a Sedna behind it, that's still an 18 decent column. It's not the best numbers to swing, but hey, if I get a PG back from it and get a poke out of it, I'll take it. And I see that Analyze Shooter in the background. Like, that card brings so much value. It is crazy.
Exactly.
Did I say the wrong name again? Please don't. Okay.
No, you're correct. That is in fact Analyze Shooter.
Don't go quiet on me. You gave me a heart attack.
Oh, and it looks like the hit did happen, which means we're gonna be able to just boom search the 2 Maelstroms we need. What's like such a good on-hit pressure card. Just like we said, like these on-hit pressure cards, you're able to put them behind your Vanguard every turn. You're swinging with on-hit pressure and search 2 from your deck. That's a real effect.
Exactly. It is a very what's the best word to actually describe it? It's a mirage effect in the sense of, let me elaborate. I'm really struggling trying to find the right word, where yes, it hits. Yes, you're deck thinning. You just took 2 cards out of your deck, which means triggers are more likely to hit your key pieces you want, and you've gotten your key pieces of Maelstroms in your hand as well. But at the same time, it is a little bit of a false because, yes, you do have 2 Maelstroms in hand, and it's making your hand look big. Those are 2 great you can't use to guard with.
That's very much correct, but like we said, we're looking to hit critical mass on our grade 3 turn. Once that press steam dragon comes down, that extra maelstrom we picked up is gonna go straight for its cost, and then being able to just like ensure that the maelstrom on hit always goes off through the use of Epida, through the use of cards like Radiate Assault. These like conditions become fake. Oh, and there is that Aqua, bouncing that Lieselot back. Ditching the Nectaria, actually opting to not use it to bind, and boom, there's the Lieselot off the top. A critical trigger. If you're on Cogsay side of things, you're very happy to see that you're not taking a crit so early into the game there. Now, Cogsay does have the Heal Guardian from hand, and boom, instantly slaps it down, gives us that 10k defensive. We are on 18 now.
That Aqua needs a little bit of a help, I believe. No, it's right there, +5, +5.
Yep. Oh, and we do get the defensive, making this a no pass. We're sitting at a pretty 28.
Hold up, over trigger to pass. Oh wait, format.
Wrong format. All right, passing it back over to Cogsay. Do we have the means? Do we have the method of being able to aggress back?
Hold up, wait, what? Hold up. Did we ride up? Did we ride up?
It looks like we rode up into Alpida. Correct me if I'm wrong here. Ooh, getting that draw trigger. I wonder if we attacked into a rear here. Yeah, we did attack into the rear, leaving Toby at 1 counterblast, but 0 face up. With that 0 face up, they're unable to actually bounce back the Glitterly Baby Lenny here. Unless we have this Spiana.
This is also a little bit on Toby. Like, you can't expect your opponent to just start swinging at you. You can't just think, yeah, they're going to just swing a Vanguard, try to keep me high in damage. I'm going to have CB. You gotta also kind of be prepared. Like, what if they damage me? What if they leave me at a number that, hey, I can't do nothing right now, or I'm not doing the full potential I'm capable of?
Oh, for sure. And yeah, because of this, without having that extra copy of a grade 3 in hand, without having an extra copy of the grade 3 in rear, I can't stress this enough, but Cogsay like piloted this turn like splendidly. Leaving Toby
to put him at high damage just yet.
Yeah, leaving Toby at 1, but more importantly, like 1 face down, meaning Heal Guardians are off, unless we have a way of like having 2 Heal Guardians in hand to discard 1 and then pop 1 back to the deck via Spiana. This first turn on Vert is not doing that much, just getting that triple drive.
You're not wrong, but hey, I mean, just triple. Good sir, did you just hear yourself? Just triple drive, he says.
Just triple drive. I'm excited for when Maelstrom does 2 triple drives. Oh, we do find the Glitterly Baby Lenny off the first drive check there. Oh, we also have that defensive second Heal Guardian coming out from Cogsay's side of things. 1, draw. 2, Vert. 3. And that's all she wrote for the turn. We're sitting at 18 defensive, so these all still hit, luckily.
That's also next turn. Hey, 1 more force marker to the board. Man, this is just... It looks like... This is what I love about Vanguard. It looks so one-sided right now. You got someone just onsliding triple drive, big numbers at someone who's barely a grade 2 taking it, going up to damage, but in all actuality, the game's barely started.
All right, boom. There's a Maelstrom ride. Axel 2, drawing a card. Do we have the press steam? That's the card we're looking for.
Wouldn't Radiant Assault also work?
Press steam is the one that gives us that extra drive, and there it is. We have 2 copies of press steam. This is the quad drive that I preached so much about what this deck is able to do.
Don't forget, it will be restanding.
What we do need is the Radiate Assault. Do we have the Radiate Assault? It doesn't look like we have the Radiate Assault. We play over the press steam with the Alpida here.
We do have the Alpida. The Alpida is going to compensate for Radiate Assault.
Oh, unfortunately, I don't think
attacks now.
Unfortunately, I don't think we actually get the Radiate Assault for for the restand here because because the Alpida says for that battle and not for the turn, unfortunately.
Yeah, but as long as she is considered to have hit, Maelstrom will be
Yes.
restanding.
Yes, you're correct. You are correct. So yeah, we do get that quad. We're sitting at 2 cards in hand right now. I'm gonna blink and we're gonna be back at 10 cards.
Quad ditch to quad is a +6. Good
Plus
sir.
6, 8 cards in hand. 8 cards in hand.
Never mind. Apparently, we might just get to 10.
Wait, we might get to 10. That draw trigger. All right. Do we get a second draw trigger here to get to 10? Has my folly actually come back and allowed Kogze to get the free cards? Oh my god, and the heal trigger as well.
Well, let's be real. Whenever you have multiple drive tricks, the chance of hitting triggers skyrocket.
Oh my god! Oh my god! It's everywhere.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to round 9 of Bushiroad 2021. What a way to end the day by starting the game with a quad drive 4 triggers. Holy boy! Sorry, I'm dying.
I would like to formally invite Kogze to Yellow Card Vanguard for being able to rip 4 yellow cards off the top of the deck. Welcome to Yellow Card, Kogze. I'm very happy to have you here. Being able to also get Analyze's Shooter effect to have 2 more copies of Maelstrom. If you're Toby TCG here, what's going on through your brain? You know that your opponent has Glory Maelstrom for the next turn. You know that your opponent has Steam Press to make your Glory Maelstrom triple drive as well.
I can do this. Like this, I'm thinking Toby's just thinking, it's fine. It's still fine. It's still fine. I'm just waiting for all the fire around him now.
Yeah, we're not even done Kogze's turn here. Boom, going to attack with the Alpida here, activating the ability to get that mandatory on hit. This will hit, and this also means the bubble ball Corporal will be able to hit as well, being able to grab us another copy of Maelstrom.
We've talked about well-oiled machines, but this thing is just running. This thing didn't start jogging. This thing starts sprinting, and Toby, it's like, all right, we're here to play. God.
So Prism, like you said, that's that well-oiled machine. It does what it needs to do. It's able to keep chugging along, able to print those card advantage you need. Meanwhile, Kogze is playing a actual printer, a Maelstrom printer, being able to print cards, being able to print copies of Maelstrom into your hand. Oh, I can't say enough about how excited I am about this game. Like, let's not forget to mention that 3 damage checks and Toby was not able to find a damage trigger, especially going to a multi-attack clan.
Hold on, did we just ditch 2 Maelstrom and a Glory for the restand? Holy balls.
That card's not worth guard. We don't need it. Boom, 1 drive, 2 drive, gets a crit, going to go ahead and put that on the Riptide Dragon. Big boy swinging at mid. Double crit. Double crit. We've seen 6 yellow cards come out from Kogze's side of things here. That's...
Hey, I think I know where different fights... I think I know where different fights rescue checks
This is all where the yellow cards that were missing from the last games went.
Oh my God, this is something else. Look, I've only seen this in front of me whenever I had my friend Alex, but never to this extent.
Okay, simmering down on the hype, we have Toby TCG rewriting into another copy of Verd here. Now does have the counterblast to play with, but I need to re-emphasize that Kogze's plan to deny the counterblast there was so smart, turning Toby TCG's first grade 3 turn from a 3-attack triple drive, from a 4-attack triple drive with the ability to draw 1. With the ability to draw 1 off of the clear as well, with the ability to get some more filter off of the Rosa that gets played off the bind into just 3 attacks.
He basically denied him 3 extra cards in hand. No clear to draw him an extra card. No bounce to the front row like we talked about that perfect card. Granted, he never moved it upward, but still, that basically just denied 3 cards extra to hand, and that showed itself in this turn. And Toby's got to understand, we're on a timer. We know there's a Glory. We know our opponent has 3 leeway damage that they can just take. Uh, do we have the necessary cards in hand to survive a glory? Well,
Now
there's that PG. We definitely need that.
Yeah.
Oh, we definitely need that.
I do like what Toby is doing on the crackback here. Also swinging with the triggers, mind you. Like, these triggers are what's needed. These are the 1-card guards when you're going into the Maelstrom Glory that you need to be able to guard. Obviously hitting the rear guards, because at the same time that Kagse denies the counterblast, Toby's always going to crack back with the same strategy as well. No counterblast for Kagse on the next swing. But even then, you don't need the counterblast. Being able to ride into the Maelstrom Glory. The moment you get that extra counterblast, boom, we're rocking, we're rolling.
Are we Rosaing right now? Are we using Rosa really?
It does look like we are using Rosa. I guess every bit of compression does help. Being able to find those heal triggers, being able to go down from 4 to 3 to 2, trying to match Kagse's damage there. Every little bit helps.
Oh, this is. I love everything that is happening right now. It's not just like one side. Like, both decks are doing exactly what they want. They're getting the triggers they want. They're getting the. Both players are playing the exact. Like you said, the move to put both yellow cards into the front. They're just pokes, but they're pokes to take cards out of hand still. And now they're going to be back in hand. There's a perfect guard, which means any big attack for 1-card Glory Maelstrom turn is okay, cool. And then there's a 15k, which will be just enough for certain attacks.
Kagse opting to take the triple drive from the Vanguard, and we do see that 1 crit trigger over on Toby's sides of things. But is that 1 crit trigger enough? We didn't get the heal trigger, is what is important to note there. Kagse sitting at, like I said, that pretty 10-card hand. We do know that there's probably at least 2 Maelstroms in hand.
Oh, we saw 2 ditched.
We saw 2 ditched.
Who knows? My God, it's safe to say that he has 2 or none Maelstrom in deck at least.
I think we went through all the Maelstroms in the world with that turn. Oh my gosh, and we get the 5th damage defensive trigger and as a draw trigger. Kagse is the best Vanguard player in the world right now, and he is on cloud 9.
This is good, sir. We're going to find that out tomorrow, all right? That is the question.
All right. We're going to go ahead and end Toby's turn and start our turn. We've got the Glory Maelstrom in hand. We've got the counterblast required. Does Toby have the card value required? Not the amount of cards, just the card value.
Like, look at it this way. Maelstrom will be gaining 10k to the front row. It's basically a front trigger. We have a 13k Vanguard. And as far as we know, Heal Guardians, 15ks. We can only get to 28 with 1 card shield if it's not a perfect guard. So if any of those numbers hit over 28, we got a problem.
Yeah, the moment you hit over 28, like, Drifting Flow is already sitting at a pretty 24 with its condition. Drifting Flow will be the 4th battle. It will be 24. Then with Maelstrom's 10k boost, this is a PG or GG from this attack. And then if we have another copy, which we don't have of the Riptide Dragon, that would have also been another PG or GG. But like, definitely can't forget about like the other auxiliary back rows here. Being able to boost your units from just 17 to 27.
Don't forget,
also really huge.
Still a Vanguard swing.
Don't forget, there's still a Vanguard swing. You're absolutely correct here. And going into another copy of Drifting Flow for try and filter out another copy of Maelstrom. Does not find one, but we already found all of our Maelstroms, I believe.
Let's be honest here. That was just for shuffling the deck. That was just making sure that, all right, that's why I got my deck. Cool. Let's just shuffle it up a little bit. Let's see if we can hit some triggers again.
1, 2, 3. Going to go ahead and stack it as normal. Boom. There's the Glory Maelstrom effect. 10k to the front row. Glory effect live.
And I don't see any press stream, so at least it's Twin Drive.
It is just Twin Drive. So I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attacks on Kagse's side of things. one of them being a PG or GG. Even the Glory Maelstrom might even be at that threshold of PG or GG. I'm looking at 28, which is just like you said. Now that Heel Guardians have dropped down to that. Oh my lord!
Speaking of Heel Guardians,
Speaking of Heel Guardians, now
you need
that
to
Heel
stop
Guardians have
predicting this
dropped,
shit, sir.
I
stop calling what's gonna happen.
I think the sheer willpower and like the sheer like love of Aquaforce for me is just willing the cards to come to the top of the deck. Oh, unfortunately, not able to see the second drive check, but we do know that one of them was a Heel Guardian.
Ah, there you go.
And the other one
looks like it was Riptide.
Yeah.
Or Radiant. Sorry.
We do get the heal trigger, which is really good on Toby's ends of things as well. Oh, that heal trigger coming in clutch, but more importantly, that heal trigger coming after Kogse's heal trigger, meaning that it is live.
Man, this is just a clutch game overall. Just back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. This could be anyone's game.
Go ahead and swing with this. This might also be... is this enough? I think 14k, 22k. Yeah, that
defensive man, it just helps. 5k guards now.
Yeah, just so good. And this is a PG or GG kind of attack here.
Not anymore. Oh, the defensive heal.
23. Drifting Flow is swinging at 24 with that AK boost 32. Yup, you're definitely right. Oh, let's not forget about the existence of Ellie. How can we forget about Ellie, like the mainstay defensive card in Bermuda Triangle? Being able to become the 20k shield that is required.
You're not wrong. We're not wrong. But how many Ellies can you use before, run out?
Oh, and there's the PG.
Right, so,
yep, go ahead.
This was a very strong turn, but now we need to survive. Now, Kogse, we need to survive.
Yeah, honestly, like, that heal trigger might have been the saving grace for Toby TCG here. Being able to get that extra 10k defensive power so early on in the turn as well means that we're able to guard a bit easier everything else, which means we're able to save so much cards in hand for the next turn. But the next turn, if Kogse is able to survive this one, that's another Glory Maelstrom turn. It's very imperative for Toby.
This is also another vert with another force marker, which means anything that hits that circle is 20 plus. That's starting to get to numbers that are going to be a little bit hard to guard. We did see, though, how many PGs? 2 at least?
We did see
8 drive checks.
2 PGs on those 8 drive checks. We see the one in the damage right now. We could have another one close to our chest. We do have wiggle room in taking 1 damage. We do know that we do have a Heal Guardian in hand. We've used 2 in the early game. So potentially 1 still in deck.
So what is Toby TCG's game plan here? Do you just try to go for game? Or do you, if you see, okay, my opponent can probably live, I need to go for those rear guards?
Looking at Kogse's hand here, and I'm looking at like the prior triggers. If we were able to like properly track our opponent's hand, seeing where those 4 triggers went, so you know that we do have 2 PGs, we do have at least 30k shield. I think step 1 is definitely get rid of the Drifting Flow Fencers, because those are the ones that attack for 24k with the boost 32k. Definitely get rid of those. The other 2 rear guards, maybe not as important, but at the same time, Kogse should be like prioritizing defending those Drifting Flow Fencers if we don't have an extra copy in hand here.
Man, this game is just, it went from, this is a roller coaster if I've ever felt one. Like, it's hard to explain the adrenaline, the excitement, the heart pumping, just feeling you get when you see nothing but yellow on your quad drive, on your 5 drive checks, 3 drive checks. Just like all triggers, like, yeah.
It's one of the most exhilarating feelings when you do multiple drive checks, and each time you do it, boom, flip, yellow, boom, flip, yellow, boom, flip, yellow. And we even got draws in between as well.
I will say that I also have some PTSD whenever boom flip yellow happens on every drive check on a Valkyrion. Like, boom
Uh,
flip, no please.
how big? Yes.
How
Right.
many? Yes.
Ooh, choosing to call the Rosa and the Nectaria here. This, when you call these, it is almost signaling final turn. And Kagze preemptively showing the 3 PGs in hand and the 3 discard
like,
spotters. Do whatever
like,
you
you
want to
can
do, Toby.
Yeah, you can swing at any one of them you want. I'm gonna. Oh, you're not gonna swing? I'm gonna keep some of them. It's like nothing on my board is about to go to my drop zone. Are we clear? Are we clear? Clear. Cool. Capiche. Cool. Let's do this.
Oh,
God.
gets that extra force marker, which means we have one more attack on Toby's ends to deal with. Boom, there's that other drifting flow.
Look at Toby's hand size. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 cards in hand.
14. Literally, we have a book in Toby's hand, but like, what is a book to Glory Maelstrom? I don't care if you have 14 cards in hand. Each attack, you can only use 1.
And if they hit, like, we need Ellie's. We need Ellie's, we need crit triggers, and we need PGs. That is the only saving grace right now. If we don't have any of those, this is going to look dangerous. Not to mention, look at that Aquaforce deck.
Yeah, 7 cards left in deck.
Since when did Aquaforce deck out?
Boom! This is what I love about the Grade 3 Heal Guardians as well. Being able to just call them down as attackers.
Hey, they're 25. They're going to eat at least a 15k shield out of hand. That is more than enough. Like, you don't need to make everything unblockable. But if you can at least eat hand with some of them, that's going to help. Like, take away the 15 shield on this one, and then on the more important ones, they can't really guard it.
There's the Vanguard attack. What will Toby do? We do know that Toby does have 1 PG that he managed to find off the triple drive. And it looks like we're going to go for a trigger count. I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
I believe it's 12?
13?
13 with the trigger on the board.
I'm looking at 13. So 3 more in a deck of 7.
I thought it was 8.
Is
it 7?
I think it's 7, because I think off of Drifting Flow, we actually just picked up our deck to find that Maelstrom. But we also used, mind you, Analyze Shooter to put a Maelstrom back to our deck and draw one. Not Analyze, sorry, Radiate Assault.
Yes. So, decent chances. Do you gamble? Apparently you don't.
There's the PG. All right. Fateful 2 drives for Kagze here.
This is one of those things that I am surprised about this deck list. I'm not seeing any fronts.
Oh, there's a press stream. No triggers over on Kagze's end of things. And I guess we just go smallest to biggest here. There's the guard. Next attack. Number 2 with the boost.
Well, you gotta save the shields you can guard. And the cards you can't guard, you gotta save that 1 extra damage that you have to just take it.
And 4th attack with that Drifting Flow Fencer on that Axel marker. There's the damage. Oh, and we do get the defensive as well.
Oh, Sultan though. Whoa.
Both players at 5. Toby now sitting on a 23 base Vanguard. All of these remaining attacks just became that much easier to guard
and
when we had a PG check as well.
We're still 12 cards in hand, man.
Oh, and
Wait,
we
what?
just didn't have enough to guard. We didn't have enough to guard.
Wait, what?
And that is
game. What? How do you wait, what? This has happened.
It's all of these
sorry, I'm a little bit dying.
Oh my goodness, Kagze, bring it at home. Clean record, no losses. Bring it at home for the homeland of Vietnam, bringing the Aquaforce. My fellow brethren, I'm so happy to see him take it clean and Swiss.
up. You're telling me, hold on, there was a 23 Vanguard. How much was the rear just swung?
24, 34 on that Axel Circle, 39. So still unguardable.
39. He would need an Ellie.
He would need an Ellie. One. And he used one, which means he didn't have another. That was the only way out. That last Drifting Flow Fencer was the crucial attack, and we didn't have that extra 20k shield. Oh my goodness. Heal Guardians being introduced into the game was the best thing for Maelstrom.
Man, you gotta be on the cog, like you gotta sit on Cogs' side. You rip a twin drive and don't rip any triggers, and you're looking at your opponent going, "You got how many cards in hand? 12?" Like it doesn't look good. Like it doesn't look good. So you just start swinging. You start swinging. Swing. Wait, what do you mean no guard? Oh, cool. Hell yeah.
What do you mean no guard? You have 12 cards in hand. Surely something there must be of good value. Don't have 20k.
My God. Props on Toby TCG, putting still under pressure and getting rid in the early game, getting immediately rid of that Riptide Dragon. If that thing stayed on the board, that would have been dangerous.
Mm-hmm. That Riptide Dragon being gone ASAP was very key for Toby's game plan. Like, not game plan of attacking, but game plan of surviving. Because that Riptide Dragon, that thing is a hit. That is a PG or a GG, as we like to say it.
Yep. My God, like, what a way. Like, I'm sorry, there was no better way to end round 9 of day 1. Like, that was poetic. That was beautiful. That was trigger sack. That was everything. Both players gave it their all. Both players hit triggers. They did their best. Strategies were perfect. It really came down to skill, luck, all of the combination. Everything that makes Vanguard was in that one game.
And I think it's just so beautiful, like, being able to see my favorite clan in the top tables, being able to cast for my favorite clan, that sparked joy, being able to watch one of our favorite content creators in different fight, being able to play one of the most famous players from WCC in Suo, also sparks joy. Everything about BRO has been joyful, and I'm so excited to have been a part of it.
Like, you see this smile? Isn't this isn't just my stupid grinning face? This is just legitimately, I can't stop smiling. Like that was wow.
So yeah, while we have some time while they finalize the top 8 brackets, let's quickly run through the deck list again. So
which one?
You know my bars. I want to take a look at that Aquaforce deck. I want to look at that Wet Dragons. I want to see. So good.
Yeah, like it does what it wants to do. Like, yes, Glory is the finisher. We've seen it in action. But I love the support that Maelstrom overall got. Just whenever Maelstrom first came out, it was a good card for V, but it was so restricted, and it probably never was going to happen because the opponent knew. Oh, that's the 3rd and 4th attacks. Guard, and please no. I know what can happen.
Mm-hmm.
And then the additions of Elpida, as well as Radiant Assault, just made the deck go burr. Like, it was like, yeah, I don't care what you're gonna do. I'm still doing my. I'm just gonna be here. It's like quad drive. On a side note, I actually had a buddy do 5 drive checks on Maelstrom. I'm like,
triple press steam.
Lab.
Penta drive. Oh, gotta love it. And yeah, I think like what's really important to note, like let's take a look at Maelstrom. Maelstrom's main effect to discard 2 and restand, that is conditioned on hitting. And it's a strong effect with a very hard condition. But being able to introduce cards like that Alpida, being able to introduce cards like that Radiator Soul, you're able to effectively remove the condition. We see like a lot like in the G era. There are these like a lot of keywords. You have things like Brave, you have things like Oracle, you have things like Thunder Strikes. Now these were keywords, but at the same time, these were conditions. These are things that you had to meet. Oracle having 5 or more cards in hand, Brave having 3 or less. Thunder Strike X, meaning you needed to have that many cards in your opponent's bind zone. This is stuff you had to meet in order to get strong effects. With the introduction of cards like Alpida, cards like Radiant Assault, you're able to turn those conditions fake. You're able to get those strong effects for free.
I love the word fake. But, like, there's enough part, like, yes, they help with the main mechanic, getting Maelstrom off. But the fact of the matter stands, like, they make that attack, the whatever specific attack, hit. So you can even put an analyze shooter behind it, couldn't you?
I definitely think you could as well.
Yeah, so, hey, let me stand Maelstrom on top of also search my deck a little bit. Okay, bud? Yeah.
I'll go ahead and stand Maelstrom, and before I do, let me go ahead and thin my deck by 2, just so I increase the chances I see these yellow cards. Like,
also, I want to point out one more card we didn't get a chance to see in that game, but it is in this deck. Penguin Soldier. This is my hunch. I believe this card is literally in here because of Glory to just go, call this, call Penguin, rest Penguin, give it 5, kill Penguin, here's an actual booster.
I do have to agree that extra 5, that's that extra 5 you need to push over certain numbers. We saw it a lot, like especially in the Prism matchup. What if we had that extra 5 on the attacks that Ellie was able to guard? No guard.
Uh-huh.
And like it's just a great card to have, being able to, you can slam it behind a rear guard, bump it 5, get rid of it. We don't care about the counter charge. Like normally in a deck like this, you do care about the counter charge, and maybe if it wasn't for all the heal triggers we saw all the heal triggers, I think we saw 1 heal trigger come out, 2 heal triggers. 2 heal triggers.
Whenever you have 8 drive checks, it's like, I'm probably gonna hit.
I'm probably gonna hit.
Chance I'm gonna hit heal.
It is a good chance.
I still can't believe you went, yeah, we're going to get 10 cards at hand. I'm like, good sir, no math. Only to 8. Double draw trigger.
See, when I misread cards, the gods of Vanguard are able to make it true.
Oh, no, just be honest. You stole Eric's powers.
Oh, I definitely did. I definitely did. I went ahead and touched that crit trigger that holds everybody's powers.
And ladies and gentlemen, I think he froze.
Boom, I'm gonna go ahead and steal that. Just like
Man, I don't know what happened, but you froze for me for a second. It was very, very kind. Oh, boy.
I'm actually watching my own replay right here, and I'm going very slow-mo. Oh, there we go.
Yes.
Back normal?
Yeah, I think you've extended your powers of time travel, and it's starting to catch up to you.
Oh, I think I'm starting to feel the drawbacks of being able to see into the future and force yellow cards to come to the top of people's decks.
Oh boy, but let's not be too biased. I do want to still kind of highlight again Toby TCG's deck, which is probably one of the most streamlined Prism decks I've ever seen. You got your 4 copies of the necessary cards you need. You got your extra copies of Spina to make sure you get that counter charge so you can actually do your effects. Ellie's in there for defense. Sedna's there so we can find our actual grade 3 because we only run through of it. Aqua Lizla combo, I mentioned it too many times already, and just Noctaria there to fix anything and everything.
Yeah.
It is. You can't ask for a better streamlined deck.
Yeah, like we said time and time again, this is like the definition of a well-oiled machine. You put in the input, and its function is to +5 every turn. And it will always return that. Unless you get counterplayed, like we did see in this one game.
Yeah.
And I think...
I don't care what your hand is. Like, you know what this reminded me of? This is a bit similar, but off topic. But this reminded me of me playing a premium game versus a non player with my Messiah, and I'm sitting here going, so I'm gonna go into my third, possibly third stride. How many cards do you have in hand? 22? 22? 22? Let's just let's say we have you and me both have 5. Cool. Yeah, let's make it.
And I think that's like the cool thing too about with a lot of decks nowadays being so strong in their advantage engine, being able to plus a crazy amount. Maelstrom kind of getting down to like the nitty and gritty, playing down and like going down and dirty. We're gonna fight with our fists here. I don't care how much cards in hand you have. I'm gonna punch you once, and you have to guard back with 1 card. It's a lot of 1-for-1, and if you're unable to match that 1-for-1, this happens. We're just able to just hit hard, really, really incredibly strong.
Not many decks can actually stop it. Like, a good strategy against Maelstrom usually is because they use a lot of resources, and any type of control board wipe is also a good strategy because they rely on their rear guards. Unfortunately, Prism, while it is a strong deck, multi-attack, power, draw, hand size big, it doesn't have those, or at least didn't have those necessary key points to kind of combat. We didn't see that much of a rush. We don't have much removal in Prism. So it was like, I'm going to do my best, and I'm going to eat this.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, definitely props to Toby TCG as well. Definitely playing to the outs. Like, when you're going up against a Maelstrom Glory turn, you will have to take that damage eventually. You need that defensive trigger. You have to play for the defensive trigger because everything here is swinging at plus 10k already. You need that defensive trigger. You need to go to base 23. You need to be able to slam those 1-card guards down, and that's what Toby did both turns on the Maelstrom. Unfortunately, just not having that extra Ellie for that extra 20k for that last drifting flow fencer was what meant the game.
How much was the Vanguard swing on that one?
Vanguard swing, I believe, was 22 plus an 8k booster. So 30 to the van. So effectively 28.
I know this is risky, and it's one of those, you basically are gambling at that point. But if Toby took the Vanguard and gone to 5, he might have had enough. Granted, we didn't know there was going to be a defensive trigger on top that would have stopped some of the attacks from hard. But that PG could have been saved for, one of those bigger beast things that we just can't guard.
Yeah. But I think like through, because I'm guessing just through like the trigger count, 3 and 7, that's like a really, really high chance of just finding that crit. Like,
I chose my words specifically. You're gambling.
Yeah, you got to take that risk
a
sometimes.
Numbers game.
Yeah, it's just like you said, it is a numbers game. And I do think like we did know that there was crits. Like as Kazge, we probably knew that there were crits in the deck, and that's probably another reason why we can afford to swing Vanguard first. You look at their deck off of like a drifting flow, and you check, okay, I do have crits. Let's force my opponent into the decision tree. Do I take the Vanguard, play on damage trigger so that way I can guard all the other rearguard attacks and risk dying to a crit, or do I PG right now, and if my opponent has a crit on top, there I'm able to guard everything else that comes my way. And once we get down into like these like really, really like niche specific scenarios, that's where a lot of like your risk assessment analysis skills need to like skyrocket.
Not to mention, one of the probably pivotal points of that game that gave Kagze a very good advantage, or at least a good footing for the whole game, was that, hey, I'm going to swing at your rear guard and leave you at 1 damage, 1 face down damage.
Yeah, definitely one of the key moments in the game. But it's been a while since we kind of talked about this from the beginning, so let's quickly run over the schedule again. So today we played 9 rounds of V Premium for Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021. Go ahead and give us the schedule here. So
and week 2.
Yeah, so we're in week 2. Last week was week 1. We played some Premium. Just like last week, we had the Swiss. in this week as well. We'll have the Swiss on today, which we just witnessed. Tomorrow, we're going into top 16 or top 18 based on how the split is looking. Let's quickly remind everyone of what they are rumbling for.
Yes. The special prizes. Well, not that much special, but it is one of those privileges that the top players are going to get that other people will not. And that is the fact that the first four, the top 4 players are definitely going to be getting a certificate. Not only that, third, second, and first are going to be getting some extra goodies in the form of a ChronoJet promo, as well as a box of V-Clan Collection Volume 3. Yes, you heard me right, folks. I said Volume 3. The future set, the reverse set, whatever you want to call it. The only big difference is third place will be only getting 1 copy of that ChronoJet promo. Second place 2, and first place is getting a full play set of ChronoJet. I know Eric would be very jealous. That being said, I'm still a little bit shaken from that last match. Like I said, seeing that many yellow, it just gets you elevated. It gets you excited. It puts a smile on your face. I know even the opponent was like, "What is this? Oh my!" And
you got to remember, like Vanguard, we've got the skillful play, we've got the counter play, we've got like that proper attack patterns, we've got the combo lines. But in its base, the fun part about Vanguard is flipping those yellow cards from the top of your deck.
And like at the end of the day, like Vanguard is a very much half strategy, half luck. You can have the best strategy in the world, but if your luck's not behind you, you're not tracking your opponent, you're gonna have a hard time winning. And then the same can be said around the other way around. You can have all the luck, but if you don't know what you're doing, if you don't have a good strategy, ripping a crit trigger on every drive check is not going to save you from a good player, from a good opponent that knows what they're doing. So it's a two-way street. You need both. You need to be a little bit lucky, which unfortunately can't control, but what you can control is skill level. Get some experience, understand the gameplay, watch some people how they're playing, get advice. Just play the game. Best way to gain experience, play the game.
Yeah, play the game. Join more online tournaments. Play remote online more. Like play online through through simulators more. Like there's so much ways to get the practice for Vanguard that you need just to get the experience, because the experience is like the most important part. Getting into these key specific scenarios where you're able to recognize, what do I have to do here? Like a lot of times, like if you're new to the game, like let's say a new player is looking at this Maelstrom board here, and everything here says everything you can only guard with 1 card in hand. You're looking at this here and you're just like, oh my gosh, how am I supposed to play this? Like in your hand, the first thing is definitely not to say no guard, take a damage. That stuff comes with experience. Realizing that sometimes you do need to be able to just take the damage, play towards like that out, and these outs, like you learn about these outs, like the more you play, the more you get into these like specific scenarios, the more you play these matchups, the more you understand, what do I have to do, what is my opponent looking to do, what is my opponent to do the next turn, what can I do to stop my opponent on this turn to stop them doing that next turn. Like you said, exactly like you said.
See, we're talking about all that experience and skill and all that, and I'm pretty sure we're probably the best spot to kind of see people with the most experience, with the most skill, and I want to see those standings with those good people.
Yeah, I want to see who we will be commentating for tomorrow, who will be representing the NALA region, and obviously at the top of the standings, we've got everybody's hero, Kagze, the 9-0 Aquaforce Maelstrom player. At number 2, WCC Tyler Yu. At number 3, Suo. At number 4, Adrian Barber. Philip, take it away for 5-8 for us.
Yes, we got Toby TCG. We just saw him play. Even though he did lose, his score is still good enough to keep it in the top 8, which is definitely something he's happy about. Then we got Ichi coming in at 6, followed by Kevin Cho in 7, and then Not nephew Dang.
I got you covered here. This is not Hugh Dang.
Thank you.
Yeah, no
Reading
worries.
is hard. But that's our top 8 people. Like, those are the people that have come here not only to play, but to compete, to make sure they can come out on top. And these scores, like we're seeing, like some people lost 2, some people lost 1. Kagze, the only one undefeated. But going into tomorrow, that honestly is gonna sound harsh. These scores mean nothing. Tomorrow is a new day. All these scores just mean is who you're gonna be fighting, and it can be anybody's game again. Someone who's 7-2 right now can take it home. Kagze, even though he went undefeated, doesn't mean anybody's game.
I think you summed it up quite perfectly. These 8 people that you do see on the screen right now, pretty much who to expect for tomorrow. We have Kagze that we do know is playing the Aquaforce. Duo playing the Angel Feather with that 29k booster tech. We do know that Toby TCG is on the Prisms. And we just have to find out what everyone is playing tomorrow. So definitely tune in tomorrow to find out. We're gonna go ahead and
this is gonna be such a crazy top 8. Like we've seen some of these players back in premium. We've seen some of these players today, how they play, their strategies, their decks, and all that. One thing to note, this is one of those things, like, it isn't really or at least I don't know if it's in the rules or anything, but tomorrow is a new day. You might be able to kind of do some homework on some of these players, like what their play styles are, how they play, their mentality. And, granted, you can prep only as much as you can, but hey, anything might help. This is a competitive standpoint. The amount of times me as a basketball player, our coaches have done the scouting report on the other team is, that's just part of the game.
Yo, I definitely agree. And like you mentioned, going into this tournament, nobody had Maelstrom on their radar. And you can kind of see like the consequences of that with Kagze being able to take it all the way clean. Now, people going into tomorrow's top 8 bracket, people will definitely have Maelstrom on their radar now, being able to think, how am I going to deal with this deck? I don't have 20k shields anymore. What is my strategy? Because you can't change your deck now. Everything's locked in. So everything that you do to beat the deck will have to be through your plays.
Wits, plays, and all that. Like, if I'm sitting across Maelstrom, I am using as many 5k shields in the early game as I am allowed to, and as I feel comfortable. Many PG as I need to.
Yeah. Orange, what's your thoughts on this so far?
That was an amazing match. I was sitting back here and I was like, whoo! It was like one thing after another. I was just like, oh, the damage, oh, the heal, oh, the damage, oh, wait, multi-attack, defense, going back down to 4 damage, and then, gosh, it was a very interesting fight. Something I do want to note. So the biggest counter to Prism, right, is going through their Book of a Hand, and it's interesting enough to see that Maelstrom is actually one of the few decks that just says, I don't care. 20, 30, I don't care. I'm just gonna go in. I'm gonna slam. Honestly, if we didn't see any defenses, that game would have finished even faster. There's only so much you can do again with a 1 card guard. You can't intercept. Your front row gets 10k, and you have to tell your opponent 20k or nothing, 15k or nothing, and that 5k makes a huge difference in this type of thing. And it's top of fact that Heal Guardians, they really do complete this deck. Oh, so many people are running Heal Guardians, and this deck just says, I'm gonna punish you for that. Go ahead, try and guard this. And that was just amazing to see.
Toko, there's no question by this point that you know your Aquaforce inside and out. So There's one thing that is still boggling my mind. Like, I'm not an Aquaforce player. I've dabbled in the deck a little bit. I can see the combos. I would understand the deck if I needed to play it. And in my head, I'm like, why wouldn't you run fronts? It's like why wouldn't you run fronts? Like, it makes no sense to me.
Now, I can kind of explain in my experience why I don't run fronts in Maelstrom right now. And It's strictly for the first turn at Grade 3 Maelstrom. By playing crits, doing those Steam Press Dragon effects, getting those 4 drives, 2 Vanguard swings with multiple crits. That's crazy. Now, like, keep in mind as well, in an average Maelstrom game, you are doing the most drive checks on the first Grade 3 Maelstrom. On the second Grade 3 Maelstrom, on average, you're getting 2 drive checks, maybe 3. On your first Maelstrom turn, your most effective unit is the Vanguard. So being able to get those crit triggers and put them onto a resetting Vanguard, that has a lot more pressure than being able to like quad drive front triggers. And at that time, you're not looking to really finish your opponent off. So these quad drive front triggers, let's say you did like get 4 front triggers, that's 40k to your front row. But a lot of your front row, like they're just there as auxiliary pieces to try and find pieces as well. And they're not really looking to end the game. Now, obviously, those front triggers in conjunction with Maelstrom Glory, yeah, that's lethal. Like, you get 1 front trigger in conjunction with Maelstrom's already front trigger as well. A lot of these cards, you can't guard without a PG. But like I said, those crits, getting those crits on that first Maelstrom turn, being able to force that extra PG out as well, since your opponent, if your opponent takes that first one, boom, crit to Vanguard, next attack is also lethal, do you have the PG? Pulling that PG out means they don't have a PG for the glory turn.
All right, there we go. That's why you ask questions and you find out answers, and it makes sense.
I was gonna also add to this. So essentially, running the crits makes it have 2 win cons now. You're not just focusing so much on your Maelstrom final push with the guard restrict active. You can also end game the turn before if you end enough crits, just as Toku explained, with all those draft checks coming in. Say your opponent says no guard and you're like crit, where that's way more brutal than, front. Your opponent could just take some of those, guard the other ones and be fine. But just being able to put that crit pressure on can just end the game there. And it also closes that gap between, do I land a defense and survive the brutal Maelstrom, or do I die? And that crit just secures that pressure to just be at closer to 5 damage. We saw that our Bermuda Triangle player was able to heal, but had they not, that gap was tight. That gap was tight, and just having that just momentum coming right there is probably why those crits are there. I thought that was amazing. I thought about the fronts at first too, and then as I was watching the game, I was like, the crits make sense. The crits make sense a lot.
Thanks so much for the positive reinforcement there, Orange. But I do hear that the top 8 bracket is ready. So let's take a look at who our top 8 will be playing against. At the top here, we have the 2 Vietnamese players. Kagze, we do know, is representing Vietnam, but we also have Nhat Huy Dang, also playing Vietnam, so we do have a Vietnam mirror match there. And then next up we have Adrian Barber versus Toby TCG. Orange, tell me about the next 2.
See, we have Adrian here and Barber versus Toby TCG. I don't know what Adrian's bringing, but I do know Toby is our Prism player, so we'll be seeing that there. And then Philip, you want to keep on?
Oh yeah, WCC's Tyler Yu will be fighting Kevin Cho. That's going to be a very interesting matchup. Have we seen either of these players actually at least know what they're playing?
Nope, these will be mysteries.
Well, we do know what Suo's playing, and he's going to be fighting Ichi.
And with that brings us back home. We know our top 8. We know who everyone is playing against. It all comes down to tomorrow as to who will bring home the champion for Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021.
Man, I can't wait to actually see all the decks. Like, we know some of them, from the Bermuda to Aquaforce and all that, with Suo even playing Angel Feather up there. But there's still unknown decks, and I'm like, ooh, what made it? What made it to the top?
Exactly. I'm very excited to find out what makes it to the top. I'm very excited to see Aquaforce. I'm very excited to see Angel Feathers. Obviously, we can definitely expect a high representation of Prisms in Bermuda Triangle. We already know one of them being Toby TCG. I would not be surprised to know if there are any others as well. Orange, let me know what's up.
I'm just pretty excited. I do like that we're seeing a little bit of variety here, and seeing Aquaforce in top 8s is very wonderful, because I don't think anyone, as you mentioned earlier, I don't think anyone was expecting that at all. Which is so funny because the deck counters so well against so many decks.
Why does that sound like a very nice thing?
No, it's just nice to see. I like seeing. It's the thing about V Premium right now that some people may not be as aware, but there is a tier. Like, so the tier right below what's quote unquote meta. There's so many decks. We have gotten so much support, promos, and just a bunch of support for decks that just exist in V Premium. And just being able to take these decks that some people may have forgotten about or some people may not be thinking about to these types of events and seeing them actually make it somewhere is just, to me, I'm happy. I love seeing stuff like this. Like I like seeing those unexpected decks. So
we've mentioned this before. Like we've listed so many decks that can just surprise us. Aquaforce was one. Yep. We've talked about Valkyrion. We haven't seen one yet, but that is a deck that can easily just go and game's over. Please. Yep. Another one is Tachikaze. Like, don't sleep on dinos. They go burr. Like, there's so many decks that can just surprise people just because they're not prepared because they don't see them that often. It's not big representation.
Mm-hmm. And another deck too that I want to bring up that we didn't manage to see today, but in the same vein of having that like unique guard restriction where you might have a lot of hand, but you have to craft your hand in a way that makes it able to guard going into this turn, and that's Dark Irregulars.
Yep.
Like I said before, the Grade 3 Heal Guardians being only a 15k shield. Hope on Damp is coming back and swinging hard. Not a lot of combinations that you can make for 20k without like throwing away combo pieces. That's like a trigger and a grade 2, 2 grade 1s, and these are all like really important combo pieces for you to have going into your next turn. So Hope on Damp is able to like ripple a lot of decks as well, and I hope to see maybe a Dark Irregulars player did manage to sneak into top 8. That'd be very exciting to see.
Dibs on Messiah.
Anything's possible. Anything's possible.
But that's about it from us. I'm going to go ahead and let my casters reintroduce themselves one more time. Let you guys get a welcome to the face. On my right, I have...
Hello, my name is Philip. You can find me at the YouTube channel Top Deck Heroes.
On my left...
Hello, I am Outer Orange. I have a YouTube channel called also Outer Orange, and you guys can find me on there and Twitter and all that fun stuff.
And I am Toku from Yellowcard Vanguard, which you can find at Yellowcard Vanguard VG and on YouTube. And my significant other and my better half is also Zistral from the EU team as well, also from Yellowcard Vanguard. And this has been Philip, Orange, and Toku from the BRO cast. Signing out.
Woo!